In this world, cultivators coexist with spiritual power. Some are proficient in cultivation arts like alchemy and artifact refinement. Some control elements like fire and water. Besides mysterious spirit beasts, numerous magical beasts with extraordinary strength also thrive here. They are exceptionally powerful, possessing strength beyond the reach of ordinary people. Wars rage between families, with power struggles sparked by sibling rivalry, as well as conflicts arising from resources, territory, and family honor. And within families, there's endless scheming with grievances and vendettas. Cultivators forge ahead in this perilous environment. Through day after day of cultivation, they challenge all kinds of powerful enemies. Besides having to defeat formidable magical beasts, they also have to face provocations from other cultivators. In this process, they encounter fellow disciples, masters, close friends, and beautiful confidants. These people together weave a unique path of growth. The boundless night sky was like a huge pot of black sesame paste spilled across the heavens, swallowing even the faint glimmer of the stars completely. The night came quietly. The sky was not pure black, but a deep, bottomless, mysterious blue that meandered into the distance. The sound of whipping, crack after crack, came from a corner. The firelight was as faint as a firefly. A woman covered in scars was slumped on the ground. Her back had been torn open by rot-tan canes, a bloody mess. She silently endured all the pain, fainting only to be awakened by the merciless whip. She had been obedient and sensible since childhood, and with her limited natural talent, she could only let others bully her. The one who loved to bully her the most was that two-faced older cousin, Long Qingyue. This time, using the excuse that she had stolen her beloved, she secretly brought Yun Yihan to the family's forbidden ground. Although her personality was gentle, she did not want to be slandered. Long Qingyue looked at the frail younger sister before her and couldn't resist using the whip on her again. Each lash split Yun Yihan's skin. Now she was too weak to even stand. The vicious-hearted cousin decided it was time. She had people throw her into the forbidden ground. Two servants propped up Yun Yihan's body and walked step by step towards a rift glowing with red light, preparing to throw her in. With her last shred of consciousness, she struggled with all her might. Just as she was about to be pushed down, she looked venomously in Long Qingyue's direction, declaring that she wouldn't let her go even as a ghost. Long Qingyue watched her enemy disappear, a look of excitement on her face. After all, no one could walk out of here unscathed, let alone a natural-born idiot. With a loud bang, the rift slowly closed. Yun Yihan was pushed from a high place and was no longer breathing. She was dead. The eldest young lady of the Yun family, Yun Yihan, was finished just like that. Just then, a soul glowing with blue light floated out. It saw the corpse on the ground and discovered it looked exactly like itself. Perhaps this was its chance for rebirth. The soul used its last bit of strength to possess the corpse and read Yun Yihan's memories. After learning the cause of death, she decided to make this cousin pay the price. Suddenly, in the empty space, a magnetic voice rang out. The voice told her to bite her finger and use her blood to activate the crescent stone to complete the contract. Now, Yun Yihan desperately craved cultivation and nodded without hesitation. She picked up a sharp stone nearby and cut a deep wound on her wrist. Fresh blood gushed out like a flood from an open dam, instantly dyeing the crescent stone completely red. Watching her blood flow, the crescent stone showed no reaction. Yun Yihan felt that if this continued, she would soon become a corpse. Suddenly, a formation appeared above the crescent stone. Red light burst forth, blasting her 5 meters away. When Yun Yihan opened her eyes again, a tall, pale-faced, white-haired man appeared before her. He was the ancient demon lord, Gongming-ji. He forced Yun Yihan to cultivate. At first, her Dantian Sea was like a barren desert. After feeling the spiritual power enter, the desert immediately turned into an oasis. Before long, a natal tree grew from within the Dantian Sea. There was even a cute doll on the tree. That was a cultivator's precious life source. He kept staring at Yun Yihan. The ability to make a natal tree grow and bear fruit so quickly was not common. Moreover, Yun Yihan was too strong-willed and not afraid of him at all. The demon lord became more and more interested in her. Yun Yihan politely asked how to get out. With a flick of his finger, a hole exploded open above their heads. but he had no intention of taking Yun Yihan out. She watched as a rope condensed from the hole above. But before she could climb halfway, the rope snapped in two. She tried again, and finally escaped from this wretched place. As soon as she climbed out of the forbidden ground, she felt as if her body was immersed in spiritual power. Then she was surprised to find that the number of life sources in her dantian had suddenly increased. On second thought, it must have been the demon lord who helped her. It was already the middle of the night. Yun Yihan returned to the Yun mansion, following her memories. The dark wind gently brushed against her face. Looking at the warm and peaceful home before her, she couldn't help but silently criticize the original owner. On the way back to her room, Yun Yihan overheard Yun Xiao and Yun Yang's conversation. She secretly clenched her fists, determined to change the current situation and make the Yun family mighty once again. Returning to her room, she saw the demon lord actually lying on her bed. In response to Yun Yihan's questioning look, he simply said he couldn't move right now. No one would believe this excuse. Seeing that the soft approach wasn't working, she had to resort to the hard one. She threatened the demon lord, but he just grinned cheekily. After a long standoff, she lay down on the bed and fell fast asleep. With no other choice, Yun Yihan could only cultivate by the bed. The next day at dawn, Lung Qingyue arrived at the Yun mansion, bringing the third prince with her. With a face full of worry, she asked the Yun family head how her younger sister was, not forgetting to add that Yun Yihan had run off to the forbidden ground last night. The villagers who came in with them also spoke up, saying Yun Yihan went to the forbidden ground last night. The Yun family head saw through their intentions at a glance and told them to get lost immediately. Lung Qingyue wasn't willing to go home without gaining any advantage. She began to show off her tea ceremony skills to the third prince, who loved tea and watched with great interest. Lung Qingyue paced back and forth at the gate of the Yun mansion. The sound of knocking, one after another, woke Yun Yihan and the others. The demon lord gently pushed her, indicating that someone was knocking at the door. Learning that it was Lung Qingyue, she prepared to settle both old and new scores. Just as she was about to go out, the demon lord pulled her back. He grabbed Yun Yihan's slender waist and leaned straight towards her cheek. She tried to push him away, but in doing so, the demon lord caught her small hand instead. He brought it to his lips for a sniff. Suddenly, Yun Yihan felt a magical power coming from her hand. A sealing technique. Realizing this, her face turned red. She hastily thanked him, then ran away with a flushed face. She pretended to have just woken up, rubbing her drowsy eyes. She happened to run into her own grandfather. The old master of the Yun family looked at Yun Yihan's sleepy face, his heart aching for her. He quickly told her to go back and get more sleep. Hearing the conversation in the mansion, Lung Qingyue couldn't believe she was still alive. She nervously pounded on the door, only to take a huge tumble. Yun Yihan watched her caring cousin give her a grand bow so early in the morning. But Lung Qingyue was terrified by her. She couldn't believe it. Not only was she thrown into the forbidden ground before, but at that time, Yun Yihan was covered in wounds and on the verge of death. How could she possibly be standing here now? Seeing the shock on Lung Qingyue's face, Yun Yihan couldn't help but reveal a sad expression and play along. Seeing her plan had failed, Lung Qingyue had her servants start scattering paper money. She also said a bunch of passive-aggressive things about worrying for her little sister. Seeing the paper money flying all over the entrance of her home, the Yun family head, Yun Haitian, criticized this ill-mannered woman. Yun Yihan stared at her troublemaking little cousin, raised the small hand that had been kissed in the room, and a blue light swirled around it. Just like that, all the messy paper money stuck to Lung Qingyue's body. She was tightly wrapped in the paper money. The Yun Yihan who came out of the forbidden ground seemed like a different person, no longer as easy to bully as before. Lung Qingyue couldn't believe that this rookie, who wasn't even qualified to cultivate, could use sorcery to make her so miserable. She turned to the third prince to complain. He turned a blind eye to what Lung Qingyue had done, only focusing on others bullying her. In a moment, his eyes widened as well. But it was clear that not everyone liked to drink tea. Yun Yihan frowned and walked up to Lung Qingyue. Without hesitation, she gave her a slap. This one slap sent the little cousin tumbling to the ground. She especially hated this type of person who would only cry whenever something happened. Lying on the ground, Lung Qingyue felt the restraints getting tighter and tighter, her cries for help growing louder. A hint of contempt flashed in the third prince's eyes, but he still told people to go, and help. However, the people who went to help her knocked back by a wave of Yun Yin's hand. Her face was filled with severity. The pressure was all around. The third prince had never seen her with such an attitude. He had no choice but to try a softer approach. This ugly third prince, dressed like a gaudy rooster, spoke of calling it even, but he was just a big swindler trying to fool her. Yun Yihin's gaze drifted to the Lung family's servant, ordering him to pass a message to their master. They had to return all of the Yun family's things. The third prince thought the matter was over and was about to leave, but Yun Yihin stopped him. A million thoughts flashed through his mind, but he never expected that she would want to break off their engagement. The servants were quite quick, immediately preparing a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone for them. Yun Yihin didn't make a sound. She waved her spiritual energy, and in the blink of an eye, a neat life-and-death contract appeared before the two of them. As the dignified third prince, being dumped by her like this was a huge loss of face. But if he didn't sign, others would surely think he was the one who couldn't let go. If that got out, it would be even more of a laughingstock. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and sign the life-and-death contract. Once this contract was signed, it was like shearing a sheep, one copy for each person. Whoever made a mistake would face the consequences. The third prince even warned her not to go back on her word. To her ears, it was simply a joke. After the third prince left in a huff, Yun Xiao and Yun Yang came over joyfully, surrounding Yun Yihin and showering her with praise, making her feel embarrassed. Her father was also puzzled, but it wasn't something that could be explained in a few words. This commotion, so early in the morning, had nearly exhausted Yun Yihin. As soon as she entered the door, she was grabbed by the waiting demon lord and pulled directly into his arms. He held Yun Yihin, his voice full of magnetism. Her heart began to race. The demon lord voiced his concerns, then gently lifted her chin. Yun Yihin's face turned slightly red. She felt him getting closer, the air filled with his scent. The atmosphere grew agitated. With a swish, she blocked the demon lord's advance with her hand. Then she touched the nape of his neck, looking down at the man from above. Unexpectedly, the demon lord suddenly rose and pinned her onto the bed. He lifted Yun Yihin's legs. She could only support herself with her hands. The demon lord slowly pressed down on her. Now, it was his turn to look down on her. Yun Yihin landed a hard elbow on the demon lord's stomach. She took the opportunity to slip away. She shyly made an excuse to flee, but before she could take a step, she was caught by the demon lord again. He teased Yun Yihin with a grin, as if he had seen through her shy nature. So he enjoyed blowing air near her ear, his tone soft and his words playful. If his previous actions were just to tease Yun Yihin, then what he did next was practically molestation. The demon lord's restless hand traveled along her charming curves to the fullest part of her body. This time, it made the already shy Yun Yihin's cheeks turn bright red. She quickly pushed away the demon lord's hand. Unexpectedly, he was so thick-skinned that he cupped her face again. But this time, he didn't do anything more excessive. He was seen extending a finger and pointing at Yun Yihin's stomach. This time, her stomach was also enveloped in a blue light, just like before. She felt a warm, spiritual energy in her stomach and quickly absorbed it into her Dantian Sea. She discovered that her natal tree was growing rapidly like a well-fed child. The area around the tree also became more and more vibrant. Squatting down to take a look, she saw precious medicinal herbs all around, perfect for refining medicine. So she picked a large pile and returned with a full load after a short while, seeing her holding a pile of immortal herbs. Got so tired, she lay on the table. The demon lord's eyes were full of doting affection. He couldn't help but pat her head. But Yun Yihin slapped his hand away in dissatisfaction, picked up a spirit herb to study it, and then infused her own spiritual power into it. The demon lord sat beside her, guessing that she wanted to refine a pill, and reminded her that she needed a fire spirit to do it. Yun Yihin glared at him, then slowly raised her hand and unleashed her spiritual power. Immediately, a fire spirit enveloped the spirit herb. She glanced triumphantly at the demon lord. He then realized it. He hadn't expected Yun Yihin to be a natural-born fire spirit. He approached Yun Yihin again, lifted her chin, the affection he expressed growing ever stronger. Being interrupted while refining a pill, Yun Yihin was inevitably a little unhappy. Holding the burning fire spirit, she swung it towards the demon lord's neck. He quickly dodged and went to sit on the side. Yun Yihin looked at the ruined spirit herb, her heart aching. This time, The demon lord sat obediently to one side, watching her work with rapt attention. He couldn't help but stroke her hair. The demon lord said earnestly that refining pills must be done slowly. But the current Yin Yihan was not her former weak self. She was not defeated. She picked up another spirit herb, first infusing it with spiritual power, then manipulating the fire spirit. Thinking that her fire might not be strong enough, she increased the intensity. As a result, it exploded. The explosion was so sudden she couldn't react. Her face was covered in soot, drawing laughter from the demon lord, but it was more out of affection than mockery. Seeing Yin Yihan washing her face, the demon lord didn't understand why she was trying so hard. Only Yin Yihan herself knew that she had died last time because she was too weak. Afterward, her gaze became even more determined. 2 hours later, her hard work paid off. She finally refined a pill. Although its quality wasn't very good, she had already surpassed many people. The demon lord gently patted her head. Outside, a carriage sped over. Soon, the door was being pounded on with loud thuds. The demon lord reminded her that the Lung family had arrived. Yin Yihan lazily stretched. Refining the pill had exhausted her. All she wanted now was a good rest, so she let the Lung family wait outside. After a long while, once she had slept enough, she finally opened the door for them. The person knocking had no energy left, while she, having just woken up, was full of vigor. The Lung family had delivered all the items. She carefully inspected everything before allowing them to release Lung Qingyue. Upon seeing her father, Lung Qingyue ran over crying, completely disregarding her image, as if someone had done something terrible to her. Seeing her family had arrived, Lung Qingyue seemed to have found her courage, and her words became much tougher. Unexpectedly, not only did she fail to threaten Yin Yihan, but she was scared out of her wits by her. She stepped forward, pinched Lung Qingyue's face, and offered a few friendly words of advice. Then she threw the person to the ground. Seeing that she couldn't win against Yin Yihan, she had no choice but to flee with her tail between her legs. Watching the father-daughter pair walk away, she felt extremely relieved. The air seemed much fresher. The demon lord suddenly wrapped his arms around her, telling her that the beast core from the magical beast just now could help her refine the pill she wanted. Hearing this, her heart was moved, and she prepared to give chase. But the demon lord stopped her. On second thought, it was true. Chasing after the Lung family, just for a beast core, was indeed quite ridiculous. Following Gongming Ji's guidance, she snuck into the magical Beast Mountain range late at night. The night was already deep, the moon completely obscured by dark clouds. Only a faint, dark light could be seen from behind the thick cloud layer. Just as she heard a noise, Yin Yihan quickly turned around. She saw a whip whistling towards her. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, otherwise she would have met her end there. This time, she saw the attacker clearly. It was a woman in purple clothes holding a whip, Hua Yin. Her mouth kept muttering something about prey. This completely confused her. Seeing Yin Yihan's bewildered expression, Hua Yin mistook it for her playing dumb. So she swung her whip at her again with increasing force. Yin Yihan had now cultivated a life source. Otherwise, she would have been instantly killed by this whip. Just as Hua Yin raised her whip again, at the critical moment, a man suddenly appeared and saved Yin Yihan. This person was Hua Yin's senior brother, Jun Si. Seeing the senior brother, she cared about helping someone else. Hua Yin was filled with indignation. She continued to swing the whip in her hand. This time, Jun Si didn't let the whip hit. Instead, he caught it with his hand. When Hua Yin saw that she had accidentally injured her senior brother, she immediately rushed over, holding his hand and apologizing. She thought this would move him, but in reality, she was pushed away harshly. Then Jun Si turned to look at Yin Yihan, gently and carefully asking her what had happened. He also explained that the recent event was just a misunderstanding. Yin Yihan was still confused, looking at him with a blank expression. Hearing his one-sided explanation, she clearly heard the words misunderstanding. So she didn't pursue the matter and walked away on her own, leaving the two of them staring at each other in dismay. Seeing her about to disappear from sight, Hua Yin angrily shouted for her to stop. However, she paid no attention. Just as Hua Yin was about to give chase, she was stopped by Jun Si. After they chatted for a while, she gave up on chasing Yin Yihan, but continued to mock her. He watched her slowly walk away until even her silhouette was no longer visible. Jun Si looked down at the footprints she had left, curiously wondering where she was going so late. He then activated a tracking formation and discovered that following the footprints for a while would lead to the depths of the magical Beast Mountain range, which could endanger her safety. When Hua Yin heard that Yun Yihan was heading for the depths, she began to sarcastically mock her for overestimating her own abilities. Jun Si couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He decided to go and save Yun Yihan. Hua Yin watched his back as he walked forward, her jealousy flaring up completely. The whip in her hand, filled with anger, lashed fiercely towards the sky. On the other side, Yun Yihan was fumbling around in the pitch-black night. The forest was as quiet as a graveyard. Only the occasional mournful cry of a bird broke the silence. Yun Yihan suddenly realized that she had accidentally stumbled into a den. She saw a few red dots passing through the forest in the dark night, flickering. The sound of footsteps came from a distance, getting closer and closer. A two-headed hungry wolf, entirely red, leaped out, seeing that it had been discovered by Yun Yihan. The two-headed wolf immediately let out a hoarse roar. It launched an attack on Yun Yihan. She calmly activated her natal tree. She dodged the attack and managed to get some distance away. Just when she thought she was safe, the hungry wolf gathered its energy and spat out a ball of energy. Although she dodged this attack, seeing the large tree that was hit by the energy ball, which had a huge hole blasted through it, she was still quite frightened. When her attention shifted back from the tree, she turned to find a barrage of energy balls flying towards her. Just as she was about to be done for, Jun Si jumped out again. He pulled Yun Yihan into his arms and blocked the attack with his spiritual power. Then he naturally put his arm around her waist, asking with concern. She pushed Jun Si away, expressing her thanks with a red face. Seeing the two-headed wolf about to attack again, Yun Yihan pushed him away. She took out the dagger hidden on her thigh, looked for an opportunity, and rushed forward. This move startled Jun Si. Yun Yihan was seen sliding under the magical beast and stabbing it directly with her knife. The action was clean and decisive. With a loud rumble, the magical beast fell to the ground. The two-headed wolf was dead, just like that. Jun Si quickly went forward to check on her, to see if she was injured. Seeing that there were no major problems, he began to praise Yun Yihan. Unexpectedly, Hua Yin had also followed them. As soon as she arrived, she pointed at Yun Yihan's leg. She looked down and found a snake wrapped around her leg. Seeing the snake on her leg flicking its tongue, her heart almost leaped out of her chest. Hua Yin affectionately hugged Jun Si, thinking he would side with her, but she was pushed away again. Jun Si frantically ran towards Yun Yihan, telling her that the snake was poisonous, and proactively offered to help her catch it. Hua Yin watched, grinding her teeth with jealousy. Taking advantage of Yun Yihan's distraction, she swung her whip again. Jun Si once again blocked the attack with his spiritual power. Hearing Hua Yin repeatedly shout Snatcher, she couldn't take it anymore. She rushed over and scratched Hua Yan's face, causing Hua Yan's expression to change. She was so angry her face turned green, preparing to duel with Yun Yihan. Jun Si stood between the two of them, but was unexpectedly pushed away by her spiritual power. Immediately, a fierce fight between the two women began. Hua Yin wielded her long whip, attacking fiercely, looking like a ferocious, venomous snake. She lashed viciously towards Yun Yihan. Yun Yihan was no pushover either. She immediately gathered her power into her dantian. Her natal tree instantly grew wildly. When she opened her eyes again, she caught Hua Yan's attack. Before she could react, she grabbed her dagger and rushed forward. Her speed was so fast that Hua Yan didn't have time to react and was taken down in one move. Jun Si quickly ran over, asking Yun Yihan to give him face and spare his little junior sister. Remembering how Jun Si had always protected her, she retracted the dagger. Then she turned and slipped away. Hua Yin grabbed Jun Si's sleeve, asking him to avenge her. He looked back at Yun Yihan's retreating figure. He concentrated power in his fingertips and put Hua Yin to sleep. Then he chased after Yun Yihan. She heard the approaching footsteps and thought Jun Si was coming for revenge, but unexpectedly, he came to hug her. He held Yun Yihan tightly. Then he lifted her onto his shoulder and walked for a distance. The action made her face turn red. Jun Si gently placed her on the grass. His fingers gently brushed across her smooth skin, amazed that Yun Yihan hadn't been bitten by the Wuji snake. She looked at the man before her, the image of the demon lord constantly appearing in her mind. Neither of these two was an easy person to deal with. The next morning, she slowly woke from her sleep. Thinking about the person waiting for her at home on her bed, she decided to head down the mountain. Unexpectedly, Yun Si stopped here. Just as Yun Yihan was feeling confused, he explained the reason. Yun Yihan didn't know where the Wuji snake wanted to take her. She no longer hesitated and turned to go with the Wuji snake. But Jun Si stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her waist, asking when they could meet again. Yun Yihan shook his hand off, saying it would be best if they never met again. Otherwise, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to control herself and would kill Hua Yin directly. Then, ignoring Jun Si's pleas, she resolutely chased after the Wuji snake. After a short while, the Wuji snake led Yun Yihan to a cave. The spiritual power inside had almost solidified into a tangible substance. In the center of the cave was a spirit spring, surrounded by all kinds of spirit herbs. At this moment, the Wuji snake crawled to a spirit herb, signaling for Yun Yihan to swallow it. She walked over, picked up the spirit herb, and took a small bite. Yun Yihan's eyes suddenly widened. She felt a sharp pain in all her internal organs and collapsed to the ground, clutching her stomach. The Wuji snake appeared beside her at this moment. With a flick of its tail, it threw her into the spirit spring. The pain in her body gradually subsided. Inside the spirit spring, Yun Yihan's chest emitted bursts of light. She closed her eyes to observe the natal tree inside her body. She discovered that a new life source had actually grown on it. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Yihan emerged from the spirit spring. She stood up and looked at the Wuji snake beside her, smiling as she patted its head. It was all thanks to it that she was able to level up this time. Just as she was about to leave, the Wuji snake's tail wrapped around her ankle. It pointed to a spirit herb nearby, flicking its tongue. Seeing this, Yun Yihan smiled slightly, picked all the spirit herbs in the cave, and took them with her. When she walked out of the cave, she discovered that at some point, the demon lord had appeared here. He looked at Yun Yihan's thin clothes, came over, and whispered softly in her ear. She blushed at the demon lord's action and hastily put some distance between them. But the demon lord had no intention of letting her go and stepped forward to embrace her. Then he started acting like a rogue. Not only did his palm caress Yun Yihan's thigh back and forth, but his lips also kissed her smooth back. She quickly dodged to the side and asked him what he wanted with her. Just as the demon lord was taking off his clothes, Yun Yihan thought he was trying to be a rogue again and warily retreated to the side. But unexpectedly, the demon lord told her that something had happened at home. After hearing this, Yun Yihan didn't react for a moment. Then she stepped forward, grabbed the demon lord's shoulders, and asked him what had happened at home. But the demon lord draped his removed outer robe over her. He gently picked her up and flew towards the sky. They were unaware that at this moment, the owner of the spirit spring had returned to the cave. N.I. Changsheng had intended to tend to his spirit herbs. When he arrived at the spirit spring, he discovered that his spirit herbs had vanished without a trace. Seeing this, he couldn't help but roar in anger, vowing to make the little thief who stole the spirit herbs pay. The demon lord flew all the way with Yun Yihan. Before long, they arrived above a punishment platform. She was wondering why the demon lord didn't take her home, but brought her to this place instead. The demon lord, however, brought his face right next to hers, stating that there was no mistake. Immediately after, his lips pressed onto Yun Yihan's mouth, saying he wanted to punish her. She didn't know what the demon lord had put in her body this time, but he didn't explain, directly pressing his lips onto Yun Yihan's. His left hand continuously infused spiritual power into her abdomen. Just as her vision began to blur, the demon lord told her to hurry to the punishment platform, or it would be too late. As they slowly landed on the ground, Yun Yihan got a clear view of the person on the punishment platform. She saw Yun Xiao, his face covered in wounds, bound to the punishment platform. Seeing this, she couldn't help but voice her confusion. But before she could think further, Yun Zhao's shoulder was pierced by a sharp sword. The one holding the sword was none other than her cousin, Lung Qingwei. She opened her mouth and called Yun Xiao a little thief, telling him to hand over what he was hiding. Yun Xiao gritted his teeth and looked at Lung Qingwei, cursing her as a wench. Below the platform, Yin Yang also told Lung Qingwei to release Yun Xiao. but she told Yin Yang not to worry, that he would be next. Not a single person from the Yun family would escape. With that, Lung Qingwei raised the sword in her hand and viciously stabbed at the bound Yun Xiao. Just as he closed his eyes, ready to give up resisting, a clang was heard. Lung Qingwei's sword was knocked into the sky. Yun Yihin appeared barefoot on the punishment platform. She looked coldly at Lung Qingwei, who had fallen to the ground, telling her to come at her if she had a problem. Seeing her return, Yun Yang was moved to tears of joy. The crowd below, seeing how beautiful she was, all had looks of astonishment on their faces. Lung Qingwei, however, began to slander Yun Yihin, saying she had instigated Yun Xiao to steal her treasure. She raised her long sword and charged at her. Yun Yihin also gathered spiritual power in her hand. Only then did she realize her spiritual power had turned purple. Without further hesitation, she viciously flung it directly at Lung Qingwei. The longsword in her hand was instantly shattered, and she was sent flying with a scream. Yun Yihin watched the purple spiritual power slowly dissipate in her hand. She thought it was likely because of the demon lord. His spiritual form then appeared behind Yun Yihin, telling her the reason for his forceful kiss. But she waved her hand, dispelling the demon lord's spiritual form, indicating that even without borrowing his power, she could handle Lung Qingwei on her own. At that moment, Lung Qingwei gripped her broken sword and struggled to her feet. Seeing this, Yun Yihin strode forward, kicked the sword from her hand, and stomped on her head, telling her to release Yun Xiao. Just then, a person from the crowd below roared, leaping over the heads of the audience and landing heavily on the punishment platform. Yun Yihin looked closely and saw it was the great elder of the Lung family, a martial king. He opened his mouth and mocked Yun Yihin for being a mere martial practitioner, yet acting so arrogantly. Below the platform, the Lung family head also saw the great elder, a look of assured victory appearing on his face. He ignored the discussions in the crowd and directly told Yun Yihin to hand over the treasure and release Lung Qingwei, or he would take action. Seeing this, Yun Yihin drew the dagger from her waist and told him to stop wasting words. She then pointed the dagger at the great elder, stating that she wanted to witness the power of a martial king. The Lung family great elder, seeing her ignorant and arrogant demeanor, directly channeled his spiritual power, wanting to show her the ultimate power of a martial king. Then, a spirit-binding rope flew towards her. It wrapped tightly around her body, holding her in place. But the dagger in Yun Yihin's hand could not break the spirit-binding rope's restraint. At this moment, the demon lord appeared behind her, explaining that the spirit-binding rope was formed from spiritual power and couldn't be broken by blades. Just as she was asking the demon lord for a solution, the demon lord took out a pill. This pill could increase one's strength 1,000,000-fold. With that, he directly fed the pill into Yun Yihin's mouth. Then, he looked coldly at the Lung family great elder and slapped him across the face. The great elder was knocked to his knees before Yun Yihin, coughing up blood repeatedly. The others, however, couldn't see the demon lord at all. Seeing this, they all wondered what the great elder was doing. He thought Yun Yihin had sneak attacked him and roared in anger, vowing to make her suffer a terrible death. Meanwhile, she was still trying to cut the spirit-binding rope on her body. Seeing this, the demon lord came over and wrapped his arms around Yun Yihin's waist, asking if she hadn't taken the pill. She, however, returned the pill to the demon lord, saying it was just a minor injury and she couldn't waste such a good pill, and she would deal with the Lung family great elder herself. After all, this was the Yun family's affair. Seeing her proud and aloof look, the demon lord lifted her chin, wanting to see how she would defeat the great elder. He patted Yun Yihin's head, telling her to call him if she needed anything, and then his entire form slowly dissipated. At this time, she called upon the natal tree within her body. The great elder saw this and mocked her from the side for her wishful thinking, trying to break the spirit-binding rope with spiritual power. Unexpectedly, the next second, the spirit-binding rope shattered. Seeing this, he gaped in shock, exclaiming it was impossible. Yun Yihin, however, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked coldly at the great elder. Seeing the blood dripping from her lips, the great elder believed she was now at the end of her rope. He casually cast an energy barrier, trapping Yun Yihin inside. The energy barrier continuously shrank towards her body, but her eyes were filled with amusement. Yun Yihin then opened her natal tree's space, stalks of spirit grass scattered onto the punishment platform. Seeing this, the crowd below rushed onto the platform to snatch the spirit grass. They knocked the great elder straight to the ground, not forgetting to stomp on him a few times. He cursed out loud in anger. Seeing this, Yun Yihan knew her chance had come. Spiritual power erupted from her entire body, breaking the energy barrier's seal. Spiritual power continuously gathered at her fingertips. She wanted to let the great elder have a taste of the energy barrier too. A solidified energy ball appeared in midair and slammed heavily into the great elder. He was hit so hard his eyes rolled back, and he fainted directly on the punishment platform. At this time, the spirit rain was still falling continuously on the punishment platform. But Yun Yihan was surprised to find that she couldn't retract the spiritual power. Just as she was wondering how to control the spiritual power, the demon lord appeared before her. He told Yun Yihan not to mind the surrounding spiritual power. Then, cupping her small face, he said he would let the others witness the gap in power between Yun Yihan and them. A strong fluctuation of spiritual power emanated from her body, shooting straight into the clouds. It was visible even from far outside the city. A huge pillar of spiritual light shot into the sky. As the spiritual power erupted from Yun Yihan, spiritual energy crystals actually began to float down from the sky. This scene greatly shocked the crowd below. Even a martial king was probably not 1/10,000th as powerful as her. At this moment, someone noticed a palanquin slowly flying over from the sky. A large spiritual energy net was cast from within the palanquin, wrapping up all the spiritual energy crystals in the air. The ninth princess then appeared before everyone, declaring that all these spiritual energy crystals belonged to her. When the crowd below saw it was the ninth princess, they all recalled the bad deeds she had done in the past and immediately turned to flee. The ninth princess landed in front of Yun Yihan and questioned why she was still standing there. But she said that she had created this spirit rain in the first place, telling the ninth princess to take as she pleased, as she didn't care. The third prince also walked out of the palanquin at this time, not understanding why Yun Yihan was here. The ninth princess was suddenly startled. She asked in a low voice, "Third prince, Yun Yihan was originally a good-for-nothing. Isn't it a bit wrong to snatch the treasure she made?" The third prince, however, snatched the spiritual energy net directly from her hand, stating that all treasures in the world belong to the imperial family, so there's no such thing as snatching. He then pushed aside the palanquin's curtain, intending to go inside. At this moment, Lung Qinghue suddenly rushed forward and hugged the third prince, asking him to seek justice for her. She also falsely accused Yun Yihan of stealing her treasure. Seeing this, the third prince told Lung Qinghue to explain in detail. It turned out that yesterday, Yun Shao had broken into the Lung residence at night, and the Lung family's treasure happened to go missing. That's why Lung Qinghue wanted to punish Yun Shao on the punishment platform today. But Yun Yihan suddenly arrived, not only becoming very strong, but also injuring her. Lung Qinghue felt that complaining to the third prince wasn't enough. She quickly grabbed the hand of the ninth princess beside her, asking her to seek justice for her. She didn't forget the crowd below, stating that they were all witnesses. After hearing this, the crowd below couldn't help but feel pity for the Lung family. Just then, the seventh prince stood up and said Lung Qinghue was a thief crying, "Stop thief." When the ninth princess saw the seventh prince, she flew over and hugged him. The third prince, however, loudly reprimanded the guards beside him. "Seventh brother is already gravely ill. Are you trying to get him killed by bringing him out?" This scene scared the guards so much that he knelt directly on the ground, begging for his life. The seventh prince, however, said he just wanted to get some fresh air. "Do I need to report to you first?" This made the third prince grit his teeth in anger. The seventh prince looked at Lung Qinghue and asked if becoming stronger was also a crime. Lung Qinghue, however, turned the accusation towards Yun Yihan, asking if she became strong because of the Lung family's treasure. She didn't forget to whisper in her ear, saying that her father was in her hands, and that she should think carefully about how to answer. Hearing Lung Qinghue say this, Yun Yihan directly grabbed her by the neck, stating that the Yun family would never take the blame. Then she fiercely threw her to the ground, threatening her to release her father or no one from the Lung family would live. Seeing that this tactic didn't work, Lung Qinghue started crying to the third prince. And the third prince, to save face, had no choice but to intervene. He directly drew his longsword and placed it on Yun Yihan's shoulder. He asked her what crime she should be charged with for stealing a treasure and slandering the Lung family. But she directly slapped away the third prince's longsword, asking if he was going to openly side with the Lung family. Then, as she walked down from the punishment platform, she said that the Yun family acts with integrity and will never be meat on someone else's chopping block. Seeing this, the guards below drew their long swords, intending to surround and attack Yun Yihan. Seeing them trying to curry favor with the third prince, she condensed a spiritual power shield to block the guard attacks. Then she roared, declaring that even if she had to descend into demonic cultivation, she would bathe the punishment platform in blood. Seeing the guards completely surround Yun Yihan, she gathered spiritual power in her hands and looked at them with sharp eyes. Seeing this, the guards all raised their long swords and charged at her. But a cold smile appeared on Yun Yihan's lips. She simply lifted her palm, and the guards lost control of their bodies, all floating into the air. And as her palm fell, the guards were viciously smashed to the ground. Their long swords were controlled by Yun Yihan, hovering in midair. With a wave of her hand, the long sword shot swiftly towards Lung Qingwei. They pierced several holes in her body. Seeing this, the Lung family members below all wanted to get away from the punishment platform. At this moment, however, Yun Yihan couldn't control the purple spiritual energy given by the Demon Lord. Seeing this, the seventh prince knew she was about to descend into demonic cultivation. At this time, not only did thunder roar in the sky, but wisps of black energy also slowly drifted down, coiling around her. Yun Yihan felt the spiritual power in her body turn chaotic, as if it was about to burst out of her. She couldn't help but float in midair and roar. At this moment, a figure rushed towards her. It was the master of the spirit spring, NAMA-MANGAI, who had arrived before her. He tapped his finger on Yun Yihan's forehead, and she immediately fell unconscious. NAMA-MANGAI grabbed her by the wrist, holding her up in midair. He mocked Yun Yihan for being a pathetic little thief. Just then, a bolt of golden lightning struck towards NAMA-MANGAI. It made his gaze harden. It turned out the Demon Lord had rushed over. He pulled Yun Yihan directly into his arms, declaring that he would take care of his own woman. Meanwhile, spiritual power had already gathered in his palm, and he blasted it towards NAMA-MANGAI. Seeing this, he quickly dodged, cursing Madman under his breath. The Demon Lord, at this moment, looked at Yun Yihan with eyes full of heartache. Then he directly kissed her on the lips. After a long moment, the Demon Lord's lips left hers. His fingers lifted her chin, indicating there were still many things he needed to teach her. But at this moment, a long sword was placed in front of the Demon Lord. The third prince was seen demanding to know who he was. But the Demon Lord's gaze towards him was filled with indifference. The Demon Lord looked at the third prince with a cold smile, and his entire being slowly vanished before his eyes. Just as the third prince was searching for the Demon Lord's figure, he had already appeared in front of the third prince, his finger slowly pointing at him. Before he could understand what had happened, he was already kneeling on the ground. He then found he couldn't control his own body and was kowtowing non-stop to the Demon Lord. Seeing this, NAMA-MANGAI praised the Demon Lord for having some skills, and said that it had been a long time since he had met someone as strong as the Demon Lord. Just then, the Lung family head behind NAMA-MANGAI drew his long sword and launched a sneak attack on him. Seeing this, the Demon Lord cursed him as a rat, and with a wave of his palm, countless streams of sword chi shot towards NAMA-MANGAI. Seeing this, NAMA-MANGAI was about to accuse the Demon Lord. Unexpectedly, the sword chi passed him and pierced the Lung family head. Only then did NAMA-MANGAI realize that the Lung family head had actually tried to sneak attack him. He expressed his thanks to the Demon Lord. But because he had messed with Yun Yihan earlier, the Demon Lord said he wouldn't let him off. NAMA-MANGAI looked at him. He felt the Demon Lord was an interesting person. He took out a pill and told the Demon Lord to give it to Yun Yihan, considering it the prize for making a friend of him. After taking the pill, the Demon Lord warned him this pill had better be useful. Then he put the pill directly in his own mouth and leaned in to kiss Yun Yihan. During their passionate kiss, the pill was passed into her mouth. After feeding her the pill, the Demon Lord shook her head gently and called out her name softly. Yun Yihan's eyes slowly opened, and she immediately asked about her father's whereabouts. Just then, her father, not far away, called out to her. Yun Yihan also turned her head and saw the seventh prince and her father. She ran over in pleasant surprise. It turned out that the seventh prince had sent people to find her father. Seeing the seventh prince, Lung Qingyue at the side started playing the victim to him again. She even put on an act of a thief, crying, "Stop, thief." The demon lord then asked her, "Is the Lung family's treasure a third-grade origin-restoring pill?" Lung Qingyue confirmed his words. Hearing this, the demon lord let out a cold laugh. With a wave of his hand, the pouch at Lung Qingyue's waist flew towards Yun Yihan. She grabbed the pouch before her, took out the third-grade origin-restoring pill from inside, and held it up for everyone to see. And the crowd below finally understood that Lung Qingyue was the one crying, "Stop, thief." Yun Yihan fiercely threw the pouch at the Lung family head's face. She stated that this was the punishment platform and demanded he give her an explanation. The Lung family head, seeing his plot exposed, roared at Yun Yihan. But the demon lord looked at him indifferently from behind. The Lung family head's heart panicked under his indifferent gaze. He lowered his head and admitted that this matter was the Lung family's fault. Lung Qingyue still wanted to step forward and argue, but she was slapped across the face by the Lung family head. Lung Qingyue couldn't believe her own father would hit her in front of everyone. The Lung family head was now already kneeling before Yun Yihan, asking through gritted teeth of the Yun family to be merciful. She stated that the Yun family doesn't bully people. From beginning to end, they only wanted fairness. She turned to look at her father beside her, deciding to let him carry out the punishment. After listening, he decided to punish the Lung family for the crime of slander. The people tied them to the punishment platform. They took out long whips and started lashing them. The screams of Lung Qingyue and the Lung family head continuously echoed from the punishment platform. The demon lord asked Yun Yihan if she was satisfied. She said she was not. Seeing this, the Lung family head asked what exactly she wanted. Yun Yihan took out the Lung family's third-grade origin-restoring pill, stating she wanted to use it as an apology to the Yun family. Hearing this, the crowd below began to speculate. After losing the third-grade origin-restoring pill, the Lung family status as one of the four great families might be in jeopardy. That being said, the Yun family's losses were not small either. Yin Xiao looked like he was on the verge of death. Yun Yihan's gaze hardened, and she declared that not a single person from the Yun family could die. She walked slowly towards Yun Xiao and placed the third-grade origin-restoring pill in his mouth. Seeing this, Enai Changsheng was speechless. To use such a treasure to save a mere guard. But Yun Yihan said that even a guard is a member of the Yun family. Seeing how loyal and righteous she was, Enai Changsheng decided not to pursue the matter of the immortal herbs she took earlier. He then slowly floated up and flew towards the distant sky. At this moment, the demon lord seemed to get jealous. He came over and swept Yun Yihan up in his arms, stating that she and Enai Changsheng probably had no fate together. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the demon lord carried her and slowly left. She had just recovered and needed more rest. The demon lord wanted her to experience the feeling of a spirit herb bath. At night, in Yun Yihan's room, she was adding water to the bathtub. The demon lord tested the temperature of the water in the tub and said it was just right. She also slowly unfastened her outer robe and threw the spiritual herbs obtained from the spirit's spring into the water. Just then, the demon lord grabbed Yun Yihan's small hand from behind and crushed the spirit herb in her hand directly into a liquid essence. He leaned in close behind Yun Yihan's ear, his magnetic voice slowly sounding out. Bathing like this is more effective. With that, he swept her up in his arms and walked towards the wooden tub. The demon lord's robes also slowly fell to the floor. After placing Yun Yihan in the tub, he wanted to get in and dual cultivate with her. In the Yun family mansion, the demon lord had been busy for a long time getting the immortal herbs and spiritual liquid, planning to let his wife have a comfortable bath. After everything was ready, the demon lord pushed his wife into the bath. He was preparing for the two of them to have a nice, long soak together. But they hadn't been soaking for long when Yun Yihan suddenly stood up and got out of the bath. Then she instructed Yun Yang to call Yun Xiao in for a medicinal bath. The demon lord watched from the side, his face red with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Before long, Yun Yang brought Yun Xiao in, thanking her repeatedly. Because Yun Xiao was injured last time during the conflict with the Lung family, she thought of letting Yun Xiao soak in a spiritual medicine bath to see if it could strengthen his constitution or at least prevent him from being bullied by others in the future. The demon lord was completely ignored by the two of them at the side, fuming with rage. He decided not to say anything and just threw Yun Xiao into the bath. He had thought his wife wanted to bathe with him, but after all that effort, he found out it was to help their Yun family. While the demon lord was still grumbling, Yun Yihan noticed a strange stone on the ground, but she knew nothing about this thing. The demon lord walked over, took a look, and recognized it. This thing is probably a protective magical treasure. It's quite valuable. Seeing how much he valued this broken-looking stone, Yun Yihan thought to herself, this thing must be no ordinary item. So she casually picked up the stone, thinking of refining it to see its effects. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. N.I. Changsheng had been struggling all day and still couldn't find his way back. Just then, he discovered the Bagua stone was in Yun Yihan's hands. He gritted his teeth in anger and, in a fit of rage, rushed into the Yun residence. He had to get this treasure back. Yun Yihan's father saw N.I. Changsheng standing at the door, quickly greeted him with a bow, and asked what he was here for. Upon learning he was looking for his daughter, the Yun family head called Yun Yihan out. N.I. Changsheng saw her walk out. Without another word, he asked about the whereabouts of the Bagua stone. Yun Yihan took out the stone she had refined last night and asked if this was it. N.I. Changsheng snatched the Bagua stone from her hand, then told her that this was the Bagua stone. There was only one in the entire spirit spring, and he would never give it to anyone. But he had barely warmed the Bagua stone in his hand when it flew towards Yun Yihan. Because the Bagua stone flew too fast, it accidentally hit her arm and even embedded itself partially. The demon lord, seeing his wife injured, quickly ran over to check the wound. He wanted to heal her, but Yun Yihan waved her hand, indicating it wasn't necessary. Her wound was seen healing on its own. N.I. Changsheng also noticed that her self-healing ability was surprisingly strong and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. And the blood-stained Bagua stone was pushed out of her arm and fell to the ground. After absorbing her blood, the Bagua stone seemed to have gained sentience, even rubbing against her face. N.I. Changsheng thought to himself, this woman always manages to do something jaw-dropping. It seems impossible to get this Bagua stone back now. He had no choice but to temporarily entrust it to Yun Yihan for safekeeping. In exchange, she had to let him stay at the Yun residence for a few days. Seeing that he planned to stay here temporarily, the possessive demon lord became extremely jealous. He directly put his arm around Yun Yihan and made an excuse, saying she was weak and couldn't accompany him, then quickly left. N.I. Changsheng watched him go without saying much and went directly back to his room. When night came, the demon lord filled the bathtub with water, wanting his wife to have a good soak. But he saw that she was bathing with her clothes on. Yun Yihan was probably exhausted and had fallen asleep directly in the bath. Feeling sorry for her, the demon lord carried her back to the bed. He then held her in his arms, wanting her to have a good sleep. When Yun Yihan woke up early in the morning, she found herself lying in bed, not knowing what had happened last night. Just then, the demon lord came in and, as if claiming credit, told her that he had carried her to bed last night. Before the two could get enough of each other, the Yun family head ran over. He told the two that someone from the imperial palace had come today, telling them to send the seventh prince back to the palace tonight. The emperor's words could not be defied, so they could only nod in agreement. But as things stood, the seventh prince's health was probably too poor for him to enter the palace. In this situation, they would be defying an imperial edict. Yun Yihan walked up to the seventh prince, wanted to make a deal with him. She said she could save the seventh prince, but in exchange, the seventh prince must help her. The seventh prince knew his body was weak and he was on the verge of death. He told Yun Yihan not to waste her effort, but she refused to believe it and directly infused spiritual power into the seventh prince's body. But she found that the spiritual power couldn't penetrate him at all. And with this stimulation, the seventh prince immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. Seeing this, she knew she couldn't save the seventh prince. But if she didn't solve this problem, she would feel uneasy. So she got up to find the demon lord, hoping to get some clues from him. After seeing him, she didn't waste any time and directly asked about the restriction. After learning about it, she realized it was because the restriction on the seventh prince's body was too powerful, which was why she couldn't save him. Besides breaking it with stronger power, The only other way was to find the person who placed the restriction. So, Yin Yihan first planned to ask the seventh prince who exactly placed this restriction. But the seventh prince didn't know what was going on either. Although she wanted to solve this problem for the seventh prince, for now, she could only delay. When night fell, the third prince was waiting at the Yun family's gate. Seeing that they hadn't brought the seventh prince out after a long time, he began to suspect that the two of them had hidden the prince, intending to rebel and cause trouble. Just as Yin Yihan was about to refute him, the demon lord arrived at the gate, supporting the seventh prince. As soon as the seventh prince came out, the third prince didn't bother them further and told him to get into his carriage. The third prince clicked his tongue in amazement, thinking, has this guy lost his mind? How dare he be picky about my luxurious carriage? If you don't want to ride, then walk. This infuriated the seventh prince, making him fume with rage. He spat a mouthful of blood all over him, thinking he had gone too far. At this moment, the demon lord stopped him. In the blink of an eye, he turned the shabby carriage into a luxurious one. The third prince looked at his own pathetic state and decided to settle the score with these two once they were in the palace. At this time, Changsheng also rushed over, saying he wanted to go to the imperial palace to watch the fun. It turned out that when the third prince read the imperial edict, he had deliberately forgotten him. But he didn't expect Changsheng to find out. He directly mocked the third prince. Then they all went to the imperial palace. After everyone arrived at the palace, the emperor heard that the Yun family had an expert who surpassed the martial king realm. So he wanted to meet this person. Hearing this, the Yun family head could only politely explain that this person was not actually from the Yun family, but a friend of his daughter. The emperor then asked if Yin Yihan had come. At this moment, the ninth princess stood up and announced Yin Yihan's true identity. The emperor saw how beautiful she was, and then noticed the ninth princess seemed to care a lot about Changsheng. The princess also blushed shyly. Seeing how outstanding he was, the emperor wanted to have Changsheng marry the ninth princess. Unexpectedly, he opened his mouth and politely refused. When the emperor saw that he dared to defy him, he immediately flew into a rage. Changsheng also told the emperor that he could decide his own marriage. At this moment, Lung Qingyue came up to cause trouble. The emperor saw her and asked what had happened. So Lung Qingyue came up and framed the Yun family, saying they stole her spiritual pills and injured her clansmen. The emperor was also completely confused, but the crowd below already knew what had happened a few days ago. They were also puzzled why Lung Qingyue still dared to come out and spout nonsense, especially since the Yun family now had a powerful expert looking after them. As for Lung Qingyue, seeing the emperor cooperate with her questioning, she knew the emperor was on her side. Yin Yihan, seeing herself being framed, opened her mouth to explain to the emperor. Seeing this, Lung Qingyue quickly knelt down and asked the emperor to seek justice for her. Changsheng was furious when he saw this scene, because Lung Qingyue was twisting the truth. He asked if she was looking down on him, but she still maintained an innocent look and explained to the emperor that she had only compromised before because she was afraid of Changsheng. Upon hearing this, Yin Yihan immediately spotted the problem. She told her to tell everyone what kind of treasure was stolen. Lung Qingyue spoke up, stating that the stolen item was the chaos pig. When everyone saw that the Yun family's magical treasure was supposedly from the Lung family, they couldn't help but start to doubt. The Yun family head also retorted that the chaos pig was passed down from their Yun family's ancestors. Seeing this situation, Yin Yihan told Lung Qingyue to describe to everyone what the divine artifact looked like. But she said that the chaos pig was just a round, rolling bead. Hearing this, Yin Yihan laughed so hard that tears came to her eyes. The emperor still couldn't figure out why she was laughing so hard. So she explained that the bead stolen from the Lung family was completely different from their Yun families. After hearing this, Lung Qingyue scoffed. Could there be two chaos pigs in the world? Yin Yihan called her a fool. The chaos pig is actually the pig boss that embodies all things in heaven and earth. How could it be a bead? Lung Qingyue had clearly intended to frame the Yun family, but her lie was exposed on the spot by Yin Yihan. Seeing that she could no longer keep up the act, Lung Qingyue was kicked to the ground by Yin Yihan. She obediently kowtowed to the emperor to plead for her crime. The emperor, seeing he had been deceived, ordered the guards to beat Lung Qinghua half to death and throw her into the grand prison. Seeing this happen, the emperor lost the mood to continue the banquet and told everyone to return to their homes. The Yun family head saw Yun Yihan's performance in the palace today and thought it was about time to hand the divine artifact over to her. He then led her to the Yun family's secret chamber. At this time, Incite Changsheng also followed them and discovered that the chaos pig was indeed a pig. The Yun family head didn't know when he had entered the secret chamber, so he wanted to ask his purpose for coming. But Incite Changsheng didn't take this pig seriously at all, stating that even if he obtained it, he couldn't possibly activate it. Then Yun Yihan activated the chaos pig. One could only say this face slap came completely out of the blue. The chaos pig, seeing it was disturbed, became furious. It wanted to finish Yun Yihan off, so it lunged forward with a claw. She reacted immediately, raising her leg to block the attack. When the chaos pig found its attack had no effect, it grew even angrier and continued to chase and attack her. Before long, Yun Yihan was sent flying by the chaos pig. She crashed heavily against the protective barrier outside. The demon lord sensed the powerful spiritual energy fluctuation from this direction. Discovering his wife was injured, he quickly ran outside the room. Then, with a single punch, he shattered the barrier to pieces. He saw that his wife was seriously injured and quickly took out a magical treasure to help her control the chaos pig. The chaos pig is one of the ancient divine artifacts. Seeing it so easily controlled by the demon lord, Yun Yihan was a bit curious about who he really was. To reduce her pressure, the demon lord deliberately weakened the chaos pig's power. He then let Yun Yihan proceed to subdue it. The chaos pig, having been weakened by the demon lord, was very resentful of his control and kept struggling. The demon lord saw that Yun Yihan's injuries were quite severe. He wanted to help heal her. She was quite curious why the demon lord was willing to give the chaos pig to her to form a contract. The demon lord asked Yun Yihan if she remembered the first time they met. At that time, it was love at first sight for the demon lord. She had formed a contract with the demon lord using her blood. Yun Yihan thought he was talking nonsense and said that if he didn't want to say, then forget it. She then walked towards a room, planning to cultivate. Seeing this, the demon lord stepped forward and grabbed Yun Yihan's wrist, wanting to cultivate with her. But she shook off the demon lord's hand, stating that she needed to tame the chaos pig. She told him not to disturb her and shut the door with a bang. Seeing her like this, the demon lord directly cursed her as a heartless little thing. After entering the room, Yun Yihan directly threw the chaos pig onto the bed. This action greatly enraged it, and it told her to show some respect for an ancient divine artifact. She stated that even an ancient divine artifact, due to its arrogance, would sooner or later be defeated by her. After hearing this, the chaos pig told Yun Yihan not to be ungrateful. She had already gathered spiritual power in her hand and firmly locked the chaos pig in place. Only then did it remember that she had become its master. Yun Yihan began to cultivate nearby. The chaos pig saw that her strength was progressing so rapidly and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Then it saw the wound on her face slowly healing. It didn't expect her to have a rapid recovery constitution. As the night grew deeper, the chaos pig complained about why Yun Yihan wasn't sleeping yet. Because she was its master, after all. If she didn't sleep, the chaos pig couldn't sleep either. Yun Yihan asked the chaos pig if it acknowledged her as its master, but it thought she was toying with it and showed a wronged expression, saying it was really sleepy. Yun Yihan pointed to its head, saying she wasn't bullying it. She had been cultivating all night, every day, for the past few months. In the future, it would have to work as hard as she did. Seeing that she had such potential and still worked so hard, the chaos pig was on the verge of tears. The next day, in the Lung family courtyard, Lung Qinghua fiercely smashed a vase on the ground. Seeing this, the Lung family head told her to behave herself for a while. But she said that she had been tricked by Yun Yihan and couldn't swallow this anger. She wanted to find a way to get her killed. At this moment, a servant ran in hastily to report, telling the Lung family head that their Yun Yihan had already formed a contract with the chaos pig. This sentence couldn't help but make them exclaim in shock. The Lung family head was the first to react, hurriedly asking the servant if it was true. The servant gave an affirmative answer. Lung Qinghua pulled the Lung family head, asking him what they should do now. The Lung family head told her not to panic. Even if a contract was formed, it could be broken. Moreover, the annual hunting competition was coming up soon. After hearing this, a sinister expression appeared on Lung Qingyue's face, thinking about how to cause trouble for Yun Yihan at the hunting competition. At this time, in the Yun family courtyard, the Yun family head came to inform her that the hunting competition was tomorrow. This hunting competition would last for half a month, and he told Yun Yihan to be extra careful. She asked her father if they were leaving tomorrow, so she could go inform Yun Yang. Just as she was about to go out to inform Yun Yang, N.I. Changsheng called out to Yun Yihan from behind. Seeing that N.I. Changsheng still hadn't left, she was speechless. Was he going to freeload here for as long as the Bagua stone was with her? Just then, N.I. Changsheng waved his hand and threw a long sword to Yun Yihan. After catching it, she asked N.I. Changsheng why he was giving her a weapon. N.I. Changsheng thought she didn't like weapons. Yun Yihan told him to keep it for himself, and she walked straight outside. Seeing this, N.I. Changsheng placed a restriction on her. If she was ever in danger, he would know immediately. Yun Yihan didn't want to accept his good intentions. She wanted to dispel the restriction, but found it was impossible to do so. Seeing this, she could only give up the idea and walked outside. N.I. Changsheng watched her retreating back and couldn't help but let out a heavy breath. He didn't know why she didn't want his protection. After returning to the room at night, the demon lord asked Yun Yihan if she was leaving tomorrow. She sat down by the bed and hummed a soft demo. The demon lord then played with her earring, wanting her to take him with her tomorrow. After Yun Yihan refused, the demon lord pressed close, asking her why she always rejected him. Was it because she thought he wasn't powerful enough? She said it was precisely because the demon lord was too powerful that he didn't need her take him. After hearing this, the demon lord's lips kissed her shoulder, leaving a mark. This way, no matter where Yun Yihan went, he would be able to know. Then he discovered the restriction N.I. Changsheng had placed on her. The spiritual energy on his palm slowly moved towards the restriction. The restriction thus slowly dissipated. The next day, Yun Yihan arrived at the outskirts of the demonic beast mountain range, looking at the hunting competition that was about to begin. At this moment, Hua Yin suddenly pulled open a tent and walked out, asking how she was qualified to participate in the hunting competition. But Yun Yihan didn't want to waste words with Hua Yin and directly told her to shut up. Seeing this, Hua Yin turned to Jun Si and started tattling. However, Jun Si had no intention of helping her. This scene made Hua Yan's face turn purple with anger. She then turned her focus to Yun Yihan, vowing to never let her leave the demonic beast mountain range alive. Just then, the emperor also arrived slowly in his dragon palanquin. Seeing this, the crowd bowed in salute. The emperor also announced the rules of this hunting competition. It would last for half a month. The family that hunted the most demonic beasts of the highest grade and quantity would receive a second-grade pill and a Xuanji Palace technique. Upon hearing this, Hua Yin thought to herself that the pill and technique would surely belong to their Shangyuan sect. But Jun Si looked over, asking Yun Yihan if she wanted the prize. He could go easy on her, but she said there was no need. She would get the prize she wanted with her own strength. At this time, not far away, the third prince walked over with Lung Qingyue. He immediately mocked Yun Yihan, saying she thought she was first place before it even started. In his heart, however, he was plotting how to make her die without a burial place. Facing Lung Qingyue's cold taunts, Yun Yihan paid them no mind. After all, even if she didn't win first place, it was still better than the Lung family not even being qualified to participate. She then directed the Yun family members to go hunting. This scene made Lung Qingyue grit her teeth in anger. In her heart, she told Yun Yihan not to be smug. Her time of death was coming soon. At night, the Yun family members arrived at the demonic beast mountain range. Yun Shao looked at the surroundings. There was nothing but weeds. He suggested they go a little deeper. Unexpectedly, they suddenly heard someone fart. Yun Yihan and the others looked in Yun Zhao's direction. He pointed to the flower-carving vulture in the sky. Seeing the flower-carving vulture, he quickly took out his long sword and swung at it. At this moment, an arrow ambushed him. Yun Yihan took a closer look and saw it was Hua Yin ambushing from behind. She dodged the incoming arrow, but Hua Yin was relentless, shooting 3 arrows in a row towards her. Seeing this, Jun Si rushed towards her. She managed to dodge 2 arrows. One of them was kicked back by Jun Si, grazing Hua Yan's cheek. Jun Si came forward to ask if Yun Yihan was injured. She said she was fine. Jun Si turned and grabbed Hua Yan's wrist, wanting her to apologize. Hua Yan was still trying to argue, saying she was originally trying to hunt the flower-carving vulture. After hearing this, Jun Si threw her to the ground. She started playing the victim, saying Yun Yihan was a little thief who stole her demonic beast. After speaking, she got up, grabbed Jun Si's hand, and cried that she had been wronged. Seeing her like this, Jun Si stepped forward and helped Hua Yan up. Hua Yan saw this and thought Jun Si believed her and couldn't help but feel smug. Unexpectedly, Jun Si said she took advantage of someone's peril and still refused to admit her mistake. He directly expelled her from a Shengyan sect. Hearing this, a look of disbelief appeared on Hua Yan's face. Jun Si turned his head directly, telling her not to call him senior brother anymore. Seeing this, Hua Yan could only admit her mistake to Yun Yihan, begging her to persuade Jun Si. But she didn't want to meddle in the Sheng Yun sect's affairs and wanted to leave with the flower-carving vulture. At this moment, Yun Shao ran over shouting. He told Yun Yihan that Yun Yang had been taken by Lung Qingyue to the depths of the demonic beast mountain range. Her eyes widened after hearing this. She told Yun Shao to take her to the depths of the demonic beast mountain range, as Yun Yang might be in danger. Before long, they stopped, looking at Lung Qingyue in front of them. She pulled on the white silk in her hand, and Yun Yang fell from the tree. Below was a python, which directly coiled around Yun Yang's body. Seeing this scene, she let out a cold laugh, asking Lung Qingyue if she thought a single python could defeat her. Lung Qingyue looked at Yun Yihan with a sinister expression, asking her if she knew about the snake pit in the demonic beast mountain range from which no one returned alive. As she spoke, she had already cut the white silk binding Yun Yang, looking over with a contemptuous expression. She told her to go rescue Yun Yang from the snake pit and bury herself in there as well. Yun Yang was already falling toward the snake pit. As the python's body continued to coil, he also let out a cry of alarm. Seeing this scene, Yun Yihan's heart clenched. She called out Yun Yang's name. Seeing Yun Yang fall into the snake pit, Yun Yihan told Yun Shao beside her to wait here. Then she jumped down into the snake pit herself. After walking forward for a short while, she finally saw Yun Yang lying in a pile of snakes. She condensed spiritual power in her hand, and a spiritual vine wrapped towards him, but she found the distance was not enough. Yun Yihan looked at the tree branch above the cave entrance. Without further hesitation, she jumped up, grabbed the tree root, and swung towards Yun Yang. Before long, she finally arrived above Yun Yang. She didn't notice the poisonous gas filling the air. Just as Yun Yihan arrived above Yun Yang, the tree root in her hand suddenly broke. Seeing this, Yun Yang quickly urged her to leave because there was a restriction on him, although he didn't want to die either. Seeing this, Yun Yihan once again condensed her spiritual energy. A long vine crawled towards Yun Yang. Unexpectedly, the python actually climbed up along the long vine. Soon, she was surrounded by a swarm of snakes and could only use her spiritual power to protect her body. The mark the demon lord had given her before also lit up at this moment. Then she saw the demon lord appear before her eyes, telling her not to worry. Just as Yun Yihan was wondering how the demon lord had appeared here, the surrounding pythons had already surrounded them completely. The demon lord glanced back, and the spiritual energy in his hand shot out, directly knocking down the surrounding pythons. The demon lord carried her to the ground. Yun Yihan stepped forward and grabbed Yun Yang's hand, only to find that his life origin was gone. The life origin is a substance in a cultivator's body. Only with it can one cultivate. Seeing this, the demon lord told her not to panic. If the life origin is gone, they just need to snatch one. He took Yun Yihan and Yun Yang and flew towards the top of the snake pit. The pythons below saw this and tried to give chase, but with a single move from the demon lord, they were blasted to smithereens. Yun Shao above also heard the movement inside the cave and shouted loudly for them. Lung Qingyue beside him looked smug, thinking Yun Yihan must have been bitten to death by the snakes. Not even a bone would be left. At this moment, the demon lord flew up with them. Seeing this, Yun Shao couldn't help but cry with joy. Lung Qingyue gritted her teeth and said it was impossible. After coming up from the snake pit, Yun Yihan told Yun Shao to take care of. Yun Yang. Her gaze turned cold as she looked at Lung Qingwei, commanding the surrounding pythons to tear at her. Seeing this, Lung Qingwei hurriedly hid behind a tree. Just as she was rejoicing that she had escaped, a snake's head suddenly appeared by her face. The demon lord appeared in midair, commanding the swarm of snakes to tear at Lung Qingwei. She could only kowtow frantically to the demon lord, begging him to spare her life. The demon lord was unmoved, directly commanding the snakes to surround her completely. At this moment, Lung Qingwei lost her footing and fell hard from the tree. Her face slammed into the ground, leaving behind several scars. Seeing this, the demon lord had no intention of letting her go, commanding the swarm of snakes to tear at Lung Qingwei. At this time, Yin Yang also woke up, letting out a series of violent coughs. Seeing this, Yin Yihan quickly told him not to worry. Her eyes looked towards the demon lord, asking him to snatch a life origin. He was very cooperative, extending his palm towards Lung Qingwei. Just then, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Everyone looked up and discovered it was a Beiji soul snake appearing before their eyes. It opened its mouth to question who destroyed its snake pit and slaughtered its people. Seeing this, Lung Qingwei loudly accused Yin Yihan and the others. She even played the victim, asking the soul snake to kill them for revenge. After hearing this, the soul snake flicked its tongue at the demon lord. It directly opened its bloody maw and charged towards them. The demon lord protected Yin Yihan in his arms. She didn't know why the demon lord would accept Lung Qingyue's false accusation. The demon lord tapped her nose, saying the Beiji soul snake's soul origin was a rare treasure, and he wanted to give it to her. At this moment, the soul snake had already opened its bloody maw and was behind him. Just as the demon lord was about to deal with the soul snake, the chaos pig appeared beside them, telling the soul snake to hand over its soul origin itself. Yin Yihan realized she clearly hadn't summoned the chaos pig, yet it appeared here. The chaos pig said that as long as Yin Yihan was in danger, it would come to protect her. But with the demon lord here, she's not in any danger, and she wanted it to go back. It said protecting Yin Yihan was its duty. She didn't believe a word the chaos pig said. It turned out it came for the Beiji soul snake's soul origin and didn't want an outsider like the demon lord to interfere. After hearing this, the demon lord lifted it up, asking who was the outsider. Hearing this, the chaos pig directly pointed at the Beiji soul snake and said it was the outsider. The Beiji soul snake was enraged by their antics and opened its bloody maw to bite them. The chaos pig extended a hand, and a sharp energy flew towards the Beiji soul snake. It then slowly opened above its head, forming a large net. After the chaos pig's hand fell, the Beiji soul snake was firmly bound in place. As the spiritual energy net continued to tighten, the Beiji soul snake's body gradually shrank. Seeing this, Lung Qingwei directly complained that the Beiji soul snake was a piece of trash. She hadn't expected the Beiji soul snake to be so useless. On the other side, as the chaos pig continued to use its spiritual power, the Beiji soul snake's body gradually disappeared. A golden soul origin appeared in midair. Seeing this, the chaos pig pounced directly towards the soul origin. Yin Yihan picked up the soul origin from the ground beforehand. The chaos pig shouted at her. They had just agreed that the soul origin would be its. At this moment, the demon lord appeared behind Yin Yihan, holding her while his gaze turned to the chaos pig. Seeing this, it could only swallow its anger, saying that Yin Yihan could decide what to do with the treasure. She took the soul origin and planned to go save Yin Yang. The demon lord said this treasure was his gift to her. Then, with a push of his palm, he sent the soul origin into her mouth. As Yin Yihan swallowed the soul origin, a light flashed in her eyes. The demon lord came over and caressed her face, congratulating her on her advancement. Yin Yihan slapped his hand away, asking why he gave the soul origin to her. This soul origin was meant to save Yin Yang. The demon lord told her not to worry. He had a way to save Yin Yang. The demon lord looked at Lung Qingyue lying on the ground, thinking she would surely be happy to help. He extended his palm towards Lung Qingyue, stripping the life origin from her body. He sent it directly into Yin Yang's mouth. After a moment, Yin Yang finally woke up. He asked Yin Yihan where this place was. She also explained what had just happened. After hearing this, Yin Xiao directly called the demon Lord Young Master-in-Law. Yin Yin hurriedly told him not to talk nonsense. Seeing her like this, the demon lord pulled her into an embrace, saying her flustered look was also very cute. He then kissed her on the lips, asking if Yin Yin missed him. As their kiss deepened, she gradually closed her eyes. Before long, Yin Yin pushed the demon lord away. She said the crisis was now resolved and told him to go back quickly. Unexpectedly, he lifted her directly onto his shoulder, saying he would never leave her side again. Ignoring Yun Yin's protests, he carried her towards the depths of the demonic beast mountain range. At this time, Lung Qingwei hated her so much she was gritting her teeth. She believed she was relying on selling her looks to gain the help of a powerful expert. Watching their gradually receding figures, she gritted her teeth and said she would definitely make Yun Yihan wish she were dead. Their group walked towards the depths of the demonic beast mountain range. At this moment, a sound came from her stomach. The demon lord heard it and thought she must be hungry. He put Yun Yihan down from his shoulder, tapped her nose, and said he would go get something to eat. He looked up at the flower-carving vulture flying in the sky. A ray of spiritual energy shot from his fingertip, piercing straight through the flower-carving vulture in midair. Looking at the third-tier flower-carving vulture that fell to the ground, Yun Yihan ran over. She took out its monster core and threw it to Yun Yang, telling him to keep it safe. She turned her head, but saw Yun Yang walking over with a pile of firewood. He even wanted to start a fire by drilling wood like ancient people. A wisp of fire spirit slowly floated from Yun Yihan's fingertip. It directly ignited the firewood in front of Yun Yang. The demon lord also hugged her from behind, showering her with praise. He then placed the prepared flower-carving vulture on the fire to roast. Before long, a fragrant aroma emanated from the flower-carving vulture. Yun Xiao and the others hadn't expected the demon lord to have such skills, but they suddenly noticed a piece of meat was missing from the flower-carving vulture. The Chaos Pig's figure suddenly poked out from within the flower-carving vulture. Seeing this, the demon lord threw it aside. He then picked up a nearby wooden stick, skewered the flower-carving vulture meat, and held it to Yun Yian's mouth. She snatched it directly, saying she had hands. Then she discovered the meat roasted by the demon lord was truly fragrant. The demon lord gently stroked her head, saying that as long as she wanted to eat, he would roast for her every day. While speaking, he also wiped the corner of her mouth. The Chaos Pig heard the demon lord say he wanted to eat it and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. It grabbed a piece of flower-carving vulture meat and ran to the side. Yin Xiao immediately chased after it. Before it ran far, its spiritual power was depleted. Seeing Yun Xiao faint on the ground, Yun Yihan ran towards him and discovered the 7 orifices in the desert. The desert is filled with shi, and the forest is full of lin insects. If one can't fly, it's probably impossible to get past. Before she finished speaking, she also fell into the demon lord's arms, just as the demon lord was about to fly her across. Yun Yihan saw a small sheep strolling leisurely in the desert. The spirit insects in the desert all avoided the little sheep. Seeing this, she looked at the demon lord and said there was no need to trouble him. She had a way. Yun Yihan ran wildly towards the little sheep. Seeing this, she was greatly alarmed. Her foot slipped and she fell into a pit. Luckily, she caught herself in time with her spiritual power. Seeing the little sheep could actually talk, Yun Yihan asked it if it was a demonic beast that had awakened its intelligence. It arrogantly said it was a divine artifact. At this time, the Chaos Pig also appeared from behind her and recognized the little sheep in front of them. It turned out to be a Kylan sheep. After seeing the Chaos Pig, it hugged its thigh and shouted for help. It even complained that Yun Yihan had been following it. The Chaos Pig said it couldn't do anything either because she was its master. The little sheep fell silent after hearing this. She saw that the Chaos Pig and the little sheep knew each other and asked the Chaos Pig to tell her everything about the Kylan sheep. It turned out the Kylan sheep is also called the treasure-seeking sheep. Wherever it is, there is definitely treasure. Her eyes lit up after hearing this. She rubbed her hands and told the treasure-seeking sheep to hand over the treasure. Then it knelt on the ground with a thud, offering all its wealth to her. Since it's a treasure-seeking sheep, Yun Yihan asked it where it was going to seek treasure this time. It vaguely said it was just taking a casual walk this time. The Chaos Pig reminded her not to believe the treasure-seeking sheep's words, as it was a miser. After hearing this, the treasure-seeking sheep just called the Chaos Pig a dead pig. It looked up to it as an idol, and this is how it treated it. Then it turned around and tried to escape. Yun Yihan grabbed its tail. Seeing this, the treasure-seeking sheep ran wildly forward, trying to shake her off. Its head bumped straight into the demon lord's chest. Yun Yihan hurriedly asked him about Yun Zhao's condition. The demon lord told her to focus on treasure hunting. Yun Zhao was temporarily being taken care of by Yun Yang. His powerful aura pressed down on the treasure-seeking sheep, making it obediently lead Yun Yihan to find treasure and not try any tricks. The treasure-seeking sheep saw the aura on the demon lord and wondered in its heart who he was. It directly knelt before Yun Yihan with a thud. It said it would take her to the other side of the desert to find treasure. Under the demon lord's gaze, the treasure-seeking sheep grew larger and became a mount. It carried them towards the other side of the desert. Before long, it brought Yun Yihan before a mountain range. She picked up a stone from the ground and found it had been stained with blood. At this time, several burly men also appeared around her, surrounding Yun Yihan. Suddenly, a series of cutting sounds were heard. The few burly men in front of them were actually dismembered. This scene made the treasure-seeking sheep tremble in fear, wanting Yun Yihan to call the demon lord for help. She confidently said she had a way. It turned out she had already observed the pattern of the air currents inside the mountain range. She told the treasure-seeking sheep and the others to follow her closely. They slowly walked towards the eye of the wind. The treasure-seeking sheep saw how easily she solved the surrounding air currents, and a sense of defeat welled up. Because it had been unable to enter for so many years, it was easily solved by Yun Yihan. As they continued to advance into the mountain range, the air currents became more and more dense. The treasure-seeking sheep could only pray to the gods. The chaos pig directly called it a fool, telling it to just follow it forward. Before long, they got closer and closer to the mountaintop. The treasure-seeking sheep couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The air currents in front of them suddenly changed direction. The treasure-seeking sheep saw this and was scared to tears. They could only keep dodging. Before long, Yun Yihan's clothes were directly torn, revealing her back. Seeing this, the chaos pig took out a cloak and placed it over her own and the treasure-seeking sheep's heads. She also reminded it not to look at what it shouldn't. At this moment, the demon lord appeared behind Yun Yihan. He picked her up and flew toward the sky. He then gently breathed on her, and her clothes were restored to their original state. Yun Yihan asked the demon lord if he had been following her all along. The demon lord gave an affirmative answer. She angrily told him to put her down. She wanted to go treasure hunting. The demon lord saw through Yun Yihan's thoughts. She wanted to solve her problems on her own, even if it meant bleeding and getting injured. After hearing this, the demon lord put her down and flew upward. He looked back and praised her, saying she was indeed the woman he had his eyes on, and said he would wait for her at the summit. After landing, Yun Yihan summoned her life origin tree. Then she continuously dodged within the air currents. The chaos pig also threw off its cloak at this moment and chased after her. When they arrived at the summit, they looked at the demon lord standing in front of them. He took Yun Yihan's hand and pulled her into his embrace. Then they looked at the scenery below the mountain. Clouds and mist swirled between the mountains, and a line of white egrets flew slowly across the sky. Snowflakes also began to fall on the mountaintop. She reached out to catch a falling snowflake and asked the demon lord if it was condensed from spiritual power. As the snowflake slowly melted, Yun Yihan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her and fell directly into the demon lord's arms. He told Yun Yihan not to sleep, for if she did, she would never wake up again. After hearing this, she immediately widened her eyes. The demon lord waved his hand, dispersing the surrounding snowflakes, and explained to her that these snowflakes would erode a person's mind. The chaos pig also pointed at the treasure-seeking sheep, questioning if it had tricked them, because there was only danger here, no treasure. Yun Yihan also questioned the treasure-seeking sheep, asking what the treasure it mentioned was, but it said it didn't know either. It had only sensed that there was a treasure here. After hearing this, the demon lord looked directly at the treasure-seeking sheep. He pointed at the scenery before them, stating that the scenery itself was the treasure, the mountain and river map. After hearing this, Yun Yihan couldn't help but widen her eyes. Could the demon lord be talking about the spatial treasure of the ancient great emperor? After hearing this, the treasure-seeking sheep couldn't help but cry out in surprise and jumped up. While the two were arguing, The treasure-seeking sheep flew out directly and crashed hard into the mountain and river map. The map then emitted a strong burst of light. This scene made them turn pale with fright, thinking the ancient great emperor was angry. Before everyone could react, a sharp force sucked them into the mountain and river map. After the group was pulled into the map, the chaos pig and the treasure-seeking sheep endlessly blamed each other. The demon lord took Yun Yihin's small hand, telling her not to be afraid. He then pulled her into his embrace, saying they would soon see the ancient great emperor, who would surely give Yun Yihin a treasure. At this moment, a figure appeared before them, declaring that they were illegal intruders. Vines then attacked. The group was bound. The chaos pig then reminded Yun Yihin that these were Yin Huang ghost vines. Regardless of one's martial power, being bound by them meant certain death. She turned to ask the demon lord if this was true. He smiled and nodded. Now, they could only rely on Yun Yihin. She also revealed a slight smile. A wisp of fire spirit ignited in her hand, burning the vines on her body to ashes. She then conjured a fire spirit bird to lead the way. The group followed the fire spirit bird deeper and discovered a large patch of high-level spiritual herbs. The demon lord also noticed that the nearby river water actually contained the power of the stars. He directly picked Yun Yihin up, and before she could react, he jumped straight into the river. Once in the river, the demon lord caressed her cheek and softly told her to close her eyes. As Yun Yihin slowly closed her eyes, the two of them sank to the riverbed in an embrace. Just when she was about to run out of breath, the demon lord brought her to the surface. He told Yun Yihin to ignite her life origin tree and see what changes occurred. After getting ashore, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise because she had actually advanced in level again. The demon lord also reached his hand into the river, wanting to extract the river of stars' power inside to give to Yun Yihin. The river surface suddenly exploded. An old man appeared before the group, questioning them about why they were stealing his river of stars' power. He then looked over at Yun Yihin. While demanding she return his river of stars' power, he commanded the river water to crash towards her. Seeing this, the chaos pig quickly shielded Yun Yihin. The treasure-seeking sheep could only cheer for her from the side. After a short while, the chaos pig was sent flying. Yun Yihin went forward to check its injuries. The chaos pig told her to run quickly. At this moment, the demon lord put an arm around her shoulder, telling her to practice with the ancient great emperor. The ancient great emperor seemed to be enraged by the demon lord's words and manipulated a large amount of river water to strike. Yun Yihin then summoned her life origin tree, blocking the river water. Seeing this, the ancient great emperor scoffed at her for overestimating her abilities. He continuously gathered spiritual power in his palm. With a move that could overturn rivers and seas, he struck at the group. Yun Yihin saw this incomparably powerful move. She guessed in her heart that she couldn't block it at all. The demon lord then stepped in front of her. He gathered the power of the stars in his palm, and the scene before them slowly disappeared. Seeing this, the ancient great emperor roared at the demon lord, asking what his identity was. The demon lord grabbed the mountain and river map from the air, saying he didn't need to know. Then he put an arm around Yun Yihin's shoulder and placed the mountain and river map directly in her hands. The demon lord went to the edge of the space and swiped his hand forward. A spatial rift appeared before the group. Yun Yihin followed him into the rift, only to find herself in a desert. She looked at the surrounding scenery and asked the demon lord if he knew where this place was. He said he didn't know either. Then he suggested that if Yun Yihin gave him a kiss, he might remember. She thunderously pushed the demon lord aside, saying she would find the way back herself. She directly summoned her life origin tree, but a wave of dizziness suddenly hit her. Yun Yihin involuntarily fell backward. This scene startled the demon lord into crying out. He rushed forward to support her body. At this moment, she also sensed her body's condition. Her life origin art had no spiritual power left. The demon lord told her not to worry. Her life origin art had just fallen into a deep sleep from overuse. Her face was filled with worry. She asked the demon lord how to awaken the life origin art. He told Yun Yihin that it depended on when she kissed him. To the demon lord's surprised expression, Yun Yihin directly kissed his face. After her lips left the demon lord's cheek, he teased that his wife was really perfunctory. Then he pressed a heavy kiss on Yun Yihin's lips. As the two kissed, the voice of the life origin art sounded in her mind. It told Yun Yihan to be more careful in the future. Once it fell asleep, her cultivation would stagnate. After hearing this, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The life origin art not only woke up, but it could also talk. It told Yun Yihan that not only could it talk, but it also only spoke the truth. Yun Yihan then commanded it to tell her who the demon lord really was. The life origin art called the demon lord its previous master. Just as she was thinking this answer was too perfunctory, the demon lord came over, put an arm around her shoulder, and asked if Yun Yihan was very interested in him. She thunderously stated that she was only interested in the life origin art. The demon lord said with a smile that he himself didn't know who he was. The demon lord's last memory was of Yun Yihan waking him up. After hearing this, she told the demon lord not to be sad, that his memories would be recovered one day. He said that as long as Yun Yihan was with him, it didn't matter if he recovered his memories or not. Yun Yihan turned around and became cold again, telling him to hurry up and find a way back if he didn't care. The demon lord then acted like a gentleman. After hearing her words, he bowed and said he would obey her command. Then the spiritual power in his hand tore open the space on the ground. This scene scared the chaos pig into silence. Then, he was thrown into the rift by the demon lord. Before long, the group finally found Yun Yang and the others. Only then did Yun Yihan realize that time inside the mountain and river map was different from the outside world. Lung Qingwei and the third prince walked over at this moment. She immediately said Yun Yihan was indecent, disappearing with a man for so many days. She slandered her and the demon lord for doing unspeakable things on the mountain. Seeing her slandering Yun Yihan, Yun Yang told her to stop talking nonsense. The surrounding crowd also started gossiping about Yun Yihan, accusing her of being shameless. Lung Qingwei was secretly pleased seeing this. Yun Yang anxiously poulet her clotes, but she didn't care about these rumors and wanted to go into the tent to rest. Lung Qingwei gritted her teeth in anger at this scene, thinking that once she found evidence, she would definitely make Yun Yihan pay. Just as the demon lord was about to make a move, he was pulled back by her. She indicated that she had a way to deal with Lung Qingwei. The demon lord smiled at her upon seeing this. Lung Qingwei then pulled Yun Yihan, wanting to invite her and the demon lord to a meal. She played along and agreed. She then followed Lung Qingwei to a cave. She picked up a cup of water and handed it over. Yun Yihan picked up the teacup and pretended to drink, but she hid the water inside the mountain and river map. She then pretended to be dizzy and fell into the demon lord's arms. He played along with Yun Yihan, asking her if she had heat stroke from the hot weather. Seeing this, Lung Qingwei told the demon lord to go get a doctor. Yun Yihan had already seen through her scheme. She whispered to the demon lord that Lung Qingwei wanted to ruin her reputation, so they might as well play along. The demon lord also smiled after hearing this. He placed Yun Yihan on the table, asked Lung Qingwei to take care of her, and walked out of the cave, saying he was going to find a doctor. After the demon lord left, Lung Qingwei let out a maniacal laugh. She turned to check on the people in the adjacent room. A man was sitting inside, a crazed look on his face. Seeing this, Lung Qingwei directly opened the door. The men in the room roared and rushed out. After they rushed out naked one by one, they didn't see Yun Yihan at all. At this moment, she was hiding in the shadows. Watching the crazed men, she spoke up and reminded them that the woman was behind the door. That fool Lung Qingwei, seeing that Yun Yihan wasn't drugged, actually walked out from behind the door. What greeted her was a man with a crazed expression. No matter how she threatened, it was useless. She was then pushed to the ground by the numerous men. Before long, the demon lord walked in with the third prince. Yun Yihan also stumbled out. At this moment, high-pitched screams came from inside the cave. The third prince ran in to see numerous men engaged in illicit acts with Lung Qingwei. The third prince went forward and pushed the men away. Looking at Lung Qingwei on the ground, he couldn't help but roar in anger. Lung Qingwei also saw the third prince at this moment and quickly sat up. The third prince slapped her directly, cursing her for being a wicked person. Just as the third prince was about to leave, Lung Qingwei went forward and hugged him, claiming she was framed by Yun Yihan. This time, The third prince didn't want to hear her explanation at all. He shoved her away forcefully and walked out of the cave, ignoring Lung Qingyue's sobbing. Lung Qingyue's eyes were filled with hatred. She rushed towards Yun Yihan, but she grabbed a cloak and threw it to Lung Qingyue, telling her to do as she pleased if she wanted to court death, as long as she didn't bring trouble to her. The demon lord picked Yun Yihan up. While walking out of the cave, he praised her. This time, she not only won dominantly, but also beautifully. She said she was just giving her a taste of her own medicine. When they got outside the cave, they found everyone praising Jun Si. It turned out he had hunted a 9th realm Kaiyang beast. Yun Yihan only had an 8th realm soul snake. Seeing that the hunting competition was about to end, Yun Yang became worried. Yun Yihan told him not to worry, while she herself flew directly into the sky, wanting to find a demonic beast. The demon lord came over, put his arm around her body, and flew her directly above the demonic beast mountain range. The two looked at the scenery below and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. But the demon lord started telling her a dirty joke, making Yun Yihan blush with embarrassment. The demon lord then pointed his finger downward. Countless streams of spiritual power fell onto the demonic beast mountain range. One by one, demonic beasts appeared before Yun Yihan's eyes. It was the first time she had seen such a magical scene. The demon lord asked her which demonic beast she wanted to hunt. Hearing this, she pointed to a large elephant below. The two looked at each other and smiled in midair. Before long, the sound signaling the end of the hunting competition finally rang out. Everyone returned to the main camp. When Jun Si saw Yun Yihan, he expressed his concern for her. She asked Jun Si if he remembered their bet. Jun Si looked at his own harvest. Just as he was about to say the bet wasn't important, the demon lord interrupted him, saying his wife would not lose. Yun Yihan also smiled after hearing the demon lord's words and took out the demonic beasts she hunted. First was an 8th realm soul snake, then a 3rd realm flower-carving vulture, and 30 1st realm green-eyed frogs. Jun Si saw that she had hunted so many demonic beasts and affirmed Yun Yihan's performance. The crowd nearby scoffed, saying it was just a large quantity. In terms of high-level demonic beasts, they still won. The demon lord said that no matter how they compared, Yun Yihan would win. A 10th realm dragon rock elephant's demonic core appeared in his hand. Seeing this, everyone's face showed disbelief. The emperor also laughed upon seeing this and had the guards bring up the rewards. Just as Yun Yihan was about to accept the 2 treasures, the emperor interrupted, asking if it wasn't inappropriate for her to accept 2 treasures so easily. She looked at the emperor in confusion, not knowing why he suddenly went back on his word. It was clearly stated before that both treasures were rewards. The demon lord then picked up the cultivation technique, telling Yun Yihan to just choose that. After all, he could refine pills himself. The emperor thought the demon lord was boasting. Yun Yihan refuted the emperor, stating that the demon lord was not a Yun family guard, nor was he boasting. The demon lord didn't seem to mind. He said that although he was not a Yun family guard, he was willing to be Yun Yihan's guard for a lifetime. Then he threw out a Julin grass. The people around saw the high-level spiritual herb in midair and were amazed at the Yun family's wealth. Yun Yihan also summoned her fire spirit at this time. She started refining the spiritual herb into pills. As pills fell one by one, the emperor was no longer calm. He didn't expect Yun Yihan to have a natural fire spirit. She gave the refined 2nd-grade pills directly to the emperor, saying she didn't even care for 2nd-grade pills. Seeing this, the emperor emitted wisps of spiritual power, seemingly wanting to fight her. Yun Yihan then felt that the emperor's spiritual power was very similar to the restriction on the 7th prince. The 7th prince knelt beside her at this moment and started pleading with the emperor. He himself was suppressed by the spiritual power and spat out blood. Yun Yihan quickly went to support the 7th prince. He whispered softly that the emperor is a wise ruler on the surface, but is terrifying behind the scenes, telling Yun Yihan not to anger the emperor. After saying this, he fainted. She immediately circulated her spiritual power to treat the 7th prince. As her spiritual power entered the 7th prince's body, an as expected expression appeared on her face. The restriction on the 7th prince was indeed placed by the emperor, but she didn't understand why the emperor would want his own son to die. The demon lord smiled slightly at the scene. It's not hard to find the answer. They'll know after the sacrificial heaven stone is activated tomorrow. The emperor saw the seventh prince pleading for Yun Yihan and decided to let her off the hook. He then summoned the imperial physician to treat the seventh prince. He announced to the crowd that the sacrificial heaven stone would be activated tomorrow and told everyone to rest well. But Yun Yihan asked the demon lord next to her what the sacrificial heaven stone was. He told Yun Yihan not to just focus on cultivation all day. He explained to her that after the sacrificial heaven stone is activated, it will emit dragon chi. The one with the most abundant dragon chi will become the crown prince. The next day, on the sacrificial heaven altar, the emperor stood looking at the crowd below. Everyone bowed to him. The emperor announced that today was the imperial zenith day. For the empire's longevity, he asked all the major families to join hands to activate the sacrificial heaven stone. As the drums sounded, representatives from each family stepped forward, channeling their spiritual power into the sacrificial heaven stone. The emperor also began to pray, asking the true dragon god to appear and select the crown prince. All the princes were bathed in dragon chi, except for the seventh prince, who showed no reaction. He knelt on the ground and shouted, unable to understand why he wasn't bathed in the light of the dragon chi. The third prince had already drawn his sword, declaring that the seventh prince was not of the dragon lineage, while he himself was the one with the most abundant dragon chi. Saying this, he wanted to kill the seventh prince as a sacrifice. Yun Yihan stepped forward and stopped him. At this moment, a flood dragon appeared above the sacrificial heaven altar, causing the altar to explode. The demon lord stepped forward to protect Yun Yihan. The third prince and the others fainted on ground. She asked the demon lord if the true dragon was going to punish the seventh prince. The demon lord said that the seventh prince was indeed not the emperor's biological son, but that didn't necessarily mean he wasn't of the dragon lineage. Yun Yihan pushed the demon lord away, telling him not to joke. He then took Yun Yihan and slowly landed in front of the flood dragon, asking her if she was interested in hunting it. The flood dragon became furious upon seeing this. She had already activated her life origin art, gathering spiritual power to strike the flood dragon. As its scales cracked, a hidden black body was revealed. The crowd realized what was happening. The imperial family was fake. Only the seventh prince was of the true dragon lineage. The emperor laughed maniacally at this scene. He didn't expect his years of planning to be ruined by a little girl like Yun Yihan. With a ferocious expression, he wanted to team up with the Black Flood Dragon to kill everyone present. Hearing this, the Black Flood Dragon spat out a stream of black spiritual power. The emperor also gathered spiritual power and charged towards Yun Yihan and the others. Looking at the attacking emperor and Black Flood Dragon, Yun Yihan and the demon lord were still discussing who would take which opponent. The demon lord smiled and said that as long as he fought alongside her, it didn't matter who the opponent was. The Black Flood Dragon was already speeding towards Yun Yihan. It opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of black fire. She controlled her fire spirit to meet it. The two forces collided in the air and slowly dissipated. The Black Flood Dragon now opened its massive jaws and bit at her. Yun Yihan summoned her life origin art to block, but the spiritual power seemed to have no effect on the Black Flood Dragon. Just as she was about to draw her dagger, she suddenly remembered leaving it at the entrance when she attacked. The demon lord immediately threw a long sword to her. When Yun Yihan looked at him, her eyes widened. She saw the demon lord riding on the emperor's back with a leisurely expression. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. The demon lord saw this and said the emperor was somewhat useful. At least he made Yun Yihan laugh. The Black Flood Dragon, however, became agitated and spat a cloud of black mist at them. Yun Yihan had already drawn the long sword and slayed the Black Flood Dragon on the spot. Seeing this, the demon lord praised her for being so valiant. He then came over and hugged her waist, asking if she had any thoughts of becoming the emperor. Yun Yihan turned her head aside and told him to stop fooling around, as the empire had no tradition of a female ruler. The demon lord turned her head back, telling her to be the first founding empress. But Yun Yihan only wanted to cultivate and didn't want to be an empress. After hearing this, the demon lord held her in his arms and told her to be his empress alone. Yun Yihan shyly pushed him away and asked the emperor beside them if he knew what to do now. He kowtowed frantically to the demon lord, saying that as long as his life was spared, he was willing to be a slave for Yun Yin. The demon lord directly lifted him by the back of his collar and told him to remove the restriction on the seventh prince. Before long, the seventh prince woke up. He asked Yun Yin what had happened. He wanted to find the true dragon first. The demon lord looked at the sacrificial heaven altar, thinking that since the black flood dragon could use it for disguise, the true dragon must also be inside the altar. Then Yun Yin and the others entered the crack. Unexpectedly, it was splendid and magnificent below. The figure of the true dragon also appeared before them, roaring at them. The demon lord recognized the origin of this golden dragon. It was the true dragon that ruled the Chuanwu Empire. Yun Yin and the others arrived beneath the sacrificial heaven altar and found the imprisoned true dragon. She asked the true dragon if the black flood dragon had imprisoned it here, but the true dragon hissed at her. Yun Yin quickly went forward to soothe its emotions, saying she was here to save it. The true dragon's eyes welled up with tears. It then told Yun Yin to leave, thinking she was no match for the black flood dragon. Yun Yin told it that she had already killed the black flood dragon. The true dragon shook its head frantically. Because Yun Yin was only a first realm martial master, it was impossible for her to kill the black flood dragon. At this moment, the demon lord stepped forward and put his arm around Yun Yin, asking the true dragon if it didn't believe her words. Unexpectedly, the true dragon recognized the demon lord. After the demon lord spoke, it immediately lowered its head. But Yun Yin's heart was filled with doubt, because when the true dragon addressed the demon lord as demon venerable, the demon lord didn't answer her question, but instead told her that the Chuanwu Empire was just the tip of the iceberg. Yun Yin asked him how big the world really was, but he patted Yun Yin's head, saying it couldn't be explained in just a few words. She sundrily pushed the demon lord away, telling him not to speak if he didn't want to. But the demon lord turned her head back. He then whispered in her ear, asking Yun Yin if she was willing to explore the entire world with him, step by step. At this moment, her love for the demon lord was uncontrollable. She hugged him directly and said she was willing. The true dragon beside them was like a third wheel. Yun Yin and the others were clearly there to save it, but now it felt a bit superfluous. The true dragon quickly shook its body to attract their attention, then asked Yun Yin if she could release it first. She didn't waste words with the true dragon. She directly drew her long sword and cut the chains binding it. The true dragon happily came before her, asking what kind of reward she needed. Yun Yin asked it to help the seventh prince ascend the throne. After hearing this, it placed them on its head and flew towards the sky. The people outside only saw the sacrificial heaven altar continuously shaking. With a loud bang, the true dragon flew out from inside. The commoners below saw this and gaped in astonishment. The true dragon opened its mouth and asked for the whereabouts of the seventh prince. The seventh prince came forward. The true dragon's claw waved over his head, and a crown appeared on his head. The crowd below saw this and started chanting, "Long live the emperor." Then he came before Yun Yin. She not only saved his life, but also made him emperor. The seventh prince didn't know how to repay her. But Yun Yin said the people of the Chuanwu Empire needed a good emperor and asked if he could be one. The seventh prince was full of confidence and said he would definitely be a wise ruler. Meanwhile, in the Lung residence, Lung Qingyue received a letter of divorce from the third prince. She screamed Yun Yin's name and tore the divorce letter to shreds, vowing to cut her into 1,000 pieces. A black-robed person suddenly appeared before Lung Qingyue, offering to help her deal with Yun Yin, but at a price. Lung Qingyue, blinded by rage, asked who the black-robed person was. As long as they could help her kill Yun Yin, she was willing to pay any price. The black-robed person told her not to worry about who they were, just that they could make her stronger. Then, waves of black mist emanated from its body and surged towards Lung Qingyue. In a short while, her entire body began to rot, but immense power also surged from within her body. This scene made Lung Qingyue laugh maniacally. Her greatest wish now was to kill Yun Yin. At this time, in the imperial palace, the seventh prince, now the emperor, asked a nearby eunuch if he could be a good emperor. The eunuch quickly said that since the true dragon had appointed him, he shouldn't worry. But the seventh prince said that an emperor's power is too great. If he couldn't control his desires, he would harm the people. The eunuch secretly nodded, thinking the Chuanwu Empire finally family had a good emperor. Suddenly, a black mist struck, binding the seventh prince to the dragon throne. It was the former emperor and the third prince. The third prince told him not to worry, that he could take the throne instead of the seventh prince. But the seventh prince pointed at them and asked if they hadn't been beaten enough by Yun Yihan yesterday. The third prince just snapped his fingers. As a thick fog appeared, Lung Qingyue's figure slowly emerged. The third prince told him to kill Yun Yihan and that he would clarify things with him afterward. The seventh prince saw this and asked the third prince if he was insane to think he wanted to kill Yun Yihan relying solely on Lung Qingyue. But at this moment, he turned around coldly, telling the seventh prince not to look down on people. The thick fog in his hand enveloped the seventh prince. Seeing this, the seventh prince finally understood that Lung Qingyue was possessed by a demon, and Yun Yihan might be in danger. Meanwhile, Yun Yihan was cultivating in his room. The demon lord beside him crawled over. He took out a spirit herb from his palm and dangled it in front of him. But he didn't notice that the corners of Yun Yihan's mouth had already turned up. He directly opened his mouth and ate the spirit herb in his hand. The demon lord was stunned into place upon seeing this. But Yun Yihan had already chewed and swallowed the spirit herb. The demon lord hugged him directly, wanting him to share what the spirit herb tasted like. But he arrogantly stated it was just one spirit herb, and the demon lord was really stingy. But he didn't listen to Yun Yihan's explanation at all and directly turned his head. Then his aggressive body pressed down on him. Just as they were about to lose themselves, the chaos pig and the treasure-seeking sheep burst in, announcing that someone had broken into the Yun residence. The treasure-seeking sheep saw the scene before it and broke out in a sweat, asking the chaos pig if they had come at a bad time. But Yun Yihan had already sat up on the bed. The Yun family had the Bagua stone as a protective shield. How could someone force their way in? The demon lord, however, felt something was fishy and told him to be careful of a trap. At this moment, a thick black fog burst through the door, and Lung Qingyue's figure appeared before everyone. She ripped the veil from her face, revealing a cheek that was mostly corroded, and asked Yun Yihan if he still recognized her. He couldn't help but cry out in shock at this sight. But at this moment, Lung Qingyue had already grabbed Yun Yihan's neck. He quickly activated his spiritual energy shield and retreated. But the black fog on Lung Qingyue's body suddenly erupted, directly engulfing his spiritual energy shield. Seeing this, Lung Qingyue laughed wildly, stating that Yun Yihan would always be a good-for-nothing. The demon lord's face darkened upon hearing this. He gathered spiritual energy in his hand and charged towards Lung Qingyue, stating that his wife would not be belittled by others. The demon lord stepped forward, swatted away Lung Qingyue's hand, and slammed her heavily to the ground. She couldn't help but scream upon seeing the demon lord. The demon lord had ruined her plans time and again. But he stood in front of Yun Yihan and with a wave of his hand, knocked the black fog back. Lung Qingyue took the hit with her face, which became even more severely corroded. The demon lord said that from the moment she was possessed by the demon, she was completely ruined. After hearing this, Lung Qingyue laughed loudly, saying that the demon lord knew she was possessed by a demon, yet still dared to speak so rudely. Then, her body gradually swelled and rushed towards Yun Yihan. Seeing this, the demon lord thought to himself, "This is bad." Following a violent explosion, raging flames engulfed Yun Yihan's room. The demon lord was holding up a shield, holding him in his arms. He opened his eyes and asked the demon lord if Lung Qingyue had self-destructed. The demon lord gave him an affirmative answer. Only then did he learn that the demon was actually an evil spirit that had escaped from the Soul Beast space. It could possess any physical body at will. When it left the body would explode. Hearing him say this, Yun Yihan knew that Lung Qingyue was no longer alive. She had already died the moment she was possessed by the evil spirit. At this time in the imperial palace, a guard came in to report to the third prince the news of Lung Qingyue's death in battle. Upon hearing this, the third prince couldn't help but roar in anger. It was a waste to use marriage as a lure. Lung Qingyue was truly useless. He looked at the emperor beside him, and asked what they should do now. The emperor stated that they couldn't use force now and could only try to win him over. He then took out an imperial edict and slowly opened it. Then he picked up a brush and wrote an edict for the third prince and Yun Yihan to be married the next day. Seeing this, the third prince quickly grabbed his hand, because he and Yun Yihan had already formed a death pact. But the emperor angrily shook him off, stating that a death pact could be broken. Now that they had reached such a state, they could only sacrifice the third prince's marriage. Seeing this, the third prince propped himself up. For the throne, he could do anything, but Yun Yihan probably wouldn't compromise so easily. The emperor, however, didn't think so. He thought Yun Yihan still liked the third prince as he did before. Meanwhile, Yun Yihan was at the Yun residence repairing the house. The demon lord came up and hugged him, saying that such rough work could be left to Yun Shao. He also wanted him to give him a kiss, and then he would do these things for Yun Yihan. But he arrogantly rejected the demon lord's request directly, just as a look of disappointment appeared on the demon lord's face. Yun Yihan gave him a condition. He wanted him to tell him what the soul B space was. The demon lord pointed to his own cheek, indicating that he needed a kiss first before he would talk. Just as Yun Yihan was slowly approaching him, the chaos pig ran out again, saying the third prince had delivered an imperial edict. Yun Yihan was puzzled upon hearing this, but the demon lord turned his face directly, saying nothing was more important than kissing. Then, his lips pressed against Yun Yihan's. After a long time, their lips finally parted. He patted Yun Yihan's head, wanting to go with him to see what tricks the third prince was playing. After they opened the Yun family's main gate, the third prince asked him if he'd been well recently, but Yun Yihan impatiently told him to bring out the edict. The third prince wanted to step forward and asked to be invited in for a seat. Yun Yihan said he had no time. He snatched the edict from the third prince's hand and directly turned around to shut the door. Seeing this, the third prince stomped his feet in anger. After Yun Yihan and the others opened and read the edict, the demon lord crumpled the edict, making it rustle. He didn't expect the third prince to still have the nerve to marry Yun Yihan, but he snatched the edict from the demon lord's hand, saying that this matter was a bit strange. The current emperor is the seventh prince, and the seventh prince would not issue such an edict. They immediately realized that the third prince and his group must have captured the seventh prince. At this moment, the demon lord hugged him, telling Yun Yihan not to go to this treacherous banquet. He could beat the third prince and his group to a pulp. But Yun Yihan smiled sinisterly, saying he must go. He needed to personally go and settle this grudge with the third prince. Afterward, Yun Yihan went to the imperial palace alone. Upon seeing the third prince, he asked about the seventh prince's whereabouts. The third prince, however, said he had a relapse of an old illness and went to the imperial hospital for treatment. After hearing this, Yun Yihan asked him why he wasn't visiting his own brother. But he moved closer to Yun Yihan, saying that as an older brother, he should fulfill his younger brother's wish. Marrying him as soon as possible was the proper thing to do. But Yun Yihan took 2 steps back and asked if he had forgotten that they had already formed a death pact. The third prince, however, said he had a way. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Feng Outyin. Only then did Yun Yihan realize that the former emperor was named Feng Outyin. He came in and stated that the death pact was a calamity of the life origin. It could be removed by simply taking out the life origin. Hearing him say this, Yun Yihan waved the spiritual energy in his hand towards the third prince. Seeing this, Feng Outyin quickly raised a shield to block. When the dust settled, Feng Outyin stated that the third prince was of royal blood and could not be allowed to sacrifice his life origin. Hearing him say this, Yun Yihan cursed him in his heart, so his meaning was to cripple him. But Feng Outyin knew that he had more than one life origin in his body. Even taking one out would not be a big deal. At this moment, the third prince also grabbed Yun Yihan's wrist, asking if he still remembered his promise that he would give him whatever he wanted. As the third prince kept getting closer, Yun Yihan felt a wave of nausea. Just as the third prince wanted to hug him, he pushed him away with a single palm strike. Seeing this, the third prince told him not to refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. But Yun Yihan looked at them with disdain. The two of them, his defeated opponents, were not worthy. The third prince then took out the imperial seal and directly ordered the surrounding guards to attack Yun Yihan. He waved his hand, sending the nearby guards flying, and charged towards the third prince, wanting to settle things with him once and for all. The demon lord also appeared at the door at this moment, saying he would help Yun Yihan take care of the small fry on the side. Then, the demon lord charged towards Feng Outyin. Seeing this, he quickly offered a reward of 1,000 taels of gold. After hearing this, the surrounding guards all rushed towards the demon lord. The third prince and his group saw that the demon lord was held up and wanted to retreat first. But the demon lord emitted a powerful pressure. With a raise of his palm, he sent the numerous guards flying. The numerous guards were also very sensible. They knelt before him and began to beg for mercy. But the demon lord didn't want to give them this chance. The spiritual energy in his hand smashed fiercely towards them, sending them to their deaths on the spot. Then, the demon lord flew towards Yun Yihan, and at this moment, he had also caught up to the third prince and his group. They saw that Yun Yihan was alone and arrogantly wanted to have a final showdown with him. Then, the spiritual energy in the palms of the two men blasted towards him. But he was not so easily defeated. With a wave of his palm, he blocked the attacks of the two. The spiritual energy in his hand continuously gathered. A ball of spiritual energy was thrown in their direction. With a loud bang, the spiritual energy ball solidly hit the third prince and his group. When he got up again, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, Yun Yihan drew his dagger and walked forward. The third prince was also panicking at this point, but he was still being stubborn, saying they had formed a death pact. But Yun Yihan paid no attention. The dagger in his hand plunged fiercely into his heart. Then the third prince, with tears of regret, slowly fell down. The demon lord appeared behind Yun Yihan at this moment, saying he had finally settled his past karma. The demon lord picked him up in his arms and asked if Yun Yihan would consider him as his husband. Just as the demon lord's lips were approaching him, Yun Yihan put out his index finger to block him, saying he wasn't considering it right now. Because of Lung Qingyue's possession by a demon, he felt this world was very complicated. He wanted to go to the Soul B space. After hearing this, the demon lord showed a worried expression. The Soul B space was extremely dangerous. If he went now, it would be suicide. Yun Yihan directly held the demon lord's face and looked at him seriously, stating he was going to the Soul B space. Would he agree or not? Seeing Yun Yihan speak so seriously, the demon lord hugged him directly and said he agreed. But one could only travel to the Soul B space with their soul. The physical body would remain in this world. Then he moved closer to Yun Yihan, saying he would take care of his physical body. His eyes became firm. He said he must go, and the demon lord also put him down. Then, he pointed his finger at Yun Yihan's forehead, and a portal opened behind him. When he landed again, he had arrived in a forest. Yun Yihan looked at the crowd of people coming and going, not expecting this to be the Soul B space. At this moment, a big bearded man suddenly pushed him aside, telling the good-for-nothing not to block his path. Seeing his attitude, Yun Yihan asked unhappily why he didn't walk around the side. The crowd nearby saw this and started discussing, thinking Yun Yihan was in for bad luck, because they recognized the big bearded man before them as a fierce person named Yun Quan. He stepped forward, touching Yun Yihan's hair, wanted to tease him. But Yun Yihan directly grabbed Yun Quang's wrist and gave him a shoulder throw. Then he grabbed his neck and asked if he wanted to live or die. Yun Quang, relying on his arm strength, broke free from his grip. Seeing this, Yun Yihan thought to himself that Yun Quang had some strength, and he was already rushing towards him with a raised fist. But he easily dodged Yun Quang's fist. He couldn't stop in time and slammed his fist into the wall behind. The people around were also discussing Yun Yihan at this time, because he was a new face. No one knew his background. At this moment, Yun Quang also pointed at Yun Yihan and cursed, wanted to have a showdown with him inside the Soul B space. Hearing him say this, Yun Yihan was stunned. Wasn't this the Soul B space? Seeing his reaction, the people around started to laugh at him. He dared to come in without knowing anything about the Soul B space. At this moment, a crack appeared in the sky. A voice came from within the crack, remarking on how few people had come this time. Then, Yun Yihan, along with everyone around, was swept into the crack by a force. Even now, he was still completely confused, not knowing what had happened. When Yun Yihan woke up again, he found himself in a dense forest. Just then, a soul beast suddenly attacked him from the side. He He quickly dodged and then grabbed its ankle. Just as the soul beast wanted to escape, he pushed off with his feet and leaped directly onto the soul beast's back. As the soul beast continued to rise into the air, Yun Yihan also got a clear view of the scenery below. So this was the real soul beast space. Seeing the soul beast beneath him struggling constantly, Yun Yihan directly activated his fire spirit and blasted it. With a loud bang, the soul beast was knocked to the ground by him, and then its body slowly dissipated. It turned into a wisp of golden light and drilled into his forehead. And the life origin tree inside Yun Yihan's body also shone brightly. He didn't expect an ordinary soul beast to have such an effect on the life origin tree. A ranking board appeared in front of him. Except for the first place, Yu Fifan, who was motionless, the other names were changing frantically. Yun Yihan asked what the purpose of the ranking board was. A voice told him that he would know when he reached first place. Then, the ranking board in the sky gently closed. He looked at the first rank Yu Fifan, thinking he must be very strong. Before he could think much, a large number of soul beasts appeared around him. Yun Yihan looked at the flying dragons that had surrounded him, but his face showed joy instead of worry, because they were all the basis for climbing the ranks. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the demon lord was holding Yun Yihan's physical body with a gentle expression. He didn't know how Yun Yihan was doing inside the soul beast space. He gathered spiritual energy in his hand. He pointed into the space, and the space master appeared before him. He asked what his command was. The demon lord told the space master to give him the ranking list for the soul beast space. Then, a constantly changing list appeared in the air, and Yun Yihan was impressively ranked 13th, and his rank was still rising. Seeing this, the demon lord couldn't help but feel proud, as expected of his woman. Then his gaze hardened, because he knew that in the soul beast space, only the first place gets a reward. He looked at Yu Fifan's name in first place and couldn't help but feel nervous. Then, he picked up Yun Yihan's physical body. He wanted to go to the soul beast space to have a look. The demon lord personally created a spiritual energy shield and placed Yun Yihan's physical body inside it. Meanwhile, Yun Yihan's soul was still in the soul beast space, continuously harvesting the lives of flying dragons and black beasts. And on the ranking board, his name had reached second place. He looked at the name of the first rank Yu Fifan. He stretched out his long legs and walked deeper into the soul beast space. Yun Yihan walked for a long time in the soul beast space, but didn't find a single black soul beast. The space master reminded him that he was already in second place and no longer needed to hunt black soul beasts. Yun Yihan retorted, if he didn't hunt black soul beasts, how could he get to first place? But he told Yun Yihan that even if he killed all the black soul beasts, he wouldn't reach the top of the list. What Yu Fifan could do, Yun Yihan might not be able to, but he refused to believe it. Seeing this, the space master slowly transformed into a ball of black mist and asked if he was willing to accept the challenge. And Yun Yihan didn't hesitate, directly putting his hand into the black mist. Following a sharp pull, he was teleported to a place. He saw that the surroundings were covered with soul grass, and there were no soul beasts. Just as Yun Yihan pulled up a soul grass to observe it, a soul beast rushed out, bearing its fangs and claws, saying Yun Yihan had stolen its child. He couldn't help but wonder, how could a soul beast child be a soul grass? But the soul beast had no intention of answering his question. It swiped its claws at Yun Yihan, and he could only gather a spiritual energy shield to resist. At this moment, a figure appeared beside them, telling the jade soul grass beast in front of them to stop fooling around. After hearing this, it immediately and obediently retracted its claws, then ran behind the man and sat down obediently. The man bowed to Yun Yihan, saying he was the master of the jade soul grass beast and apologized for its earlier behavior. Then the man patted the jade soul grass beast, telling it to nurture some top-grade soul grass for Yun Yihan. The jade soul grass beast took a deep breath. Then the air it exhaled turned into stalks of top-grade soul grass. Only then did Yun Yihan understand why it had said earlier that these soul grasses were its children. The man handed him the top-grade soul grass and asked his purpose for coming here. And Yun Yihan told him he was looking for Yu Fifan. He didn't expect the man in front of him to be Yu Fifan. He asked Yun Yihan why he was looking for him. He asked the question in his heart, wanting to know why Yu Fifan could always occupy the top spot. He patted the jade soul grass beast beside him, saying he had happened to tame it. So he consumed soul grass every day. His current soul source power was already unmatched. He no longer needed to hunt any soul beasts. Yin Yihan lowered his head in disappointment, thinking he definitely couldn't win against him. He then planned to turn and leave. At this moment, the demon lord appeared beside him, saying this wasn't like his character. He couldn't give up so easily. Yin Yihan broke free from the demon lord's embrace and quickly asked how his physical body was. He told Yin Yihan not to worry, that he had already arranged everything properly. Then his gaze turned towards Eufifan. He pointed at the jade soul grass beast and asked Yin Yihan if he wanted it. Of course he wanted it, but it was already Eufifan's pet. But the demon lord said that wasn't the final answer, because the jade soul grass beast was merely tamed by Eufifan. Then he wrapped his arm around Yin Yihan's waist, saying that he could merge with the jade soul grass beast. Hearing this, Yin Yihan's eyes widened in surprise, not knowing how he could merge with a soul beast. The demon lord touched his Dantian C and asked if he still remembered the life origin tree he gave him. Of course Yin Yihan remembered, but he didn't know what mystery was hidden within it. The demon lord held him in his arms, saying that the thing he gave him definitely had multiple surprises. And the jade soul grass beast, upon hearing about the life origin tree, actually pounced towards Yin Yihan. Eufifan thought it wanted to harm Yin Yihan and quickly told the jade soul grass beast to be obedient. But the jade soul grass beast didn't listen to his command this time, telling Yin Yihan to put it inside the life origin tree. He quickly turned his head and asked the demon lord what was happening, but he reached out and covered Yin Yihan's eyes, telling him to put the jade soul grass beast into the life origin tree. He felt the demon lord's warm palm, decided to trust him, and then slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, the jade soul grass beast also came forward and placed its palm on Yin Yihan's Dantian C. Then it disappeared right in front of him. It entered the space of the life origin tree. After seeing the life origin tree, it was like seeing its own mother. It frolicked around the life origin tree continuously, and the life origin tree, upon seeing it, also expressed joy, welcoming its child home. At this time, Yin Yihan discovered a huge energy within his body. After the demon lord's reminder, he realized that his soul source had reached its maximum level, and his ranking in the soul B space had finally surpassed Eufifan, reaching first place. Yin Yihan quickly turned to look at the ranking board, telling it to tell him what the reward for first place was. But unexpectedly, the Space Master rushed out of the ranking board angrily. He said he had broken the rules of the Soul B space. With a wave of his hand, he brought down heavenly punishment from the sky. It struck towards Yin Yihan. He quickly dodged to the side. He asked who the Space Master was and what rule he had broken. The Space Master jumped down from midair, stating that the Soul B space only allowed the hunting of black soul beasts, and questioned why he had stolen the jade soul grass beast. After hearing this, Yin Yihan pointed at Eufifan and asked the Space Master why Eufifan was able to tame it. He then directly hugged Eufifan's thigh, saying he was his friend. Eufifan then whispered to the Space Master, since the jade soul grass beast could merge with Yin Yihan, then it belonged to him. Otherwise, the Soul B space's ranking board would be a fraud. The Space Master saw that Eufifan wasn't speaking up for him and couldn't help but cry out loud. He could only pat the Space Master's head and reason with him. At this moment, the demon lord's body emitted waves of pressure. He asked the Space Master if he had just called Yin Yihan a good-for-nothing. The Space Master was shocked to hear this. He didn't expect Yin Yihan to be the demon lord's wife. Then his face put on a fawning expression, and he lavished praise on Yin Yihan. But the demon lord held out his hand to him, telling him to stop flattering and quickly take out the treasure for first place. But the Space Master said that Yin Yihan's cultivation was still shallow, and was afraid the treasure would harm him. But he stepped forward firmly at this moment, stating that if his cultivation was shallow, he could just cultivate more. He must be given the treasure today. The Space Master stopped dawdling and fumbled in his robes. Then he took out a ghost cat. Yin Yihan looked at the cute cat and couldn't help but smile, thinking, how could it be dangerous? Unexpectedly, the ghost cat, which was docile and cute 1 second, turned into a ferocious big tiger the next. While saying it was free to come and go as it pleased, it charged towards Yun Yihan, and he was hit hard by the tiger and sent flying. Seeing this, the demon lord quickly went forward to check his injuries. But Yun Yihan said he was fine and told him to move aside. He had to find a way to subdue the ghost cat himself. Seeing this, the demon lord lifted a strand of his hair, saying his personality was very similar to the ghost cat's. Then he looked at his cheeks seriously, saying the ghost cat was suitable to be Yun Yihan's pet. Seeing this, Yufifan also hurried to the Space Master's side and asked how he had subdued the ghost cat back then. But the Space Master said he had never subdued it. Even using all his soul power, he could barely suppress it. Then he happily threw himself into Yufifan's arms, saying that having him was enough. At this moment, the ghost cat pounced at Yun Yihan again, arrogantly stating it would not be anyone's pet. The demon lord gathered spiritual energy in his hand and fiercely threw it aside, stating that being Yun Yihan's pet was its honor. Unexpectedly, the wound on the ghost cat's body healed quickly. It smiled at them smugly, stating that it could not be injured or killed. Yun Yihan should never dream of subduing it, and the demon lord's expression also gradually became serious. Just then, Yun Yihan's hand shot out and directly grabbed the ghost cat's true form. Seeing this, it bared its fangs and cursed at him. Just as it was about to continue cursing, Yun Yihan took out a few dried fish for the ghost cat. Seeing this, it was stunned for a moment, then it started drooling and pounced on the dried fish. Yun Yihan patted its head. It accepted it gladly, eating the dried fish with a look of enjoyment. Finally, the ghost cat's true form slowly dissipated and entered Yun Yihan's body. Before he could understand what was happening, the demon lord had already come over and tapped the tip of his nose, congratulating him on having his own beast spirit. Hearing this, Yun Yihan couldn't help but look behind him, wanting to see what abilities he had. But the demon lord put his arm around his shoulder at this moment. He started touching the cat ears that had grown on his head. And Yun Yihan also discovered at this time that he had actually grown a pair of cat ears. Seeing him like this, the demon lord adored him even more and started touching his tail. Yun Yihan pushed the demon lord away. His beast spirit was not for him to touch and play with. But the demon lord held his face and asked if he couldn't touch the beast spirit. Could he touch him? Yun Yihan puffed up his cheeks and said no, and told him not to do these time-wasting things. The demon lord saw his wife disdaining him for wasting time and directly picked him up, saying he didn't want to waste time in the soul beast space and wanted to go home with him. But Yun Yihan struggled to get up, saying he could walk by himself. The demon lord dotingly kissed his cheek. In front of him, he didn't need to walk. Then the two of them slowly walked into the distance. The Space Master was full of questions watching this scene. Then a wicked smile appeared on his lips. He told Yufifan to call Yun Yihan and the others back, and then invite them to the space hall. Yufifan didn't know what the Space Master wanted to do, but he said he just wanted to invite Yun Yihan for tea. Unexpectedly, Yufifan refused flatly and told him to reveal his true purpose. And the Space Master finally revealed his thoughts. He saw that Yun Yihan had taken so many of his treasures and wanted him dead. Then the Space Master tugged on Yufifan's sleeve, asking for his help. Unexpectedly, Yufifan refused directly. He said he would not deceive others. Then he fiercely shook off the Space Master, stating that their friendship ended here. The Space Master quickly shouted anxiously, telling Yufifan he was not allowed to leave. He reached out and placed a spiritual energy barrier in front of him, but it was easily broken by Yufifan. He stated that with his abilities, it was impossible to stop him. Seeing this, the Space Master shouted at him angrily. Could their 10 years of friendship not compare to a woman he had just met? At this moment, a spatial crack appeared in front of Yufifan. He turned his head and said the Space Master was untrustworthy, willing to deceive and harm others for his own protection. Then his whole body flew up and towards the spatial crack, telling the Space Master to reflect on his actions. After hearing this, he plopped onto the ground and pitifully called out Yufifan's name. Meanwhile, Yufifan had also arrived in the soul beast space. The female cultivators around him started screaming wildly when they saw him. This scene startled Yufifan. However, Yin Kuang, who was beside him, remarked that he was just a pretty boy who had been defeated by a woman and was nothing to brag about. Yun Kuang then wanted to fight him, but Yu Fifan simply turned away, saying if he wanted to be second place, then he could be second place. Seeing this, Yin Kuang threw a punch directly at Yu Fifan. At that moment, Yun Yihan appeared in front of him. He casually caught Yin Kuang's attack. After blocking it, Yin Yihan fiercely sent Yin Kuang flying, saying that no matter what rank he held, no one would ever look up to him. Yun Kuang, now on the ground, got a clear look at Yun Yihan. He got up and claimed that Yu Fifan was the Space Master's boy toy and had only stayed at the top of the rankings by cheating. Then he looked mockingly at Yun Yihan, asking if a newcomer like him had climbed to the top so quickly by also selling himself to the Space Master. Hearing this, the Demon Lord slapped Yun Kuang across the face, telling him to shut up and get lost. Seeing the Demon Lord, Yun Kuang still wanted to provoke him, but the Demon Lord didn't want to waste any more words on him. He directly bound him tightly. At this point, Yun Kuang finally revealed the truth. It turned out he had gotten this information from the Space Master's servant. Hearing this, the Demon Lord retracted his spiritual power and asked where the servant was. Yun Kuang stated that the Space Master's servant was in the spatial hall. After hearing this, the Demon Lord turned and held Yun Yihan, wanting him to go to the spatial hall with him. But Yun Yihan shook his head, saying that the innocent need no defense and that he wanted to endure this matter. The Demon Lord turned his head to face him, asking if he was willing to swallow this insult. But Yun Yihan felt it was better to avoid trouble and that they should return as soon as possible. Seeing this, the Demon Lord shook his head with a wry smile, saying that Yun Yihan still didn't understand him. He then kissed Yun Yihan directly on the lips, cupping his cheeks and slowly saying that he could let other matters slide, but if anyone slandered his good name, the Demon Lord would absolutely not tolerate it. At this moment, several cracks suddenly appeared in the Soul Beast space. It turned out the Space Master had issued a wanted order for Yun Yihan and the others. There was a bounty of 100,000 for their capture. The Demon Lord coldly grabbed the wanted order. He hadn't even gone looking for trouble with the Space Master, yet he had delivered himself to their doorstep. Then, taking Yun Yihan, he flew towards the spatial cracks. Yu Fifan also thought of putting an end to this matter and followed after them. Before long, they all arrived inside the spatial hall. The Space Master was pleasantly surprised to see Yu Fifan, thinking he must have come to help him. But Yu Fifan immediately restrained him. He stated that he was there to help Yun Yihan. The Space Master was furious at this. Yu Fifan then asked about the whereabouts of his servant. Just then, a voice from his side called out to him. A middle-aged man was seen slowly walking out from behind the main hall. He said he was the Space Master's servant, and that Yu Fifan was no match for him. Looking at the servant who had suddenly appeared, Yu Fifan declared that he would fight even if he couldn't win. The aura emanating from the servant sent him flying. Previously, with the Space Master's favor, he couldn't do anything to Yu Fifan. But if Yu Fifan helped Yun Yihan today, he would surely die. At this moment, Yun Yihan also arrived in the spatial hall. He helped Yu Fifan up and told him to stand back for now. He then turned to look at the servant. The servant was also lunging towards Yun Yihan. He was seen using a soul-snatching palm strike against Yun Yihan. But Yun Yihan, disregarding everything, met the attack directly with a palm strike of his own. The servant was surprised that someone so young could withstand his attack. He secretly added more power. Yun Yihan exclaimed in shock, not expecting the servant's soul power to be so much greater than his own. Just then, the soul power in his body suddenly surged, knocking the servant in front of him away. Seeing this, a look of confusion appeared on Yun Yihan's face. He then realized that the Demon Lord had appeared behind him and was channeling soul power into him. He turned his head and looked gently at the Demon Lord, expressing his gratitude. He said he would cultivate even harder in the future, but the Demon Lord dotingly leaned close to his face. He told Yun Yihan not to put too much pressure on himself. Whether he was strong or weak, he was his wife. The servant saw the Demon Lord and demanded to know who he was. He mocked the servant for being less worldly than his master, for not even recognizing him. He then released the Space Master from his restraints, demanding an explanation. He threw the wanted order directly at the Space Master. He told him to rescind the wanted order. The Space Master could only slowly tear it to shreds, admitting his skills were inferior and that he would not trouble Yun Yihan again in the future. Then, he nervously helped Yu Fifan up, afraid something might have happened to him. But Yu Fifan directly shrugged off the Space Master, stating that he had nothing to do with him anymore. As the Space Master fell to the ground, a mark was revealed on the sole of his foot. Yu Fifan recognized it as the Black Soul Seal, which could amplify a person's malice. He quickly went forward to help the Space Master up. He asked why he had a Black Soul Seal on his foot. He replied that he didn't know either. Yun Yihan saw this and thought that the matter was probably not that simple. The Demon Lord, however, didn't want to get involved and wanted to leave with him directly. But Yun Yihan suddenly stopped him, wanting to help the Space Master remove the Black Soul Seal. The Demon Lord gently caressed Yun Yihan's face, asking why he wanted to help the Space Master. Yun Yihan held his hand and said seriously that if it weren't for the Black Soul Seal, the Space Master wouldn't be like this. Yu Fifan also came before the Demon Lord at this time, cupping his fist in his palm and asking for help. The Demon Lord quickly helped him up, telling him there was no need for formalities. As long as it was Yun Yihan's request, the Demon Lord would surely grant it. The spiritual power in his hand gathered towards the sole of the Space Master's foot. After a short while, the Black Soul Seal slowly disappeared. Yu Fifan went forward to support the Space Master and expressed his gratitude to Yun Yihan and the others. But when he looked up, the two were nowhere to be seen. Yun Yihan had already pulled the Demon Lord out of the spatial hall. He directly pinned him against the wall. Yun Yihan asked him if he wanted to stay and be a third wheel. The Demon Lord wrapped his arms around Yun Yihan's waist and reverse pinned him against the wall. He brought his cheek close to Yun Yihan's, saying that as long as he was there, he could never be a third wheel. The Demon Lord was about to kiss Yun Yihan when he suddenly fainted, falling stiffly. The Demon Lord then had a sudden realization. It seemed his wife had stayed in the soul B space for too long. He had to quickly reunite his soul and body, or there would be trouble. He immediately prepared to take Yun Yihan out of the soul B space. But at this critical juncture, Lung Qingyue, possessed by a demon, suddenly appeared. It turned out that 1,000 years ago, the Demon Lord had trapped him for Yun Yihan's sake. Now, with the substitute Lung Qingyue killed, he was left homeless. So he decided to teach the Demon Lord a lesson. The Demon Lord simply flicked his hand and knocked him down. Then, with a wave of his hand, he opened a spatial crack and walked in with Yun Yihan. Lung Qingyue's eyes widened. Watching the two of them leave, he then realized that the Demon Lord no longer remembered the past clearly. So he immediately sent an emergency rescue signal to the Demon Realm. Only when the Demon Lord returned home did he discover that Yun Yihan's physical body was gone. Looking at his increasingly weak soul, the Demon Lord made a resolution in his heart. He had to save him. Then, with a gentle expression, he apologized to Yun Yihan. He silently pulled open his clothes. The Demon Lord continuously transferred spiritual power into Yun Yihan's spiritual body. His soul visibly recovered, but the Demon Lord suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. When Yun Yihan woke up, he found his clothes had been half pulled down and the Demon Lord was sitting behind him. He assumed the Demon Lord had done something indecent to him. He quickly pulled the sheet over himself and accused the Demon Lord of being improper. But he just smiled and patted Yun Yihan's head. He even teased him, which angered him for a moment. He raised his hand to slap the Demon Lord, but when his hand was halfway there, he noticed a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He immediately asked with concern what had happened. The Demon Lord simply said it was nothing serious. Then he repeatedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I lost your physical body." Only then did Yun Yihan understand that he was currently a spiritual body. The Demon Lord told him not to worry, as he had already transferred spiritual power to him. He then opened a spatial passage, held him, and returned to the Soul B space, planning to preserve Yun Yihan's spiritual body first. The two arrived at the spatial hall. The Demon Lord called for the Space Master. But the next second, the Space Master and Yu Fifan were thrown out, bound and neatly arranged. Then, the figure of Lung Qingyue appeared before them. Yun Yihan was surprised to find that the person who had come was his cousin. But he quickly realized. He remembered clearly that his cousin had died long ago. So, who exactly was this person? At this moment, they heard the Space Master and Yu Fifan shouting, Run quickly. This is the demon clan's Lung Qingwei. Inside the soul beast space, he is an invincible existence. Lung Qingwei didn't waste any words with them. With a direct wave of his hand, he sent an attack towards Yun Yihan and the others. The demon lord stepped forward and blocked Lung Qingwei's attack. Then he teleported in front of him and grabbed him by the neck. He demanded to know where Yun Yihan's body was. Lung Qingwei was quite honest this time, saying he had thrown Yun Yihan's physical body into the house of vicious ghosts, just so the demon lord wouldn't be able to retrieve it. After speaking, purple flames erupted from his body. The demon lord was slightly stunned to see the purple flames, wondering why he could use ghost fire. At this, Lung Qingwei became even more smug. He told the demon lord that the ghost clan of the demon realm had already betrayed him. His power came from the demon realm, and if these demon clans all betrayed the demon lord, his power would be finished. But the demon lord sneered. There were countless demon clans in the demon realm. How could they betray him so easily? Trying to undermine his strength with such trivial matters was simply nonsense. Saying this, the demon lord charged towards Lung Qingwei again. Lung Qingwei threw out a wisp of ghost fire shaped like a skull. Yun Yihan saw that the demon lord was about to be injured by this move and quickly blocked in front of him, smashing the skull to pieces. Yun Yihan wondered to himself, the demon lord was so powerful. How could he not even handle a mere Lung Qingwei? At this, Lung Qingwei was overjoyed. He told Yun Yihan that the demon lord had used up half of his power to save his soul. Therefore, Lung Qingwei was extremely confident that the demon lord couldn't defeat him. The demon lord didn't care, because he knew that even if his power was greatly diminished, he still had Yun Yihan behind him. It seemed this time he would have to rely on him to sort things out. The demon lord placed his hand on Yun Yihan's waist, continuously transferring spiritual power to him to stabilize his spiritual body. However, he himself was growing weaker and weaker. Yun Yihan looked at the demon lord's swaying figure, his eyes filled with heartache. This scene made Lung Qingwei grit his teeth. He didn't know why the demon lord was willing to do this for Yun Yihan. Meanwhile, his own body was now filled with energy, but the demon lord collapsed weakly. Seeing this, Yun Yihan quickly caught him. He whispered to Yun Yihan, "This time, I'll need my wife's protection." He carefully settled the demon lord down. When he turned back to face Lung Qingwei, his expression was ice cold. He opened his mouth and told him to hand over his physical body. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind sending Lung Qingwei to the afterlife. He was very smug at this moment, grinning like a big fool. He was certain that Yun Yihan couldn't control the demon lord's power, and that was indeed the case. Although Yun Yihan could feel his body filled with the demon lord's immense power, he couldn't wield it. Facing Lung Qingwei's attacks, he seemed completely unable to defend himself. He complained to the demon lord in frustration, but he just gave Yun Yihan a light kiss on the lips. He got a little angry. At a time like this, that guy was still thinking about such things. But the demon lord told him to relax and accept him and his power. Then Yun Yihan felt it. As their kiss grew more passionate, he felt as if he were under a large tree. When he returned to reality, he could already control the demon lord's power at will. He never thought the demon lord's power was so peculiar. With his power, Yun Yihan stood tall with confidence. He once again demanded that Lung Qingwei take him to the house of vicious ghosts. At this point, Lung Qingwei saw how immense his power was and knew he definitely couldn't win against him now. He even thought of secretly escaping. But how could Yun Yihan let him succeed? He shot out a blast of spiritual power, sending Lung Qingwei flying. At this moment, he also understood that it was impossible for him to leave. He used the blood from the corner of his mouth to draw a strange pattern on the ground. With a flash of red light, Lung Qingwei's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already standing in the place called the House of Vicious Ghosts. The House of Vicious Ghosts. Anyone who enters should not expect to come out. Once inside, one must be prepared and never leave. Yun Yihan didn't hesitate and walked directly into the House of Vicious Ghosts, becoming the 10,000 86th brave soul to visit it. He arrived in the main hall of the house and saw his bound physical body at a glance. Just as he was about to step forward, countless feathered swords rained down from the sky, forcing him back into a corner. Yun Yihan shouted loudly, hoping someone would come out to fight him. Just then, a dark-skinned man covered in bows and arrows walked out. He told Yun Yihan that now that he had the Demon Lord's power, he and his subordinates certainly wouldn't clash with that power head-on. But as a member of the Ghost Clan, he had his own way of solving problems. People are afraid of ghosts because they have done bad things. This is because the Ghost Clan has an ability to infinitely amplify a person's evil desires until they are consumed by their own malevolent thoughts. This is the Ghost Clan's ultimate technique. But to Yun Yihan, these were all just petty tricks. In reality, they were just spiritual attack-type skills. Therefore, Yun Yihan quickly broke through the man's technique. Seeing that his spiritual attack was ineffective, he pointed at Yun Yihan and questioned him. He had clearly committed so many evil deeds. Why wasn't he consumed by darkness? Yun Yihan replied that everything he had done was with a clear conscience. He then gathered spiritual power in his hand and attacked in the direction of the Ghost Clan member. Seeing his methods were useless, he quickly changed his strategy. He took his subordinates and hid behind Yun Yihan's physical body. Although Yun Yihan was cautious with his attacks, tried to avoid his own body, accidents happened. He ultimately ended up harming his own physical body. Seeing this, Yun Yihan shouted, "Oh no," and his soul then merged back into his physical body. At this moment, the Demon Lord hurried over. Seeing him injured, he was very sad and guilty. But even more than that, he was afraid. He was afraid that the mistakes he had made and the people he had provoked in the past would bring trouble to Yun Yihan. If that were truly the case, the Demon Lord would rather leave him just so he wouldn't be a burden. But Yun Yihan directly kissed his lips, showing that their fates had long been bound together. He would never leave the Demon Lord, no matter what. At this moment, Yun Yihan and the others returned to the spatial hall, but the surroundings began to shake violently, as if in an earthquake. The Space Master told them that the vicious ghost from before had activated the self-destruct mechanism for this space. The place was about to be turned upside down. With a loud bang, the hall was immediately filled with dust. The walls began to collapse one after another. Just as they were about to hit Yun Yihan, the Demon Lord reacted quickly, pulling him into his arms and blocking the stones with his sturdy back. However, he was also hit quite hard. The Demon Lord quickly opened a transport portal. He brought everyone to the Yun residence. It was the Space Master's first time setting foot in the mortal world. He was filled with curiosity about everything around him. He never expected the world outside the Soul Beast space to be so beautiful. Everything outside the Soul Beast space was a novelty. He and Yufifan were like country bumpkins in the big city, wanting to see and understand everything. Yun Yihan was initially worried they wouldn't adapt to the current environment. He didn't expect he was worrying for nothing. Just at this moment, Yin Yang came to report that the Sheng Yun sect had taken away the head of the Yun family. Both of them felt something was not right. The Sheng Yun sect was a major sect. Why would they take away the head of a small family for no reason? The Demon Lord then wondered if it was related to the Prophet. Afterwards, Yun Yihan entrusted Yufifan and the other to Yun Yang, while he and the Demon Lord flew towards the Sheng Yun sect. When they arrived near the Sheng Yun sect, they found it was full of zombies. Although they were panicked, the priority was to deal with the problem at hand. Yun Yihan arrived at the entrance of the Sheng Yun sect and asked the disciple on duty about his father's whereabouts. But the disciple on duty stated that the sect master had been eagerly awaiting him for a long time. Finally, on a platform that resembled a chessboard, they saw the sect master. Yun Yihan asked him why he had taken his father away. The sect master, however, displayed a star chart and began to explain. The final conclusion was that Yun Yihan's destiny was exceptionally good, and his father was destined to sacrifice himself for the country. Yun Yihan was unwilling to listen to his nonsense and threw a punch at the sect master. But to his surprise, his fist passed right through the sect master's body. He then heard him introduce himself as the Prophet. He said Yun Yihan couldn't kill him, but he didn't believe it and reached out to grab the sect master's head. As a result, this grab directly plucked his head off. Although the sect master's head was gone, his body remained standing steadily. What surprised him even more was that the head he was holding was still talking. Startled, Yun Yihan let go of his hand. The sect master's head flew back onto his body, leaving not even a seam. The sect master could see he was terrified. The sect master told him that instead of being afraid of him, he should think about how to deal with the enemies that were about to appear. The enemies the sect master mentioned were the group of zombies Yun Yihan saw when he arrived. The zombie army was about to charge in, but the sect master was still conducting a ritual here, preparing to resist this catastrophe. After speaking, the sect master revealed the altar. Lying on the altar was none other than Yun Yihan's own father. Yun Yihan rushed over, held his father, and called out to him softly. He then saw the head of the Yun family open his crimson eyes and lunge at him with a roar. Fortunately, the demon lord reacted in time, and he avoided being scratched by his own father. Yun Yihan furiously questioned the sect master, asking what on earth he had done to his father. The sect master answered calmly. They never kill indiscriminately. They had merely refined Yun Yihan's father into a zombie king to resist this tide of zombies. Before the sect master could finish speaking, wave after wave of zombies flooded into the room. They clawed and bit at the people in the room indiscriminately. The demon lord quickly picked up Yun Yihan and desperately dodged. After a while, the zombies suddenly became orderly, facing one direction, kowtowing and shouting, "Greetings, father." It turned out the head of the Yun family had woken up. Seeing this, Yun Yihan quickly went forward to ask if he was all right. But the head of the Yun family told him to become a zombie. This scared him, and he backed away, not understanding what his father meant. Unexpectedly, the head of the Yun family suddenly stepped forward and pushed Yun Yihan into the zombie nest. The surrounding zombies then swarmed around him. Seeing this, the demon lord went forward and helped him up. He told him to activate the fire bell, because zombies are most afraid of fire. Sure enough, once the fire bell was activated, the zombies in the room scattered in terror and were almost all burned away. The head of the Yun family saw this scene and charged directly into the sea of fire. This made Yun Yihan frantic, and the demon lord quickly comforted him. He promised that he would definitely bring his father-in-law back unharmed. After comforting Yun Yihan, he also rushed into the sea of fire without stopping. At this moment, the most nervous person was certainly Yun Yihan, who could do nothing but watch. The demon lord, having entered the sea of fire, had already come before the head of the Yun family. He charged at the demon lord, wanting him to join the zombie army as well. The demon lord ripped off his cloak and threw it at him. The head of the Yun family tried to struggle, but was punched into the cloak by the demon lord, who bound him tightly and forcibly took him away. To be honest, while doing this, the demon lord was a nervous wreck inside. This was his own father-in-law. After all, was that last punch a bit too hard? When he walked out carrying the head of the Yun family, he found the chaos pig and the treasure hunting goat were outside. It turned out the chaos pig had sensed that Yun Yihan was in danger and wanted to come save him. Unexpectedly, he suddenly started a fire, so they couldn't find Yun Yihan. At this moment, he also ran over, hugged the demon lord, and asked if he was all right. At this time, the chaos pig and treasure hunting goat let it slip, revealing that they had come to hunt for treasure. It turned out they were after the soul-fixing pearl. Obtaining this treasure would be equivalent to having their own undead army, and this treasure could also help the head of the Yun family regain his human form. Afterwards, everyone arrived in front of a large gate. Unexpectedly, the sect master emerged from inside, saying he was going to collect everyone's bodies. But he saw that everyone was safe and sound. Although he was quite surprised, he wasn't flustered. After all, the true ancestor of 10,000 zombies would only be fully refined at midnight. And it was now midnight. As soon as the sect master's voice fell, they saw Yun Yihan's father crawl out again and lunge directly at Yun Yihan. Seeing this, the demon lord wanted to go forward and help, but he was completely surrounded by a group of zombies. Seeing this, Yun Yihan wanted to knock his father unconscious. But the sect master used the soul-fixing pearl to control the zombies' movements. The head of the Yun family bit directly into his arm. The demon lord's eyes widened at the sight. At this moment, Yun Yihan felt his whole body go limp and weak, and he fell stiffly to the ground. The demon lord immediately rushed over to catch him. The head of the Yun family wanted to launch a sneak attack, but the demon lord began to mutter a mysterious incantation, causing the soul-fixing pearl in the sect master's hand to shatter on the spot. Not only did the head of the Yun family return to normal, but the figures of the zombies also slowly dissipated. The sect sect master couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at this scene. The ghost clan of the demon realm had clearly betrayed the demon lord, and the zombie tide was under his control. He didn't know why the demon lord still possessed such power. The demon lord sneered. This sect master was still playing dumb with him. In truth, the power of the demon realm originated from him, and he had also remembered everything from the past. When the heavens and earth were first formed, there was a division between gods and demons. The son of the sky ruled the god realm, and the son of the earth ruled the demon realm. The son of the earth, because he ruled wisely, was revered by all demons as the demon venerable. One day, the demon venerable went to the celestial realm for a gathering and happened to meet a goddess named Luo Nu. He had never seen such a beautiful woman and immediately fell in love with Luo Nu at first sight. But he did not know that this scene was seen clearly by the god emperor who was hiding behind them. So he colluded with the demon venerable's guard, the demon king. When the demon venerable returned to the demon realm, the demon king kidnapped Luo Nu and forced him a hand over his scepter of power. To save the one he loved, the demon venerable ultimately gave the scepter to the demon king. From then on, the demon realm regarded him as a traitor. In an instant, the demon venerable was deserted by all. Everyone wished they could tear him apart. Unexpectedly, the demon king went back on his word and killed Luo Nu in the end. As Luo Nu's soul was about to be reincarnated, the demon venerable formed a blood pact with her. No matter the time or space, as long as Luo Nu summoned him with her blood, he would protect Luo Nu for all eternity, never leaving her side. The demon king, worried that the demon venerable would retaliate, sealed this part of his memory. To be safe, he also asked the god emperor to implant some false memories into the demon venerable and trapped him in a stone in the deathly forbidden land. It wasn't until Yun Yihan awakened him with his blood that he learned he was the demon venerable. At that time, he didn't know which of his memories were real and which were false. The only thing he was sure of was the need to protect Yun Yihan. And now, the sect master of the Sheng Yun sect actually dared to make a move against him. He must make him pay the price. The sect master was scared silly by this, claiming he wasn't the demon king, just a minor member of the god clan. Then he wanted to turn and run. The demon lord didn't care about any of that. He only knew that Yun Yihan had been bullied. Whether god or demon, he would kill them all the same. Then he channeled his spiritual power and pierced through the sect master's body. Even as the sect master was dying, he was still mocking him, saying the god clan's duty is to protect the human realm and that the demon lord was the true culprit behind the zombie invasion. But he had no intention of listening to the sect master's nonsense and directly stomped on his head, crushing it. At this moment, Yun Yihan also woke up. He then remembered that he had been bitten. He shoved the demon lord away, afraid that he would turn into a zombie and harm him. But the demon lord wrapped an arm around his waist. Even if Yun Yihan became a zombie, he couldn't even think about getting away from him. The demon venerable raised his hand and waved out a gentle breeze, then told NAMA-MANGAI to turn around and look at him. When he turned around, he was stunned. He saw that Yun Yihan's body was continuously emitting a cold aura, and a life-bound tree was absorbing the cold aura from his body. If the demon venerable hadn't given him the life-bound tree, he might have already died this time. Before Yun Yihan could even react and understand what was happening, the demon venerable had already stepped forward and taken his small hand. This scene made Yun Yihan's mind go completely blank on the spot, and a blush appeared on his face. The demon venerable stated that Yun Yihan was naturally frail and had to guard the immortal arts every day. It was exhausting and strenuous. He could only find his own fun and treat it as life. He also accused NAMA-MANGAI, as Yun Yihan's older brother, of not even noticing that his life was withering away. NAMA-MANGAI showed a look of disbelief on the spot. Then he took Yun Yihan's hand and apologized. As an older brother, he cared less about his own younger brother than an outsider. Then he turned to look at the demon venerable at the side. This life-bound tree is the inner core of the demon realm. Even the demon venerable would become a weakling without this inner core. He asked if he had given the life-bound tree to Yun Yihan so casually because he had taken a fancy to him. He stated that he was the demon venerable. But the word like was simply not enough to describe his feelings for Yun Yihan. He turned around and cupped Yun Yihan's face, saying he wanted to stay by his side forever to protect him, and asked if he was willing. Yin Yin buried his head in his embrace. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Seeing this scene, Enai Changsheng felt relieved. He felt that his little brother was truly blessed. He turned to leave, wanting to do what he could. When Yin Yin saw this, he quickly asked him what he was going to do. Enai Changsheng said he was going to the human realm to be a master of a spiritual spring, to protect him in a different way, and told him to come find him whenever he wanted to use spiritual herbs. But Yin Yihin was afraid that he would forget him after going to the human realm. But Enai Changsheng said he would never forget his own younger brother. However, they didn't notice that a lotus flower nearby was watching them. Like a mirror, it reflected everything before it onto its surface. It turned out to be the god emperor peeking at them from behind. At this moment, he discovered the demon venerable's weakness, Yun Yihan. And at this time, he no longer had his lifebound tree. The god emperor wanted to cooperate with the demon king to join forces and bring down the demon venerable. The timeline returns to the present. Now Yun Yihan also knew why the demon lord had lost to the demon king and the god emperor back then. It was because he had given his lifebound tree to Yun Yihan. The demon lord comforted him, saying he wasn't strong enough back then and that things were different now. He was now fully capable of protecting him. Then the demon lord formally confessed his love to Yun Yihan, and their lips met in a kiss. But a nearby lotus flower suddenly bloomed, staring intently at the two of them. The peeping god emperor snapped his fan shut with a paw sound. He mocked the demon lord for not having learned his lesson and planned to repeat his old trick, using Yun Yihan to teach him a lesson. The god emperor ordered the demon king standing beside him. Now it's time for the demon clan to contribute. The demon king said he had been ready for a long time. He lifted the curtain at the side. An old woman with blue skin walked out from inside. The demon king took out a portrait of Yun Yihan and placed it in front of the old woman, asking her if she could transform into the person in the portrait as long as she had a target. Before he could finish his sentence, the old woman before him had already transformed into Yun Yihan's appearance. She smiled and answered the demon king's question. Indeed, that is the case. At this moment, Yun Yihan and the demon lord were nestled together under the lovesickness tree. The demon lord joked that the spiritual herbs of the celestial realm were incredibly delicious. From now on, his mouth would be in for a treat. But Yun Yihan shook his head, telling the demon lord not to give him all the spiritual herbs in the future. He didn't want to eat these things. The demon lord was stunned for a moment, then reached out and pinched Yun Yihan's cheek, showing his disbelief. He teased him for being so cold and not greedy for spiritual herbs, asking if he was a fake Yun Yihan. He pounced on the demon lord and hugged him, joking that he wasn't Yun Yihan at all, but a villain who wanted to choke him to death. As he spoke, he snatched the spiritual herb from the demon lord's hand and stuffed it into his mouth. The two of them had a great time playing together. Yun Yihan said haughtily that since the demon lord had given him the lifebound tree, eating more spiritual herbs would definitely be beneficial for his cultivation. The demon lord hugged him from behind. Then, from within his own body, he took out a lifebound tree, saying that now, no matter what happened, he could protect Yun Yihan. He turned his head to look at the demon lord behind him. He didn't expect that his current lifebound tree was actually the lovesickness tree. The demon lord explained the power of the lovesickness tree. As long as there is the power of longing, it can increase infinitely. He gently brushed through Yun Yihan's hair. Everything I have now is because of you. He felt the demon lord was just trying to comfort him and was only half convinced. The demon lord playfully took the lovesickness tree and touched Yun Yihan's chin with it, and the two started fooling around again. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the god emperor suddenly appeared in front of the demon lord. When he turned around, he found that Yun Yihan had vanished without a trace. The surroundings were completely empty. A voice sounded out. He saw Yun Yihan had fallen not far behind him. The demon lord quickly went forward to help him up, but he said that he had just fought with the god emperor and discovered a secret. While saying that today was a special day to get the demon lord's attention, he took out a dagger from behind his back and viciously stabbed it directly towards the demon lord's body. Just when it seemed the demon lord was about to be ambushed by the fake Yun Yihan, after the two separated, it was discovered that a dagger was stuck in the fake Yun Yihan's chest, and his appearance changed back to that of the old woman from the demon clan. He mocked the demon lord for being so ruthless. It seems Yun Yihan isn't that important to you after all. You struck without any hesitation. If he had been mistaken, Yin Yihan would be the one dead. But the demon lord sneered and said he would never make a mistake. He would absolutely never mistake Yin Yihan for someone else. He raised his hand and killed the demon before him, cursing her on the spot, saying she was unworthy of transforming into Yin Yihan. Seeing this, the forest flowers behind them all hid and closed their petals. But the demon lord had no intention of sparing them. He uprooted the bunch of flowers and declared that if they ever dared to deceive people like this again, they would be seeking their own death. The god emperor hid behind a tree, watching the show. Then he brought out Yin Yihan and picked up a sword, making a threatening gesture towards the demon lord, planning to exchange Gongmingji's life for his. The demon lord let out a long sigh and dodged to the side, declaring that he wouldn't agree to their terms this time. The god emperor was stunned by this scene. The demon lord actually didn't agree to his condition. It turned out the Yin Yihan the god emperor had captured was a fake. Hearing this, he immediately turned his head and found that Yin Yihan was gone. At this moment, a large net enveloped him, and Yin Yihan, holding the other side of the net, slowly walked out. The god emperor couldn't figure it out even if he scratched his head raw. Once his leanly rope was tied, not even the demon lord could hope to break free. But Yin Yihan had untied it with ease. It turned out that from the very beginning, Yin Yihan had never been bound by a stupid rope. Yin Yihan had long since put on the body-protecting spirit-severing shroud. The leanly rope was naturally repelled. The god emperor almost fainted. He never expected someone to wear the body-protecting spirit-severing shroud. Yin Yihan mocked him, this supreme guardian of the god realm. But your intelligence isn't that high. He placed a foot on the god emperor's shoulder and told him not to use the same trick on him twice. Then he turned to the demon lord, grinned, and shoved the god emperor into his hands. The demon lord drew the sword in his hand. He would absolutely not spare anyone who wanted to harm Yin Yihan. Then he stabbed fiercely into the large spiritual net. Clumps of fresh blood appeared. At this moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky. It turned out the Demon King had arrived with the Demon Clan. The Demon Lord immediately stepped forward and hugged Yin Yihan. He knew clearly that this must be the Demon Clan's power being unsealed. At this moment, the members of the Demon Clan's power had greatly increased one by one, their bodies emitting an astonishing demonic aura. The Demon King's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the Demon Lord and his companion, wanting to kill them on the spot. The Demon King was about to stomp down. The Demon Lord protected Yin Yihan and told him to be careful. The opponents were like mountains, forming an array around them. They wanted the Demon Lord to taste what it was like to be counterattacked by his own people. The demons all lifted their feet and stomped down hard in their direction. The Demon Lord flew into midair with Yin Yihan, causing them to stomp on their own comrades. In an instant, the demons howled in pain. But Yin Yihan was puzzled. It was clearly the Demon King who framed the Demon Lord and seized power. So why did the Demon Clan end up thinking the Demon Lord was the traitor? He dotingly stroked Yin Yihan's face, praising him for being smart. He hadn't even thought of that. And to know all the secrets, the only way was to get back the crown on the Demon King's head. The two of them put their heads together and came up with a plan. Yin Yihan pretended to push the Demon Lord away, saying he didn't want to die here with him. The Demon Lord's face turned ugly, and waves of energy emanated from his body, frightening the Demon King and the others nearby. Finally, he told Yin Yihan to leave if he didn't want to die with him. He himself turned and walked towards the Demon King, letting him do as he pleased. He even asked him to give the order to send Yin Yihan home. The Demon King laughed smugly, not expecting the Demon Lord to have such a downfall. He turned and told the other demon brothers to escort Yin Yihan back to the human realm. At this moment, a cold smile appeared on the Demon Lord's lips. He struck like lightning, snatching the crown from the Demon King's head. Seeing this, the Demon King was furious. The Demon Lord had dared to trick him, but it was too late to say anything now. The Demon Lord had already placed the shiny crown on his own head. The surrounding demons were all dumbfounded. One by one, their demonic power was drained, and they returned to their original forms. A portion of the demons, seeing the Demon Lord reclaim his authority, were moved to tears, believing the Demon Lord had not abandoned them. Then, they all knelt down in his direction. Seeing this, Yin Yihan felt puzzled. Why did the Demon Clan's attitude towards the Demon Lord change so drastically? At this moment, a demon child looked at Yin Yihan in fear, thinking he was a siren who had bewitched the Demon Lord. As long as he was around, the Demon Lord would abandon the Demon Clan again. Hearing this, The surrounding demons also began to murmur, believing the demon lord no longer had the demon clan in his heart. If he voluntarily gave up his authority again, the demon clan would suffer heavenly punishment. Seeing this, the demon king tried to persuade the crowd that Gongming-ji was unworthy of being the demon lord, hoping everyone would kill him together. Yun Yihan looked at the demon lord with a puzzled expression and asked him why he had never told him about the hardships the demon clan had suffered. The demon lord just smiled, then pulled Yun Yihan over and placed the crown on his head. The demon lord told him that he would understand everything once he wore it. Yun Yihan was full of questions, wondering why he was suddenly being made to wear this thing. Everyone thought the heavenly punishment was coming again and trembled in fear. But they waited and waited. An hour passed, and still nothing happened. Everyone could see that something was not right. They wondered why there was no heavenly punishment this time, even though the demon lord had already handed over his authority. Yun Yihan had a sudden realization and just smiled. He told everyone that the heavenly punishment was just for show, all a ploy by the demon king to scare them. Hearing the truth, everyone was furious. It turned out the demon king had been using a fake heavenly punishment to mess with them. They regretted believing such a flimsy lie. The demon king was scared out of his wits and prepared to flee. On his way, he grabbed the demon child who had been shouting earlier. The demon king used the child to threaten the demon lord. The child's mother also knelt on the ground, begging him to save her child. The demon king laughed smugly. He wanted the demon lord to order the demon clan to retreat 1,000 miles away. After an hour, he would release the child. The demon lord put his arm around Yun Yihan and smiled as he rejected his demand. The demon king trembled at his answer and threatened him with his status as the leader of the demon clan. Protecting and leading the demon clan was the demon lord's duty. But the demon lord stated that he would rather slaughter the demon king who had tried to harm Yun Yihan. Hearing this, he froze on the spot, just as the demon king was about to stab the knife into the child's neck, preparing to trade a life for a life. The demon lord raised his long sword and stabbed at him. With a pa sound, the short sword in the demon king's hand was shattered by Yun Yihan from the side, and the demon lord's sword pierced into his chest. The child fell to the side, crying his throat hoarse with relief that he wasn't dead. Seeing this, his mother immediately began to pledge her loyalty to the demon lord, stating that the demon clan would forever have only one demon venerable. The people of the demon clan kowtowed to them one after another, begging the two of them to forgive their past mistakes. The demon lord and Yun Yihan looked at each other and smiled. He squatted down and patted the child's head, comforting him that the past few years must have been hard. After standing up, he placed the crown back on the demon lord's head. Then he puffed out his chest and assured the demon clan that he would never let the demon lord neglect them again, let alone casually toss his authority to someone else. The demon clan joyfully shouted, "Long live the demon lord! Long live the madam!" and happily tossed the two of them into the air. Amidst the cheers, the demon king at the side suddenly ripped out his own heart. He declared that since the demon lord had taken his power and glory, he would not let him go even in death. As he spoke, he crushed the heart in his hand, wanting to send the demon lord and his companion to the demon clan's pure land. As a demonic aura filled the air, the two of them reached out with trembling hands and grasped each other's. Yun Yihan woke up in Gongming-ji's arms. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, he asked the demon lord where they were. It turned out this was the demon realm, known as the Forbidden Land for both the god and demon clans. Even the demon lord had never been here. The two of them discussed exploring the wonders of this demon realm together. They saw a puddle of purplish-black, mud-like stuff rushing towards them. Yun Yihan's heart skipped a beat, feeling immense fear. The demon lord quickly explained that the demon clan was different from other creatures of the demon realm. This demon clan was not under the demon lord's control, because they not only belonged to the demon realm, but they were also born with a demonic aura. The demon creature glared at the surrounding demons, scaring them into scattering and fleeing. One of them was so scared his legs gave out. The demon creature then bit down on him. Seeing this, the crowd screamed for help and panic. Yun Yihan asked the other party who he was, but this unexpectedly angered the demon before him. A powerful, oppressive feeling emanated from its body. Someone behind the demon lord suddenly spat blood and collapsed. Turning around, he saw that the person had been scared to death. The demonic aura could make other races tremble in fear, creating immense pressure. So, dealing with the demonic aura was their first test. Hearing this, Yin Yihan felt very excited. He turned and slashed at the demon creature. Seeing this, the demon lord patted his head and praised him. Now that he had become so strong, he couldn't even protect him anymore. Hearing this, Yin Yihan jokingly told the demon lord to go find a weak woman to protect. He gave an awkward smile, saying he was just being mischievous in his own way. Then he took the opportunity to confess his feelings. Ever since meeting Yin Yihan, he couldn't even be bothered to look at other girls. And so, the two of them, deeply in love, began to kiss passionately, only to be interrupted by a shrill scream. It turned out a girl had been captured by the demon creature. Yin Yihan told the demon creature to let the girl go, not taking it seriously at all. The demon creature was scared out of its wits, wondering why he wasn't afraid of its demonic aura. It decided it was better to run. The poor girl they saved was named Yao Yu. As a newly adult member of the demon clan, her parents were planning to send her to the demon general. Unexpectedly, she was kidnapped by this demon soldier on the way. Yin Yihan asked why she didn't have a demonic aura. The demon lord explained that the girls in the demon clan were different from the guys. The girls relied on attaching themselves to males to survive, so they didn't have a demonic aura. When they got older, they would evolve the ability to shapeshift to continue pleasing the males of the demon clan. As for what to do with this girl, their demon clan had its rules. He stopped halfway through his sentence. The more he looked at the demon girl before him, the more pleasing she became to his eye. He couldn't let her be defiled by the demon general no matter what. He decided to take her with them. As they walked together, Yin Yihan asked what the difference was between a demon general and a demon soldier. Yao Yu explained that the demon clan's hierarchy was divided into 3 ranks: demon king, demon general, and demon soldier. Demon soldiers only dared to use their demonic aura to scare off occasional intruders. But the demon generals were formidable, with external skeletons and wings. They were exceptionally fierce. After hearing this, the demon lord praised Yao Yu. But Yin Yihan said that since Yao Yu was from the demon clan, it was perfectly reasonable for her to know these things. Gong Mingji tapped Yin Yihan's head and asked if he was jealous. At that moment, several demon soldiers stood before them, demanding they hand over Yao Yu. Yao Yu quickly grabbed the demon lord, crying pitifully that she didn't want to be taken away. The demon lord had promised to save her, so he would absolutely not stand by and do nothing. Yin Yihan slashed at a demon soldier, then tilted his head and told the demon lord to state his opinion without involving him. Yao Yu put on a frail act and asked Yin Yihan why he disliked her. Just then, a demon general swayed and appeared before them. Seeing that the demon general was about to attack Yin Yihan, at the critical moment, he activated his lifebound art. The demon general summoned demon soldiers to obstruct Yin Yihan. For a moment, Yin Yihan was surrounded by the demon soldiers. The demon general threatened the demon lord to release Yao Yu, or he would have the demon king deal with them. The demon lord forcefully grabbed his neck. Just then, a demon soldier rushed towards Yao Yu, thinking he could now claim a great merit. The demon lord quickly released the demon general he was holding and turned to save Yao Yu. The demon general spread his sharp wings and stabbed at the demon lord. At the critical moment, Yao Yu blocked the attack for him. Seeing this, the demon lord drew his sword and finished off the demon general cleanly. He anxiously went to check Yao Yu's injuries and held her without letting go. Yao Yu turned her head and looked at Yin Yihan standing behind her, feeling secretly pleased. It seemed she had successfully stolen the demon lord's heart. At this point, Yin Yihan also noticed something was wrong. This Yao Yu probably knew demonic arts, so he suggested the demon lord send her back home. Yao Yu started crying again, questioning Yin Yihan why he wanted to drive her away. But the demon lord now spoke up for Yao Yu, wanting to continue traveling with her. This made Yao Yu, who was standing nearby, feel smug. But Yin Yihan was stunned. Unexpectedly, the demon lord turned around and took out the demon queen's token, saying that only by bringing Yao Yu could they enter the demon king's palace. He found that the token at his waist was gone and immediately realized he had been tricked by the demon lord. The demon lord looked at Yin Yihan in his arms, feeling terrible inside. It was all his fault for not protecting him well enough, which led to him getting hurt. But at this moment, Yin Yihan was thinking that it was all his fault for not being strong enough, constantly causing trouble for the demon lord. He took out a rope and asked the demon lord to tie him up. He had been bitten by a zombie and could turn into one at any moment. He didn't want to harm anyone. This was the only reason he could stay with the Demon Lord. When the Demon Lord saw Yun Yihan take out a shabby rope with a look of determination, he suddenly burst out laughing. So his wife had this kind of hobby. As her husband, of course, he had to fully support her. He tied Yun Yihan up securely, slung him over his shoulder, and planned to go home and show off his skills. Only then did Yun Yihan realize something was wrong. The Demon Lord held back his laughter and said he hadn't turned into a zombie at all. Moreover, the head of the Yin family had also returned to normal. Only now did he know he was still alive. If he had really been bitten by a zombie, he couldn't have lasted this long. But what was going on? How did the Demon Lord save them? The Demon Lord just smiled faintly, perhaps to save his beloved Yun Yihan. He had activated some hidden potential. He slung his wife over his shoulder and prepared to leave coolly. However, just then, trouble came knocking. A guy with blue hair, golden eyes, and a black robe descended from the sky. When he saw the corpse of the so-called sect master, he was immediately filled with rage and questioned the Demon Lord and his wife. To this, the Demon Lord admitted it frankly, stating that he had rid the Shengyun sect of a menace and eliminated those zombies. The Shengyun sect should be grateful to him. Besides, this evil art of refining living people into zombies shouldn't exist in this world. But after hearing this, the man showed no gratitude. In his eyes, it was like the principle of sacrificing the few for the many. Sacrificing Yun Yihan's father saved the entire Shengyun sect. But because of the Demon Lord and his companion, his benefactor was gone and the plan was ruined. To repay his benefactor's kindness, this guy decided to personally send them to heaven. Yun Yihan also climbed down from the Demon Lord's shoulder. Seeing that the man before him was being unreasonable, he felt incredibly wronged. His own father had been framed. Now that his father was back, he hadn't planned to pursue the matter. But now he had changed his mind. He had to get justice for his father. Activating his life-bound art, Yun Yihan charged at the man with his sword. But he didn't expect to step right into an array formation. The situation immediately took a sharp turn. He was instantly besieged by the disciples of the Shengyun sect. Seeing this, the man couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking he had already won. To this, Yun Yihan just smiled coldly. Who said there were only two of them? Chaos Pig and Treasure Hunter couldn't hold back any longer. They loved this feeling of crushing weaklings. Most of the opponents they had met before were very strong, so they could only watch from the sidelines. But with this bunch, they felt they were capable again. So, with the cooperation of the two beasts, the disciples of the Shengyun sect were soon on their knees begging for mercy. Yun Yihan's sword was also about to pierce the man's face. Just as everything seemed to be settled, the man, with quick eyes and hands, easily caught the tip of Yun Yihan's sword between two fingers, a smug look on his face, telling him to take a good look around. He turned to look behind him, only to find that he had, at some point, arrived in a graveyard. At this moment, the Demon Lord slowly walked to the entrance of a cave. The yin energy inside had almost solidified. Before he could think much, a large number of zombies rushed out of the cave. Only then did he realize that the Shengyun sect was the origin of the zombies, and the man before him was the true leader of the zombies. At this moment, the man threw his cloak to the ground, revealing his true form. He intended to let everyone know what the real sect master of the Shengyun sect looked like. A large wave of zombies, summoned by the man, charged out of the cave. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chaos Pig and the others quickly jumped up to protect Yun Yihan. But the two of them collided in midair. Then, the two divine artifacts started a shouting match on the side to shift the blame. But Yun Yihan had no time to listen to their nonsense. He casually picked them up. Only then did he realize that those zombies had no intention of attacking him at all. Instead, they were dancing wildly on the side. Watching this hilarious dance, the two divine artifacts couldn't help but wonder, were these zombies trying to beg for mercy with an artistic performance? The next second, a dazzling red light shot out from the zombie pile. Only then did the Demon Lord realize that these zombies weren't dancing just now, but setting up an array. Unfortunately, it seemed too late to realize it now. The man was surrounded by the zombies, merging the zombies before him with himself, turning into a zombie king that stood before everyone. Seeing this, the two divine artifacts immediately changed their minds and told their master to run. The zombie king raised its large hand and slapped it towards Yun Yihan and the others. He was fearless. With a wave of his palm, he cut off the zombie king's arm. In his eyes, this zombie king was the one who should be running for its life. However, Although he was full of ambition, the power gap between them was too great. Before long, he was sent flying by a slap from the Zombie King. At this moment, the Demon Lord quickly came to his side and caught Yin Yihin's body. The Demon Lord told him that after experiencing so much together, although they lived in two bodies, their souls were already one. Yin Yihin was still wondering why he was saying this, but the Demon Lord had already taken his small hand. Then their two hands were clasped together, fingers intertwined. Immediately, a surge of energy erupted from their bodies, and a radiant longsword appeared in their hands. A strange energy surged from the embracing pair. Then they slowly flew up and charged fiercely towards the Zombie King. And during this process, both of them felt the other's feelings for them. Their love for each other could no longer be hidden. The two of them kissed in midair as their bodies gradually merged. An intense light filled the entire cave space. Seeing this, the Zombie King's eyes showed a look of disbelief. It turned out that the Demon Lord and his companion were performing the long-lost fusion technique. It was said that only two people whose souls were intertwined could perform it. The Zombie King stretched out its hand, trembling. The moment it touched the light, its body slowly dissipated. And Yin Yihin and his companion also slowly separated at this time, landing on the ground from midair. Only at the moment of landing did Yin Yihin dare to believe that they had truly won. The Demon Lord patted his small head, feeling that he didn't quite believe in himself. It turned out that Yin Yihin didn't disbelieve the Demon Lord, but himself. In his view, it wasn't so simple for two souls to merge. The Demon Lord disagreed with this view. In his eyes, the feelings between them were deep, a kind of irresistible love. Just then, Chaos Bead and the others brought over the head of the Yun family. Yin Yihin quickly ran over to check. At this time, the head of the Yun family had also woken up, but when he spoke of what had happened, he had no memory of it at all. He even thought his family was powerful now, having latched onto the Shengyun sect. The Demon Lord at the side kindly gave him a lesson. There are bad people in the God clan and good people in the Demon clan. He told him to be more careful when meeting people in the future. The reason he said this was because he saw how hard it was for Yin Yihin, who had been constantly worried about his father. Only then did the head of the Yun family vaguely understand that he seemed to have caused big trouble. But the Demon Lord said it was fine. As long as he was around, it didn't matter if he caused trouble. At this time, Yin Yihin was pacing anxiously, since their souls had already merged. Then he wanted to understand the Demon Lord's past. The Demon Lord, surprisingly, did not refuse this time. He opened a portal to the demon realm. Then he took Yin Yihin's small hand and walked towards the portal, wanting him to know everything. Yin Yihin and the others passed through the portal and saw a long corridor. At the end of the corridor was a high throne. There seemed to be no one around. The Demon Lord knew very well that these people were just trying to put on an act for a while. With a wave of his hand, figures of demons appeared all around. The Demon King, who once idled away his days in the demon realm, was now sitting on the throne. Seeing the Demon Lord's return, the Demon King couldn't help but start mocking him. But just as he was about to say something, spit flew from below. Many demons preemptively pointed at the Demon Lord, calling him a treacherous betrayer. At this moment, Yin Yihin protectively stood in front of his husband, sending several demons flying with a single slap. Seeing this scene, the Demon King was quite surprised. He didn't expect that after Luo Nu's reincarnation, his abilities had not diminished but increased. He was even bolder than before. When Yin Yihin saw the Demon King on the throne, for some reason, he felt an uncontrollable urge to rush up and kill him directly. But the demon head was not afraid at all. Although he was shocked by Luo Nu's reincarnation, he still felt he could handle him. Just then, a heavenly guard suddenly appeared behind Yin Yihin, berating him for forgetting the rules of the God clan. He then began to list his various crimes. Finally, he wanted to suppress him under the heavenly tome and punish him with heavenly lightning. Seeing this, Yin Yihin told the Demon Lord to smash the heavenly tome so he could get out. However, this time the Demon Lord said he couldn't help because the heavenly tome is a lost set by the God clan. No power in the world can alter the power upon it. As the God clan guard explained, Yin Yihin also learned that he was the reincarnation of Luo Nu. But he was not disappointed. Instead, he bravely waited for the heavenly lightning to strike. A booming thunderclap sounded above his head. He simply closed his eyes, preparing to receive the lightning strike. It seemed the heavenly lightning did strike down, but the pain he imagined. Yun Yihin opened his eyes. He saw the demon lord had forcefully blocked the strike in front of him, taking the lightning bolt for him, and his body was struck down. He was clearly hit hard. Yun Yihin quickly rushed over to check his injuries. Unexpectedly, the demon lord could still smile at this moment. He took Yun Yihin's hand. He immediately felt a warm current enter his hand. Although the demon lord couldn't break the rules, he could take the punishment for Yun Yihin. And now he was free of sin. His weak constitution, unsuitable for cultivation, would also be cured. And from this day forward, they were no longer the demon venerable and Luo Nu of the past, but the demon lord and Yun Yihin. Facing the hypocritical supreme beings of gods and demons, the demon lord swore to wipe them all out. And the demon lord's blade was first pointed at the demon king. He planned to settle all new and old scores today. The two's palms collided, but the demon king played dirty, sending someone to sneak attack the demon lord from behind. But they forgot Yun Yihin was still there. He once again acted domineeringly to protect him, helping the demon lord guard his back. Seeing how domineering he was, the demon lord couldn't help but turn back and pat his head. Yun Yihin was a little shy, but still put on an arrogant and cute act, telling the demon lord to focus on the fight and not lose to the demon king. Seeing this, the surrounding demons all attacked Yun Yihin. Spiritual energy surged around him, fiercely knocking the demons away. But immediately after, he felt extremely dizzy, and waves of scorching heat washed over his body. His body involuntarily collapsed to the ground. The Lord couldn't be bothered with the enemy at this moment. He quickly held Yun Yihin to check his condition. When he heard him say he felt like he was about to explode from the heat, his first thought was to help Yun Yihin take off his clothes. But he said he would rather die from the heat than strip in public. In response, the demon lord was very considerate, creating an energy shield that enclosed the two of them, so people outside couldn't see. In fact, the moment the demon lord saw Yun Yihin's condition, he knew it was because he had accepted the punishment of the heavenly lightning, which opened his path to cultivation. All the useless cultivation from before was now fully unleashing its power. And from now on, he could also freely enter and exit the God realm. After 2 hours, the protagonist successfully achieved nirvana and also remembered his past life's memories. Thinking about everything that happened with the demon lord, he was now both Luo Nu and Yun Yihin. He decided to help the demon lord reclaim his lost dignity. He took his hand and they flew towards the God realm. The heavenly guard still didn't take Yun Yihin seriously, just a newly ascended member of the God clan. He believed he could still handle him. He held a fan and charged fiercely at Yun Yihin. Then he clashed palms with Yun Yihin. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm, so painful he couldn't bear it. He advised Yun Yihin to surrender early. But Yun Yihin's personality was just too competitive. How could he let him have his way? At this moment, the demon lord once again stood behind him, intertwining his fingers with Yun Yihin's hand that was touching the fan. If it was going to hurt, the demon lord would rather bear it with him. Yun Yihin knew the demon lord had figured out his little scheme. He just wanted to win this contest on his own. So the demon lord didn't interfere, but instead suffered along with him. Yun Yihin couldn't help but mumble, "The demon lord understands me best." Seeing him in so much pain, the demon lord suggested that a kiss could alleviate the suffering. This sudden public display of affection caught the God clan guard off guard, leaving him utterly frustrated. They're about to die and still have the mood to show off their love. Just as he activated the fan, intending to finish them both off, he didn't know that their kiss had triggered the opportunity for a fusion skill. Under the influence of the skill, the two poisonous insects were made to start falling in love. Seeing this, the God Clan guard immediately put away his fan. Then he looked at the two unique pets on it and cursed. At this moment, Yun Yihin seized the opportunity to attack him, fiercely knocking the God Clan guard away. Seeing that the situation was lost, he left some harsh words and then fled in disgrace, leaving the fan behind. Yun Yihin wanted to chase them to the heavenly realm and cut them all down. As the world's best husband, the demon lord naturally obeyed his every word. Conveniently, the fan left by the guard could transport them to the heavenly realm. When the two of them woke up, they found themselves floating in the sky. In front of them was a huge lovesickness tree. They knew they had arrived. It was here that Yun Yihan remembered his past with the Demon Lord. It turned out he was a little immortal in charge of guarding the immortal grass, unable to leave the lovesickness tree's side all day. Although life was boring, it was simple and comfortable. Until one day, a man wearing a crown appeared. He thought it was some minor god coming to steal from the immortal tree and its immortal grass. He quickly used a spell to protect the lovesickness tree. However, the barrier he set up had no effect on the man at all. The barrier was easily broken by him, and he came to his side. Then, the man smiled charmingly and invited him to sit under the lovesickness tree together, wanting to know about his daily life. Perhaps it was out of curiosity. The girl finally walked over and sat next to the man. The man was curious about everything about her, asking what she did every day and if she was lonely. He even gave her a cute little sapling for company. The girl was originally a guardian of the immortal grass. Carrying an extra sapling on her person wouldn't attract anyone's attention. From then on, the man always found excuses to come see the sapling and chat with the girl. 3 months later, the girl was playing with her life-bound tree when she realized the man hadn't come to see her for 3 days. Just then, a splash suddenly erupted from the Luo spring. A man climbed out of the water. He was Changsheng. He not only managed the Luo spring, but was also Luo Nu's older brother. Later, because he broke a taboo, he was banished to the mortal realm and became the master of the Lin Spring. He noticed that his younger sister had been muttering to herself a lot lately, as if she were hiding something from him. It was the same today. He had to ask her what was going on. Luo Nu couldn't lie, so Changsheng saw through her deception at a glance. The life-bound tree was also revealed. He only needed one look to recognize it as something from the demon realm. Thinking someone was trying to harm his sister, he declared that gods and demons cannot coexist, drew his long sword, and prepared to fight the man who gave her the life-bound tree to the death. Just then, the man appeared behind Changsheng, slowly walking towards the two of them. And this man was the former demon Venerable, the current demon lord Gong Mingji. The demon lord actually wasn't hit at all. His earlier appearance was just an act. He was just playing a reverse psychology trick. But Yun Yihan took it seriously. This time, seeing that nothing was wrong with him, he felt like he'd been tricked and was so angry he was about to fume. The demon lord also understood that Yun Yihan had indeed been wrong this time, so he gave him a deep kiss as compensation. As for Yao Yu, who was nearby and wanted to seduce the demon lord, she didn't stand chance. He and Yun Yihan had a deep connection. There was no room for any other woman in his heart. Yao Yu just refused to believe it. She thought she was the most beautiful and that any man would tremble for her. So she tried to cast her charm on the demon lord again. But at that moment, the demon lord was busy being intimate with Yun Yihan and had no time to pay her any attention. Yao Yu clearly didn't realize this. She saw the demon lord didn't even glance at her and thought he was scared and didn't dare to face her. Actually, her thoughts were close to the truth. The demon lord indeed didn't dare to look at her, because in his eyes, Yao Yu was truly too ugly. If he glanced at this thing, he'd probably have to ask Yun Yihan to wash his eyes for him. That's what the demon lord thought, and that's what he said. For the extremely vain Yao Yu, these words were a fatal blow. It actually made her die of anger on the spot. Yun Yihan took the token engraved with the 2 words Demon Queen. He couldn't help but be startled, wondering if he and the demon lord had scared the demon queen to death. The demon lord, however, wasn't worried at all. He knew the demon queen's strength perfectly well. How could this pink-haired demoness compare? This thing probably sneaked out after secretly taking the demon queen's demon token. But this demon token, for them right now, was like someone handing you a pillow when you're sleepy. Speaking of which, it said that the demon clan is best at bewitching people. Yun Yihan really wanted to see what this demon queen looked like. As a doting husband fanatic, the demon lord of course agreed immediately, pulling him along as they flew towards the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived in front of an incredibly luxurious building. 2 little demons guarding the gate blocked their path. Yun Yihan took out the token he got from Yao Yu. He had wanted to sneak in quietly, not wanting to get into a dispute with the little demons at the gate. But as soon as the 2 little demons saw the token, they immediately pointed their weapons at them, looking like they were about to capture them. Seeing the gatekeeping little demons charge towards them, they had no choice. The 2 had to fight these guards. These 2 little demons were naturally no match for them. They were taken down in just a few moves. Afterward, the couple easily pushed open the main gate. But not long after they entered, they encountered a demon general who called himself the Demon Queen's palace guardian, claiming to be the head of security here. The demon lord and his companion had trespassed without permission. Now, there was no excuse to be made. They could only deal with the demon general in front of them first. Unexpectedly, the demon general was not only strong, but also incredibly fast. Yin Yihan was careless and almost got injured. At the critical moment, luckily the demon lord reacted with divine speed. He pulled him back at the crucial moment, allowing him to escape death. He apologized to the demon lord, his heart still pounding with fear. The demon lord raised an eyebrow, indicating that if he wanted to thank him, it couldn't be too simple. Thinking this, regardless of whether Yin Yihan was willing or not, he kissed him fiercely. This scene nearly drove the nearby demon general mad with anger. He had always been guarding the Demon Queen's palace alone. He declared he didn't want to be fed their dog food and charged towards the demon lord and his companion. After eating so much dog food, he had to move his body to digest it. Maybe he could send this loving couple to heaven to enjoy their bliss. That would count as him doing a great, virtuous deed. However, both of his wishes were destined to fail. At this moment, a voice interrupted the demon general's actions. He turned to look. It was the demon queen herself, walking over from a short distance away. She first praised the bodyguard's heroic performance, then sincerely apologized to the demon lord and his companion. When she saw the token in Yun Yin's hand, she understood. They must have run into her handmaiden. She then invited the two of them to come inside the palace to talk properly. Yin Yihan watched the demon queen's back as she swayed her hips, feeling very puzzled. The demon queen hadn't used any charm attacks on those guards just now, but the guards looked as if they had been bewitched. What was going on? Suppressing the confusion in their hearts, they braced themselves and followed the demon queen into the main hall. Once inside, the demon queen lifted her mysterious veil, revealing a face that could topple nations. It turned out the demon queen was born with a naturally seductive aura. Although she didn't actively use her powers of seduction, wait for the military gate to know. Yu Hao certainly has something he wants to find them to help with. As for this, Yu Hao doesn't deny it either. He really does have something he wants them to help with. Demons and ghosts originally did not interfere with each other. However, after the Demon Queen's younger sister became the ruler, the Gate King began to scheme against them. The Demon Queen wanted to convince her younger sister. Unfortunately, her subordinates were too weak. Therefore, today while her younger sister went hunting, the Gate King's army coincidentally arrived. The Demon Queen wanted to find them to help her. At that moment, the windows of the Grand Hall suddenly shattered with a loud crash. A tall girl riding on a monster burst into the palace. No need to guess, this beautiful girl is certainly the younger sister of the Love Queen, the Love Wonder. What the Love Queen just said, he heard clearly. He felt that with his younger sister's current strength, she certainly could not make those demons return to normal. You rushed immediately toward Yu Hao with a fierce momentum, wanting to show him who was the master of the demon realm now. Seeing this scene, Van de Haan couldn't possibly stand by. Without any hesitation, he rushed forward. Approaching the threads of spiritual energy, she immediately wrapped them around his neck. But he was no ordinary person either. Only seeing his palm gently wave, the spiritual energy coiled around his neck gradually dissipated. After that, his palm waved, and a small venomous snake sprayed poison towards Yun Yihan. He was completely unafraid. Summoning his life weapon, he first dodged the terrifying bloodwind attacks. The next moment arrived before the strange beloved. A gleaming knife was placed against her neck. It was thought that she would endure it. Unexpectedly, she suddenly disappeared from her original position. When it appeared again, one demon had transformed into three. From three different directions, they rushed toward Yun Xiaohan. This was precisely the flowing guidance technique that he had just been practicing recently. He wanted to use Yun Xiaohan to test his hand. Besides that, Mon Quan felt angry seeing this scene. Yu Kai was almost overwhelmed, nearly losing a 3-on-1 fight. So Mon Quan also had to step in to protect his wife. He pushed Yinya back. Dense demonic chi billowed out from his body. With just one slash, he severed all of the demon's clones. Seeing the demonic chi on his body, the demon immediately asked about the identity of the Gate Army. When he said he was the supreme being of the demon realm, a strange expression suddenly revealed a mocking smile on his face. He had not yet received the information that the Gate King had died. He always thought the Gate King was the supreme being of the demon realm. Right at this moment, the beloved's strange body suddenly sprouted bone spikes. Rushing toward the Gate soldiers, he stabbed forward. Yunya, cold-eyed and quick-handed, pushed him away. His own shoulder was scraped with a deep wound instead. After that, they both looked toward Yao Qi. This type of bone spine normally can only be possessed by male demons of the tribe. Why can this demon use bone spines? Moreover, he doesn't seem to have any seduction techniques either. It appears he only relies on a brutally powerful body in combat. The demon heard this and became even more angry. From his perspective, he himself doesn't need these things to please men, because his wife is the Gate King. Saying these things, he rushed toward the Gate King's army, their side, to attack. It was only Mon Jun who appeared behind him at some unknown moment. One hand gripped his wrist tightly. At this point, no matter how strong he was like a monster, he knew that continuing to resist would be futile. That's why he began to want to find a way to commit suicide. Still didn't forget to threaten the Gate Army. If he died, the Gate King and the Demon Realm would certainly not forgive them. After hearing this, all the cold officials fell into silence. Then the Mon general took out that inner pill, indicated that the Mon King had died. Moreover, even at the moment of his impending death, he had never mentioned the strange love before the Mon general's face. It seemed he had nothing special with Yukai. Yukai saw that inner Cinnabar collapse and crumble, fell to her knees on the ground. She had lost her husband and now had to avenge him. Yukai gnashed her teeth in hatred, tears streaming down the corners of her eyes. A loud scream began as he was about to die with the Mon army. At this moment, the beloved queen rushed over and hugged him. Yuha could not stand by silently when his younger sister died before his eyes, because she was his only friend. Others might forget, but he remembered clearly. 10 years ago, at that time Yu Tuet Hai had not yet become Yu Hao. Because she seemed too charming, she was chosen to be Yu Hao. But his buttocks hadn't even warmed up yet when the Love King entered meditation, causing him to suffer great discomfort from the other disciples. Now, when he is at a dead end, she made the decision to extend a helping hand. She also encouraged him. From that point on, the two became best friends. Yukai's body was peculiar, lacking the ribs that female demons should have, which naturally became a source of ridicule from other female demons. Finally, one day, Yao Qi truly couldn't bear such a life and ran away from the spirit realm. A few years later, when he returned to the spirit realm, he had the Gate King by his side. Yao Qi happily told the Yao Ho that he had finally found someone who would not mock him, someone who truly loved him. The demon concubine cooperated with the Gate King to eliminate the Demon King. Not only did she seize power, but she also turned the Demon Clan into a tool for the Gate King to compete for control of the Demon Realm. However, the Gate King's ambitions did not stop there. He forced the demon concubine to hand over the Demon King's corpse to him, so that in critical moments, he could summon others to the Demon Realm. As a demon queen, demon blood flowed from her eyes. Under the curse of the rigid Demon King, the Gate King enjoyed great rigid power. Either he truly loved the strange demon, or he had to pay the price of his life. Now that the Gate King is dead, the door of the monsters has also opened. That is why the Gate soldiers have been summoned here. However, this also proves one thing, that the Prince of Mon and Yao Qi had no genuine love from the beginning. Upon hearing this, Yao Qi's entire body collapsed as she lay on the beloved consort's body. Yunya, the cold concubine standing beside them, watched as if sitting in a trance. He couldn't resist the demon's encouragement. Although he didn't have charming bones, his actual strength was still very strong. The woman encouraged him to live well, to live truly like a demon. The matter that happened up to this point seemed to have basically concluded. The demon and the demon queen finally reconciled, and Yin Yihan's feelings for them also became deeper. But at that very moment, the demon concubine suddenly coughed up blood. She weakly collapsed to the ground. It turned out that the curse the demon concubine had created for the inner elixir was actually stolen from the southern firmament side. As soon as the truth of the curse he revealed comes to light, there will be a counterattack. And even saving the beloved concubine comes at the cost of life. Seeing the urgent situation, Van de Haan quickly asked the Gate Army to save the beloved concubine. The military officer indicated that in order to decrypt the lock, one must find someone who can decrypt it. Since this thing came from Nam Quang certainly has a way to resolve it. Yin de Han heard this and immediately wanted to take Manjun to Nanjiang to help the beloved queen resolve the curse on her body. However, Munjin's face was filled with worry because he was afraid that after going to Nanjiang, he would not be able to return. Yin Han couldn't help but tease him when she heard him say he was afraid of Nam Quang. So our great military commander also had moments of fear. But in the end, being a man who doted on his wife desperately, the great military commander still had to obey his beloved wife's orders. The two of them joined forces to open the transmission gate. After the two people passed through the transmission gate, they arrived at a seemingly very primitive grassland. For a while, the two of them could not find any trace of Nam Quang's beloved. Van de Haan noticed not far away, in front of a house, an old man was sunbathing. He immediately approached and asked the man about traces of Nam Quang's beloved. Unexpectedly, this old man suddenly changed his attitude, feeling that Van de Haan was still young and did not know proper etiquette. His hand moved swiftly, tossing a lush green worm onto his arm. The worm was not only ferocious, but it also bit him. Manjun's heart felt a sharp sound, and his comfortable mood vanished in an instant. He realized this was a centipede, and it was a type of worm with extremely potent venom. The soldier angrily rushed forward, lifted the old man with one hand, and forced him to provide a way to cure the poison. The corner of the old man's mouth twisted into a strange smile. He indicated that the poison was too deep to be cured. Yin de Han was shocked at that moment. Neither he nor the old man had any grudge or enmity, so he didn't know why the other had to strike so hard. The old man could still laugh, saying that Yin de Han had fate with him. This deep bone fracture was a gift he was giving to him. It turned out that from the very first glance, he had already seen through it. Yun's Cold Han family came to find Nam Quang's lover, so there must certainly be a request. As long as he accepts this stubborn worm to become a wife, then the matter afterward is also settled. But Yun's Cold Han did not want to become a wife. But at this moment, he wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The old man flew up into the air and released a large cage. Lock both the Yin Yahan and Deep Bone inside it. The gate guard saw this scene, took out a knife, and placed it against the old man's neck. Force him to release the Yin Yahan. But the old man showed that it was already too late. Yin Dahan's neck had already been bitten deeply by the cold poison. He could only survive by becoming a skeleton husband. This time, everything had to be seen with his own eyes. The Gate Army's blade still had not left the old man's neck. If anything happened to Yin Dahan at this moment, then the old man would also have to go down to carry the corpse for him. At this moment, Van de Haan was in a cage, wrestling and rolling on the ground with deep bone worms. Those worms in front of him looked like blocks of tofu. After a while, they were wounded and died. He felt very happy seeing this scene in his heart. It turned out that deep bone worms were not as terrifying as imagined. But immediately after that, he heard the tense calls of the Mon soldiers. Turning his head to look back, those deep skeletal creatures that he had killed earlier, alive again. Looking at these deep bones dying and living and dying, Van's face turned pale and bluish. How is it that these deep bones cannot die? This way won't work either. As time passed, he also discovered a characteristic of the deep bones. They destroyed each other very fiercely. Just at this moment, the sex leader's dim mind suddenly brightened. He saw through this trick of fate, whether it was deep bones or husband bones. The key point was that they destroyed each other. Only the final victor can break through the cage of survival. In other words, to escape the cage, Van de Haan must crush those deep bones, using physical strength to achieve victory. Upon hearing Mon Quan's explanation, he suddenly came to his senses. It turned out that he had been using spiritual power to suppress the deep worms all along, which meant he had been bullying the worms around him. Those insects over there seemed to feel hatred towards him, launching a series of attacks in his direction to surround him. After that, he saw that the worms among them were also destroying each other. He decided to stand on the sideline to watch the scene. He would wait until they fought until exhausted, then make his move. The female lead did not participate in the dispute, so he obediently stayed by her side until the deep bones struck the spine alive. He then gained the benefit. The fisherman benefited. Finally, the last female lead successfully escaped the cage. He hurriedly asked the old man how to break the curse. The old man laughed loudly, indicating that this kind of secret technique was only known by leaders passed down through generations. He had absolutely no way to do it. The soldier heard this, directly took out an iron knife, and placed it on his neck. Since the old man was no longer of any use, he could be killed. Before the gate guard could react, the old man directly rushed into the sword blade. Then he collapsed in front of the two people. Before dying, the old man told them a story. The entire body of the bone husband carries potent toxic properties, unable to be friendly with anyone. A lifetime of tears from the three houses. Moreover, the clan leader stipulated that the bone husband must produce a next generation before he can die. Therefore, he created bones for countless women, until today, when Yun Yi-han finally succeeded him. His position, according to what he had just finished saying, immediately tilted to one side, and he breathed his last. Yin Han nearly went mad after hearing this. He began to deliberately or unconsciously keep his distance from the Mon army. He did not want to sympathize with the Mon army. Looking at the grass flowers around him withering and dying one by one, he knew the old man was telling the truth. Just as he was feeling sad, Mon Jun pulled at his sleeve through his clothes, wanted to take Yun Han to find the clan leader. Surely he would have a way to detoxify. Then the two of them came before a steep rock face. Behind the rock face was pitch black darkness, with countless deep bones stacked in layers. The gatekeeper initially planned to take him fly over, but having become the bone servant of Yun Ya-han, now he clearly knew all the deep bones. He glanced at the deep bottom and saw deep bones that would follow the human sent to track. Then the gatekeeper indicated he had a way. Because Yun Ya-han is a bone servant, the deep bones will smell him coming from afar. He pressed his body tightly against Van as the cold night fell, still tearing through the jacket wrapped around the two people discreetly. Afterward, the two strange, harmless people managed to reach the other side of the rock wall. Right at this moment, the rocks beneath their feet suddenly shattered. The shadows of two people also headed towards the mountain pass below as it collapsed. They waited until the gate troops opened their eyes again. A dragon, phoenix, and feather building suddenly appeared before the two of them. They looked at the building in front of them. Surely this must be their destination this time. Two people looked at the magnificent building with its dragon and phoenix decorations in front of them, not expecting there to be such a luxurious place in Nam Quan. After that, without any hesitation, they pushed open the door and stepped inside. I can only see a man wearing a chin strap hat, kneeling on a chair. This must certainly be Nam Quang's creditor. He greeted Vanda happily, as if he had found a precious pearl. His mouth said that the skeletal husband had come for the last time. Here is the translation to English. The creditor felt that the reason for his love was because his heart was full of greed, which is why he fell into this situation. Everything was caused by him. Now he runs to find him asking for an antidote. This is truly the worst joke under heaven. Yin Yahan NG heard such a resolute speech from the creditor, and his face turned green with anger. This person had not even clarified what happened before spouting out these stammering words. It's clear that Yu Hao did that to save his younger sister. How could it become greed when it comes from his mouth? The creditor, however, firmly insisted that even if it was to save his younger sister, it was still out of greed. That was his own fault. When he finished speaking, he reached out to touch Van's cold forehead. The soldier, standing to the side, couldn't possibly let him act so recklessly. He immediately stepped in and struck the creditor's hand, causing it to drop. The creditor looked coldly at the two people. He guessed they might not be natives, not yet knowing what the true meaning of the existence of the bone husband was. Standing high behind his body, suddenly many large white serpent shadows burst forth. The skeletal husband was precisely used to attack the white serpents of his. In particular, the blood of a virgin is very beneficial for the creditor's cultivation practice. He controlled the white snake tightly coiling around Van de Haan, but the white snake suddenly hissed, unwinding the coils that had wrapped around him. It turned out that the blade from the Mon army had pierced into the white snake's belly. It forced the snake to release its coils around Yun Yi Han. The creditor saw this scene and commanded the surrounding white snakes. He rushed toward the surrounded army of snakes. Just as he beheaded one snake, white snake figures appeared behind him. He whistled and then rushed to bite him. Van saw this scene and was immediately reminded. Moreover, Mon's army did not disappoint him either. He directly flipped his hand and threw the knife out. 3 white snakes were immediately cut into pieces by that sharp blade. But they didn't have time to rejoice when the creditor's gloomy voice rang out again, telling them not to be complacent too soon. I could only see a white snake rising up behind him, facing the gate disciples. It immediately exhaled a poisonous breath. They inhaled the toxic gas and immediately felt they could not control their bodies, slowly collapsing to the ground. The creditor's face revealed a cunning smile. Next came the moment to trap the bone servant. When the 2 people woke up again and discovered it, they had been locked inside 2 large jars. Placed on the altar, as a bone cultivator, Yin Daxian could feel that the bottle was filled with deep bone essence. He hastily told the sect disciples that they must find a way to escape. Otherwise, the 2 of them would surely die here. The demon lord quickly comforted him, promising that he would absolutely not let anything happen to him. The creditor had a mocking expression on his face. People about to die, still showing off their love here. Haven't you heard the saying that public displays of affection lead to a quick demise? He lifted the 2 large jars and suddenly flew up, tossing the 2 of them towards the numerous white snakes below the altar. The large snake's slender eyes emitted a fierce and excited light. But the demon lord was not flustered in the slightest. Using his spiritual power, he controlled a flute to fly to his lips. As the melodious music began to play, the large snakes, which were originally furious, actually began to calm down. Using their thick, long bodies, they propped up the 2 jars. Following the demon lord's melodious music, the white snake's bodies swayed gently. Finally, they coiled directly around the jars they were in. With a squeeze, they crushed the jars. The 2 of them also slowly landed on the ground. The creditor was greatly alarmed. Who on earth is this man? And what kind of technique is he using? The demon lord, however, was unconcerned. The creditor can control white snakes with bone worms, so it shouldn't be surprising that he, the demon lord, can control venomous snakes with a flute. The creditor was now furious. He ordered his subordinates to bring the Gu Hag's blood for him to drink. But those subordinates weren't stupid. They had all seen what just happened. Yin Yihin was clearly not someone an ordinary person could compare to, who would be willing to walk into a trap to their death. The creditor had lost his mind by this point. He ordered his subordinates to dig up the corpse of the previous Gu Hag to continue feeding his large snakes with blood. But Yin Yihin didn't plan to give him this chance. He directly drew his long sword and placed it at his neck. Those Gu Hags were originally ordinary people. The creditor not only used them in life, but even after death, their corpses were dissected for blood. It was clear how cold-blooded the creditor was. Hearing this, he told Yin Yihin not to speak nonsense if he didn't understand. This has been the rule of the southern border people for generations. The strong survive, the weak are eliminated. Even he himself came up this way. He only became the creditor because he eliminated everyone else. And those who wanted to become Gu Hags, if they didn't desire the power to control witchcraft, why would they become Gu Hags? The demon lord and the others felt that the creditor's heart was rotten to the core. But they had to get the antidote for the demon queen. So the demon lord proposed that as long as the creditor was willing to hand over the antidote. But he then stated a condition. He could give the antidote to the demon lord and the others. But in exchange, the demon lord had to give him his method of controlling venomous snakes. Seeing how despicable he was, the demon lord couldn't help but frown. You see, this jade snake art was an exclusive secret technique of the demon realm. It required the demon lord's soul power to perform. In other words, if he wanted to teach the creditor the jade snake art, the demon lord would have to give him his soul power. To be honest, Yin Yihin was unwilling to make this deal. A scoundrel like the creditor, if he obtained the jade snake art, who knows what unprecedented disasters he would cause. But the demon queen was their friend. After all, and her life was hanging by a thread. Since they had promised, they couldn't go back on their word. There was no other way. Yun Yihan had no choice but to tell the creditor to hand over the antidote first, and then the demon lord would teach him the method to control venomous snakes. But he wouldn't agree, insisting on learning the jade snake art first. There was really no other option. The demon lord patted Yun Yihan's hand to comfort him and prepared to step forward to transfer soul power to the masked man. Yun Yihan asked if he could help in any way, and what the demon lord asked for was just a comforting, fragrant kiss from Yun Yihan after he used up his spiritual power. He was furious inside. At a time like this, how could the demon lord still be so flirtatious? The creditor, however, couldn't stand the two of them constantly showing public displays of affection. He took out the antidote and threatened the demon lord to hurry up or he would destroy it. Seeing this, the demon lord didn't delay any further. He stepped forward and began to transfer soul power to the creditor. But this method was a bit novel. In one word, a beating. The creditor immediately cried out in pain. But the demon lord said calmly, "This is the only way to transfer spiritual power. If you can't take it, don't blame me." In reality, there were other ways to transfer spiritual power in this world. This was purely the demon lord's method of revenge. He thought, "You tortured us for so long. It's not too much for me to hit you a few times to relieve my stress." The creditor also felt that the demon lord was toying with him, but he just couldn't find any proof. Coupled with his desire for power, his mind had already lost all reason. So he was still toughing it out, desperately absorbing the demon lord's spiritual power. Finally, he caused his own soul power to overflow and directly exploded. Desire ultimately sent him into the abyss of hell. Yun Yihan found the antidote on his body. Just as he was about to turn and give the good news to the demon lord, he discovered that he could no longer support his own body and slowly collapsed to the ground. He hurried over to check. He saw that the demon lord's face was pale, and he had coughed up a mouthful of blood. But even so, he was still thinking about his comforting kiss. Yun Yihan felt his hand growing colder and colder, and grew more anxious in his heart. He tightly held the demon lord's hand, speaking to him nonstop. But the demon lord seemed to have had all his strength drained. His raised hand slowly fell to the ground. This scene greatly alarmed Yun Yihan. He loudly called out the demon lord's name. Then he lowered his head and kissed his lips. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes, praying that the demon lord would wake up again. Suddenly, Yun Yihan's eyes lit up. He had thought of a way. He summoned his soul beast, the phantom cat. He then gave the phantom cat an order, stating that he would no longer be its master, and its new master was the demon lord. The phantom cat was quite defiant at this. It was not a child's toy to be given away to whomever he pleased. Yun Yihan could only negotiate with it in a pleading tone, asking it to save the demon lord. The phantom cat was stunned. If Yun Yihan used force to compel it, it wasn't certain it could defeat him. But what Yun Yihan was worried about was that if he used force and caused the phantom cat to resist, it would definitely consume the phantom cat's spiritual power. But at this moment, the demon lord needed powerful spiritual energy to replenish his body. That's why he didn't want the phantom cat to waste its strength. At this time, the phantom cat threw out another question. Was Yun Yihan so sure that it would listen to him? Actually, he had just thought about this question too. He wasn't confident he could get the phantom cat to agree. So he was taking a gamble, gambling that the phantom cat, like him, also had feelings and could distinguish between right and wrong. Gambling that the phantom cat, for the sake of all the treats it had eaten from him, would help him. Unexpectedly, his gamble paid off. Although the phantom cat had an aggrieved expression, it still successfully merged with the demon lord. From now on, the phantom cat and Yun Yihan had no relationship. It would no longer be at Yun Yihan's beck and call. As the phantom cat and the demon lord's bodies merged, he himself felt a wave of weakness wash over him. But looking at the demon lord's face, he did not regret anything he had done. No matter what happened in the future, he would not regret it. The phantom cat's ability was really impressive. In just a short while, the demon lord woke up. Looking at the giant tiger soul behind him, he instantly understood. Yun Yihan had given his soul beast to him. When he asked, he always said he was fine. But the demon lord clearly saw him deliberately turn his back to apply spiritual power to his still bleeding wound. His heart ached for him, but he didn't expose it. Afterwards, the demon lord wanted to take him back to the demon clan to treat the demon queen. As they were flying through the air, the demon lord looked at the blue sky and white clouds. He suddenly remembered that he still owed Yun Yihan a proper wedding, but he never really liked such lively occasions. And how could the demon lord let his wife suffer? He promised that after the matters of the demon realm were settled, he would take the blue sky and white clouds as their witness and formally marry Yun Yihan. After hearing this, a blush like red jade appeared on his shy face. In a voice almost too soft to hear, he agreed. Unexpectedly, the demon lord started acting like a rogue, pulling Yun Yihan in for a kiss. Before he could even say the word rogue, the demon lord's passionate kiss had already landed on his lips. After a long time, the demon lord finally let go of the tenderness on his lips. He opened a transportation array to the demon clan. He now just wanted to quickly finish the demon clan's affairs and then marry his beloved. After the two arrived hand in hand at the demon clan, they handed the antidote to the demon queen, who was lying in bed. She was moved beyond words, pondering how to repay Yun Yihan and the others. He then gave the demon queen an idea, asking her to be their wedding witness. Hearing this, the demon queen laughed happily. Although she was quite surprised, she thought that with their relationship being so good, marriage was bound to happen sooner or later. A few days later, the demon lord and his partner's wedding finally arrived. The grand wedding was even larger than the demon queen's own back in the day. The people of the demon clan had also heard that the ones getting married today were the demon queen's saviors. The two newlyweds were seen standing on the stage, but the demon lord beside him was not behaving himself. He asked Yun Yihan to lower the fan in his hand, wanting to get a good look at his future spouse. Hearing this, Yun Yihan slowly moved the fan away, revealing a face that could topple nations. The beautiful person stood before him, with slightly curled bangs covering his curved, delicate eyebrows. A pair of bright eyes, lightly adorned with makeup, revealed a clear and pure gaze. The demon lord was stunned for a moment. After a long while, he uttered the two words, "So beautiful." Shortly after, the demon queen walked before the two of them and announced their wedding for the day. And people who came from all realms of heaven and earth also witnessed the wedding of the demon lord, NAMA-MANGAI, and Yun Yihan. As the demon queen tossed out a marriage contract scroll, the demon lord stepped forward first, vowing to take Yun Yihan as his spouse, to share life and death, and to be bound in spirit and flesh. Then, Yun Yihan took the marriage contract and also began to recite his vows. But before he could finish stating the penalty, the demon lord snatched the contract, saying that this was already enough. But Yun Yihan insisted on completing the contract because it was the most sacred vow and also the bond one must bear for love. And from then on, the two officially became a married couple. Facing the demon lord's passionate kiss, Yun Yihan slowly closed his eyes. The two embraced under the witness of the crowd below the stage. At this moment, spiritual flowers and spiritual grasses sprouted on the ground around them. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd rushed forward to snatch them. A spiritual flower also grew next to Yun Yihan, just as the demon lord picked it, intending to give it to him. The surrounding people all collapsed to the ground. At this moment, a blue-haired girl suddenly appeared. It turned out she had just spread the rainbow seven-color poison, a potent poison that even the demon lord couldn't withstand. And at this moment, the demon lord, with a violent cough, spat out a mouthful of blood. Yun Yihan quickly supported the demon lord, asking with concern if he was all right. The demon lord said he could still hold on for a while. However, he had no spiritual power now and probably couldn't be of much help. At this time, Yun Yihan entered protective mode. He would absolutely not tolerate anyone harming his husband. But what the blue-haired girl said next left Yun Yihan stunned. She said she didn't come to kill, but to marry. And the one she wanted to marry was precisely the demon lord. She even started calling him husband. The demon lord was completely baffled. He seemed to have never seen this girl before. He didn't recognize her at all. Husband is not a title to be used lightly. But unexpectedly, the girl's story was coherent and logical. It turned out that many years ago, the demon lord was cultivating in the demon realm and, due to an accident, suffered from cultivation deviation. It was thanks to the girl's father that he was saved. And when the demon lord wanted to repay the divine doctor for saving his life, the divine doctor arranged a childhood engagement between the demon lord and his own daughter. Later, the demon lord gradually forgot about this matter. Unexpectedly, after so many years, the girl actually came looking for him. This girl's name was Yunyu. Moreover, her current medical skills had long surpassed her father's. This little girl's skills were exceptional. She took out the demon lord's token, demanding to know why he married someone else and telling him to fulfill the marriage contract immediately. Yun Yihin couldn't help but laugh. This little Lolita and the demon lord had just met for the first time today. Why was she in such a hurry to marry him? The little Lolita said nonchalantly that she was only asking the demon lord to keep his promise. The scene flashed, and the demon lord and his husband were chatting by the window. At this moment, a strange blue flower had grown on the demon lord's head. Yun Yihin complained to the demon lord that this marriage had brought new troubles. If he had known, he wouldn't have married him. And now, even if they wanted to find Yun Yu, they wouldn't know where to look. Just then, a figure appeared silently behind the two of them. Seeing the flower on the demon lord's head, he asked if he had been afflicted by the rainbow 7-color poison. Time returned to yesterday. Yun Yihin noticed that something was wrong with the rain from the sky and quickly put up an energy barrier to block it. But he was a step too slow. The demon lord was hit by a few drops of rain and immediately felt weak all over and colder and colder. At first, Yun Yihin thought he was just acting pitiful. But when a red flower suddenly sprouted on the demon lord's head, Yun Yihin knew that things were really bad. And the demon lord was already swaying, unable to stand steady. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he collapsed into his arms. He angrily questioned Yun Yu, asking why she was so cruel. But she said this was the punishment for the demon lord's breach of promise, and named this poison the breach of promise poison. The flower on the demon lord's head would change according to the 7 colors of the rainbow. When the flower turned purple, it would mean the demon lord's time was up. Right now, the demon lord's only way to live, besides marrying Yun Yu, was to go to Medicine Master Valley to find Yun Yu's father. He saw that the flower on the demon lord's head had already turned orange. He said that Medicine Master Valley was very far from here, and he would never make it. Then, she took out a conch and handed it to the demon lord, telling him that if he changed his mind, he should blow the conch, and she would come immediately. Unfortunately, how could the demon lord be manipulated by a little girl like this? He slowly picked up the conch on his chest and crushed it to pieces. He then told Yun Yihin to take him to Medicine Master Valley. And behind them, Yun Yu, seeing this scene, swore to make the demon lord pay for this. Afterwards, Yun Yihin and the others came to a tavern to rest. At this time, a light rain began to fall. After being rained on, the flower on the demon lord's head actually turned green. Seeing this, Yun Yihin immediately pulled him and ran into the tavern. The demon lord still wanted to make a few jokes, but unexpectedly, the flower on his head had already turned cyan. Seeing this scene, tears involuntarily flowed from the corners of Yun Yihin's eyes. Then, the scene from the beginning appeared. The two of them looked at the rain outside the window, speaking words of love. A person suddenly appeared behind them and recognized the potent poison the demon lord was afflicted with. Hearing this, Yun Yihin immediately stood up and asked the man behind him if he knew how to cure the rainbow 7-color poison. Although the man didn't know how to cure this poison, he had a way to delay its onset, and the method was very simple, to care for it with all his heart. Hearing this, Yun Yihin and the others couldn't help but cry out in surprise, not knowing how a flower needed to be cared for. Under the expert's guidance, if the flower avoided sun and rain and was given enough nutrients and water, as if feeding the poison flower, its color change would slow down. Yun Yihin's heart ached for him even more. The two of them had to reach Medicine Master Valley before the flower turned purple. The two of them, sharing an umbrella, limped and disappeared into the night. He joked that the heavens were blind. Suddenly, a heavy downpour began. With quick reflexes, he took off his coat and had the demon lord hide under it to avoid the rain. After the rain stopped, the sun felt scorching. Yun Yihin had him hide from the sun under a large tree while he went to get some water to quench his thirst. Not long after, he ran over as happy as if he had found a treasure. Throughout their journey, they had relied entirely on Yun Yihin's care. He eagerly wanted to take the water for a drink, but he said the little flower was more important and told him to wait a bit longer. He immediately poured some water on the little flower on his head. The demon lord watched him being so meticulous and hugged Yun Yihin. He even wanted a child now, and he would definitely be a super good mother. He, however, said arrogantly, whoever likes raising them can go ahead. These past few days, just taking care of the flower on his head was exhausting. He didn't want to cause himself any more trouble. The demon lord was overjoyed after hearing this. He gently tapped his nose, thinking that this way, no one would compete with him for affection. Yin Yihan saw that the flower had had enough to drink, so he handed the water to the demon lord and told him to drink up and continue walking. After their arduous journey, they finally arrived at Medicine Master Valley, but he was shocked to find that the flower on the demon lord's head had already turned purple. Yin Tian, as Yin Changzai's last disciple, had been waiting here for a long time. He was the expert Yin Yihan, and the others had met at the tavern. Because he was Yin Changzai's last disciple, he had been sent on his master's orders to offer advice to the demon lord. Because he and Yin Changzai were close friends, he found it strange. Since Yin Changzai knew he was poisoned, why didn't he come to him directly, instead making them go through the trouble of finding him? Yin Tian, afraid they would argue over this, immediately explained for his master. Because his master's residence had been exposed, there was an endless stream of people seeking medical treatment every day. They surrounded the thatched cottage so much that he couldn't even move his feet. That's why he couldn't go find the demon lord himself. When the patients saw Yun Tian return, they thought the two people behind him were assistants and were about to make way. Unexpectedly, the demon lord suddenly coughed a few times, and they realized he was also a patient. They wouldn't let them in and told them to get in line. Yun Yihan immediately jumped out and stood in front of the demon lord, like a mother hen protecting her chick, afraid that others would bully him. He hadn't planned to cut in line, but the demon lord's rainbow, 7-color poison couldn't wait any longer. The old man next to them suspected him, thinking the flower on his head was to fake a terminal illness. He reached out to pull the flower. Unexpectedly, the moment he touched it, he clutched his chest, then knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. A small flower also bloomed on his head. At this, many patients no longer dared to doubt him. They were all busy fleeing for their lives, afraid of being poisoned too. Yin Changzai opened the door at this time and found that everyone had run away. He quickly went up and hugged the demon lord, thanking him for saving his life. Seeing this scene, Yin Yihan began to mutter to himself, "Wasn't this divine doctor a bit too casual?" After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, they got straight to the point. The demon lord was very anxious and wanted to know if there was any way to cure his poison. Yin Changzai thought of the method of fighting poison with poison. But there were so many poisonous creatures in the world, only the person who administered the poison would know which one it was. Yin Changzai wanted to first use a method to strengthen his foundation and preserve his life, and then have him transfer all his spiritual power to him. Yin Yihan didn't understand. The divine doctor clearly knew he couldn't use his spiritual power right now. So why did he still want his spiritual power? Seeing that he was unwilling, Yin Changzai said he wanted Yin Yihan to give him his spiritual power instead. Hearing this, he couldn't help but suspect that Yin Changzai didn't know how to treat illnesses at all, and like someone else, only wanted spiritual power. He also said that he and his daughter were two of a kind. Hearing him insult his daughter like that, Yin Changzai was so angry he wanted to fight Yin Yihan. Yin Tian didn't know why he would know. Yun Yu suspected that he was the one who administered the poison. The demon lord also generously admitted that besides Yun Yu, no one else could make him so miserable. Yin Changzai felt that his daughter's poison skills were quite good. This poison should be quite impressive. This time, besides wanting to cure the poison, the demon lord also wanted to annul the marriage contract. Yin Changzai told him not to worry too much, because although Yun Yu was a bit interested in him, the marriage contract was just something said casually back then. It didn't count if they didn't take it seriously. Yun Yihan then told them what had happened before, explaining that Yun Yu had poisoned the demon lord to coerce him into marrying her. The divine doctor and the others were shocked to hear this. Yin Yu ran in at this moment to clarify, but instead turned the tables, feeling that Yin Yihan was a malicious person with ulterior motives. She then said she just wanted to play a prank. If Yin Yihan hadn't interfered, she would have saved the demon lord long ago. She also felt that he must have been bewitched by a ghost and would be better off marrying her. Yin Changzai also felt that his daughter was right and hoped the demon lord would reconsider his life's most important decision. He pulled Yin Yihan's hand and wanted to leave, but he was worried about the poison in the demon lord. He then cursed Yin Changzai for being a fool who only doted on his daughter and wanted to sever ties with him from now on. He began to cough violently, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, everyone immediately rushed forward to ask him what was wrong. Yin Changzai threw a little tantrum at this moment, telling the demon lord to leave quickly if he wanted to sever ties, as it was none of his business. The demon lord turned his head away in frustration, but had no intention of leaving. Yin Yu immediately grabbed his clothes. She didn't want them to leave. After all, Yin Changzai had long been suffering from a fatal illness, and all the spiritual power in his body was gone. She wanted them to lend her father a hand. After hearing this, the demon lord had a sudden realization. No wonder Yin Changzai had just asked him to transfer spiritual power to him first before he could strengthen his foundation. But what he couldn't understand was how a family of medical experts couldn't cure their own ailments. But as the old saying goes, it's hard for a doctor to heal himself. Yin Yu also felt that fate was just toying with people. Right now, the only option was to ask Yin Yihan to transfer some spiritual power to him so he could recover as soon as possible. After hearing this, he didn't waste any words. He directly reached out and touched Yin Changzai's forehead, his eyes firm as he stated he would do his utmost to ensure Yin Changzai was cured. At this moment, Yin Yu felt that Yin Yihan was actually quite a good person. But she immediately dismissed this thought. Even if he was transferring spiritual power to her father, she still had to compete with him for the demon lord. She took out the antidote and threatened the demon lord to marry her. Seeing this, he immediately rushed over. Yin Yu thought he wanted to snatch the antidote in her hand and immediately hid it behind her back. But the demon lord just gently patted her head. This reminded her of her childhood. She had secretly eaten a guess medicine and hidden behind the demon lord. He didn't scold her, but also gently patted her head. He tried every means to help her. Now, this scene was replaying before her eyes. She quickly rushed up to hug the demon lord and begged him for help. It turned out that the only way to treat Yin Changzai was with the blood of the demon clan. Only by becoming the demon lord's wife could one enter the demon lands. He felt deeply sorry about this. But Yin Yihan felt this matter was as easy as turning over his hand. He just had to ask the two of them for help. Yin Yu said that finding the blood of the demon clan was fraught with difficulties. Without the title of the demon lord's wife, it was absolutely impossible. Yin Yihan asked her why she didn't ask him for help. Besides, he was quite willing to help. Yin Yu looked at the gentle woman before her and finally decided to make peace with Yin Yihan. But she still had a small question she didn't understand. What exactly was the blood of the demon clan? She felt that if it was an item from the demon realm, the demon lord himself could just get it. As a result, his expression immediately became serious. Because the blood of the demon clan was no ordinary item. Even he couldn't do anything about it. When the world was first created, the demon clan's power was too strong. The demon lord used a golden stone to absorb the power and made it into the blood of the demon clan. Because it possessed immense energy, the demon lord feared that future rulers would steal it, so he set a rule. No successive demon lord was allowed to touch the blood of the demon clan. He also had the demon clan use all their power to create an illusionary realm in the demon realm to store it. Now that the first generation demon clan was dead, he had no way of knowing about the illusionary realm. But because of the contract he made, he couldn't enter the illusionary realm. After hearing this, they were all quite depressed. This was truly a case of shooting oneself in the foot. Yin Yihan quickly told him not to be sad. A leader who would restrain his own power was a true leader. Since he couldn't go, he was willing to go himself. He felt a little better after hearing this, but was still a bit worried. So he hugged Yin Yihan. He urged him that if he encountered danger, he should remember to find him quickly. The two of them made a promise to help each other if anything happened. Then, the demon lord left a flower on his left shoulder. After he returned to the demon realm, he instantly understood. No wonder Yin Yu wanted to fight with him for the title of the demon lord's wife. The defenses of the demon clan were so strict. His subordinates were also very respectful to him. As soon as he appeared, the guards quickly welcomed the lady home. He waved his hand, saying he was just back to get something, and told them to just stand guard properly. After a short while, he walked to the side of the illusionary realm. He jumped down without even looking. Once inside the illusionary realm, he saw it was all seawater. The blood of the demon clan was hidden quite well. He guessed it should be in the house up ahead. He searched the house all over and finally found a red box. Just as Yin Yihan was about to leave, he was stopped by the first-generation demon clan member guarding the blood of the demon clan. It seemed that if he wanted to take the blood of the demon clan, he would have to deal with the demon clan guard first. The guard swung his short blade, and thousands of blades flew out, slashing towards him. Yin Yihan immediately opened his life-bound tree to block the incoming blades. The guard was now stunned like a wooden post, because only the demon lord was qualified to obtain the life-bound tree. Seeing this, Yun Yihan directly stated his intention to use the blood of the demon clan. The guard didn't believe him at all, thinking he was talking nonsense, and immediately attacked him. While dodging the attacks, he explained that he really wasn't lying and just wanted him to calm down and think. But he continued to attack relentlessly. In the space between his fingers, he was about to use his ultimate move. Instantly, a fireball gathered. It flew towards Yun Yihan. Seeing his stubbornness and refusal to listen to his explanation, he could only summon the fire spirit bird. In an instant, the burning fire illuminated the surroundings. A large golden bird resembling a rock spread its wings and soared before the guard, charging straight towards him. He was beaten until his body was covered in wounds, but he still said that even if he was defeated, Yun Yihan still couldn't get the blood of the demon clan. He didn't think much of it because he already had the item. As he was leaving, he just felt that he was too loyal, but unfortunately a bit foolish. He was secretly delighted that he had accomplished the task without the demon lord's help, thinking of getting the demon lord to praise him when he returned. Night fell. The stars twinkled as if dancing in the night sky. The high-hanging moon rested peacefully, sleeping in the night sky. Before Yun Yihan could properly appreciate this beautiful scenery, the sea surface suddenly churned with waves. Although he had just defeated the first-generation demon clan member, now he had to face the forces of nature. He believed this must be the doing of the first-generation demon clan member. Over here, the demon lord also seemed to sense that he was in danger, because he saw Yun Yihan in trouble in his dream. Yun Yu quickly comforted him not to worry. Even if something really happened, Yun Yihan would tell him. But he was panicking inside now, because he didn't know how Yun Yihan was doing. At this time, he was tightly bound, unable to move at all. He was still wondering how the first-generation demon clan member could control the sea. It turned out that he had created the entire demon realm illusionary realm. This was his exclusive secret art. Even if the demon lord entered the demon realm illusionary realm, he couldn't hope to escape his grasp. After saying that, he picked up his knife, intending to strike Yun Yihan down with one blow. The tip of the knife cut through Yun Yihan's clothes, and a small flower flew out. Seeing this, the first-generation demon clan member was completely stunned. He didn't expect that Yun Yihan could actually summon the demon lord. He stated that even without calling the demon lord, he could still take care of him. This sentence directly enraged the first-generation demon clan member, who urged him to quickly summon the demon lord. Yun Yihan took the opportunity to break the ropes and slapped him to the ground. Unexpectedly, the first-generation demon clan member was not afraid of death, stating that even if Yun Yihan killed him, the illusionary realm would not be undone. Yun Yihan had no intention of killing him because he would not kill someone loyal to his husband. Instead, he requested that he undo the illusionary realm for him because the demon lord needed the blood of the demon clan to save his life. The first-generation demon clan member wouldn't listen at all. He stood up again and slashed towards Yun Yihan. He was caught off guard by a sneak attack and fell to the ground. The blood of the demon clan also rolled to the side. He started cursing at the first-generation demon clan member, calling him an ungrateful villain. He picked up the blood of the demon clan from the ground and recalled the events of 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, the demon lord entrusted the task of protecting the blood of the demon clan to the demon clan. The other demon clans were all dissatisfied with this result because every single one of them was stronger than the demon clan. They believed that a task like protecting the sacred object should not fall to the weak demon clan. At that time, the demon lord chose the first-generation demon clan. He also didn't understand why the demon lord would choose him. But since the demon lord chose to trust him, it meant he was capable. So he secretly swore that no matter what, he could not fail the demon lord's expectations. So even if Yun Yihan was the demon lord's wife, he couldn't give him the blood of the demon clan. Yun Yihan climbed up from the ground and sighed helplessly. He wanted to know what it would take to make the first-generation demon clan hand over the blood of the demon clan. He demanded that the demon lord come and get it himself. But Yun Yihan knew the demon lord had signed a death pact. No demon lord in history could touch this thing. If he entered this illusionary realm, the death pact would surely backfire. He felt the first-generation demon clan was just being deliberately difficult, but he seemed to be a stubborn fool, saying they could either die here together, or Yun Yihin could stay behind and let the blood of the demon clan leave. After all, for all these years, he had relied on this illusionary realm to trap everyone who coveted the blood of the demon clan, eventually wearing them down to their deaths. As he spoke, he kicked open a nearby chest. Inside were nothing but white bones. Yun Yihin was shocked by the scene before him. The first-generation demon clan was also very curious, wondering what kind of choice he would make. Yun Yihin felt helpless at this moment. Stroking the flower on his shoulder, he wondered whether he should seek the demon lord's help. The demon lord had already sensed his call and entered the illusionary realm in an instant. When Yun Yihin saw him, he was stunned. He clearly hadn't summoned him, yet this guy suddenly appeared. It turned out the demon lord had been feeling a strange sense of unease lately. He was relieved to see he was okay. Yun Yihin remembered the death pact he had signed. Barging in like this would cause big trouble. Before he could finish speaking, the demon lord was already clutching his chest and coughing violently. Yun Yihin, with quick eyes and hands, supported him, suspecting it was because of the death pact. He nodded in tacit agreement, indicating the pact had already begun to take effect. The pact's punishment would spread throughout his body until it reached his heart. Upon hearing this, Yun Yihin's eyes filled with worry. He blamed him for not staying put at home. The demon lord hugged him tightly because he wanted to follow his heart's true desires. He pressed against the demon lord's chest, hearing his heart beat wildly like a drum. The first-generation demon clan knelt in greeting to the demon lord. He immediately helped him up, saying that over the years, it was all thanks to the first-generation demon clan for guarding the blood of the demon clan. He also felt it was a very glorious matter. Seeing the death pact take effect on the demon lord, he was very worried and wanted to help. The demon lord wanted him to give the blood of the demon clan to Yun Yihin to save someone, although he agreed verbally. But the next second, he suddenly pulled out a short dagger and stabbed at him. Yun Yihin was stunned by his action, not knowing why the first-generation demon clan had gone mad. It turned out he thought that since the demon lord had already made a pact, he wouldn't come here for no reason. So he suspected they were both fakes. The demon lord kicked the dagger from his hand, intervening just in time. He was very grateful to the first-generation demon clan for all he had done for the demon clan, but he would absolutely not allow anyone to harm his wife. The first-generation demon clan also saw the purple spiritual energy surrounding the demon lord and finally knew he was truly the demon lord. But the demon lord didn't plan to blame him, because many things had happened over the years, and his personality had also changed a lot because of Yun Yihin. After saying this, he immediately fell into Yun Yihin's arms and passed out. Seeing this, he quickly asked the first-generation demon clan beside him if there was a way to save the demon lord. He told them a method he knew, because the pact itself is signed between a person and their own brain. So as long as the memories in the brain are changed, the power of the pact will no longer take effect. But this requires changing the demon lord's memories, which is a fundamentally impossible task. The first-generation member looked at Yun Yihin with eyes full of trust, suggesting he might as well give it a try. He immediately understood. As long as he deceived the demon lord while he was unconscious, telling him he had already cured the pact on his body, then they could leave safely. The first-generation demon clan bowed, indicating that was what he meant just now, and that he was willing to act out this scene with Yun Yihin. At this moment, for the sake of his husband, he had no other choice. He believed he could definitely do it. Although the demon lord was quite powerful, he was helpless against this death pact. He didn't expect Yun Yihin to break this thing so easily. He was simply stunned by Yun Yihin's strength and wisdom. He thought to himself, did this kid pay some kind of tragic, painful price to be able to do this? It turned out the demon lord didn't believe at first that Yun Yihin could break this death pact, simply because he himself had lived for thousands of years and had no way to solve this problem. He originally thought that only an expert like himself could possibly solve this problem, but the Yun Yihin before him had easily done it after only a few years of practice. Yun Yihin had long anticipated that the demon lord would think this way, so he had specifically found a witness to be there. Now that the person was here, no matter how worried the demon lord was, it was useless. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a characteristic of the Death Pact, which was that after it flared up, black patterns would spread to the neck. But when the demon lord raised his hand, he suddenly froze, staring blankly at the lipstick mark on his hand. Then he subconsciously swallowed. He seemed to want to say something to Yun Yihan, but couldn't get the words out. He looked at the demon lord's expression, that while saying he had helped him break the Death Pact, a worried expression on his face. He never expected the demon lord's next words to leave him stunned. The demon lord actually thought he had cultivated some secret art of union. And that's how he helped him resolve the pact. Before Yun Yihan could explain, he grabbed him and started kissing him wildly. He was stunned for a moment, then gently closed his eyes, letting the demon lord do as he pleased. However, Yun Yihan quickly came to his senses. The first-generation demon clan was still beside them. Blushing furiously, he pushed him away. The demon lord was currently overwhelmed with happiness. Ignoring the first-generation demon clan beside them, he lifted Yun Yihan straight onto his shoulder, wanting to take him away from this place. At this moment, he also noticed that the black patterns on the demon lord's neck were slowly fading. Clearly, he had believed his words. The Death Pact was finally broken at this moment. Right now, the demon lord was only thinking about consummating his relationship with Yun Yihan. With a wave of his hand, he opened a transport portal, wanting to leave directly with him. He even forgot about coming here to get the blood of the demon clan to save someone. Just before the two disappeared from the illusionary realm, he made a heart sign at the first-generation demon clan, thanking him for cooperating in the act. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He sat on the ground and complained, "I didn't expect to be fed a mouthful of dog food just by acting." As words of praise for Yun Yihan left his mouth, the first-generation demon clan's figure slowly dissipated. It turned out he had finally completed his mission and could now rest in peace. His figure completely vanished between heaven and earth. On the other side, the demon lord and the others returned to Medicine Master Valley. Yin Yu saw them from afar and ran over happily, jumping 3 feet in the air with joy. The two did not disappoint her. They brought back the blood of the demon clan she wanted. Now, Yin Yu's father could finally be saved. Yin Yu took the item and was about to leave when the demon lord stopped her. He spoke up, wanting to borrow some rouge. She didn't know what the demon lord wanted with rouge so late at night. Although she was puzzled, she didn't ask much. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't get an answer to her question. She only heard the demon lord say it was a matter of spousal amusement. When night fell, the two sat awkwardly by the head of the bed. Yin Yian's face was as red as if he had drunk 2 tails of old wine. The demon lord couldn't help but say something. But the current Yun Yihan couldn't hear anything at all. He just wanted to escape this place quickly, finding a random excuse to run. But how could the demon lord let him slip away so easily? He pulled back the escaping Yun Yihan, pushed him directly onto the bed, and then smoothly pulled him into his arms, saying that a married couple should cultivate together like this. Yun Yihan was such a curious baby. It was so obvious, yet he had to make him say it so bluntly. Didn't he believe in the rights of a married couple? The demon lord couldn't be bothered with more nonsense, nor did he want to explain anything to him. He proved himself directly with his actions. It was another wave of explicit confessions. Before Yun Yihan could react, he kissed him directly. Yun Yihan closed his eyes tightly, slowly enjoying this domineering man. The demon lord said something was missing. Just as Yun Yihan was feeling confused, the demon lord took out the rouge box. He said it was to put makeup on his little wife. This was a 1,000-year-old demon, yet he actually knew about these little girly things. It was truly incredible. The rouge in his hand was red. It sat in the box, emitting a faint fragrance, very exquisite. The demon lord had specifically borrowed a makeup box from Yin Yu, but he himself was actually clueless about it. He didn't actually intend to put on makeup. He just wanted to dress up his delicate little wife beautifully. As he spoke, he had already picked up the rouge and dabbed it towards Yun Yihan's lips. Then he froze on the spot. Seeing this, Yun Yihan thought the demon lord had made him look ugly. Unexpectedly, he cupped his own cheeks, saying he wanted to take a gentle bite. Then the two kissed passionately. After the two separated, Yun Yihan pointed at the demon lord's lips and burst out laughing. Now he had makeup on too, and he felt that the demon lord looked even more beautiful than him with makeup on. Hearing this, the demon lord pulled him into his arms. He asked him to kiss him somewhere else, so he could make himself ugly. Yun Yihan didn't hold back and kissed him directly on the cheek. A red lip print was also left on the demon lord's face. He couldn't wait any longer. He gently pulled the mosquito net by the bed closed, wanting to leave more marks on each other's bodies. The scene inside was blocked by the system, but the intimate sounds of the two could be heard. The next morning, as soon as he opened his eyes, Yin Yihan saw his husband's devastatingly handsome face. They say the whole day's plan is made in the morning. Waking up to see such a beautiful face that made his mood for the entire day delightful. Yin Yihan leaned in, pressing his forehead tightly against the demon lord's, feeling his warmth. Yin Yihan gave his husband a good morning kiss, preparing to get out of bed to go to the market for breakfast. But his whole body was sore, the pain almost unbearable. He didn't know why his body felt so uncomfortable. Seeing his little treasure about to leave, the demon lord, who was still pretending to be asleep, directly wrapped an arm around Yin Yihan's waist. He even teased him, asking if his body was okay. Seeing this, he thought the demon lord had been awake for a while and haughtily pushed him away. It turned out it wasn't that the demon lord woke up early, but that he hadn't slept a wink all night. After living alone for thousands of years, suddenly there was another person in his life. It was truly a novel feeling. Another day of torturing single people had begun. The two of them went to the market together. The dazzling array of shops and snacks made it impossible for the foodie Yin Yihan to look away. He was practically drooling. At this moment, he must be thinking it's so great not to have food allergies. Otherwise, it would be such a waste of all this delicious food. Only children make choices. He was an adult now. When he had the items in his hand, he realized his travel money was long gone. For a moment, he stood there stunned, not knowing what to do. The demon lord looked at this foodie, feeling helpless. So he took out his jade pendant as a deposit. He originally planned to leave the pendant here, get some silver, and come back to redeem it. The owner agreed. But at the critical moment, before the owner could hold the pendant steady, his son suddenly waved his hand, and knocked the jade pendant to the ground, shattering it. He kept muttering, "If you have no money, don't even think about eating. Trying to fool my dad with some cheap street stall junk." The demon lord recognized this scoundrel. He had seen the man with the jade pendant outside Medicine Master Valley before. He had thought the old man held some grudge against the demon lord. It turned out that back at Medicine Master Valley, the demon lord had caused him to miss his window for treatment, causing him to need a crutch for the rest of his life. His jeering attracted a crowd of common people, who all began to criticize the demon lord. Seeing his husband being badmouthed, how could Yin Yihan endure it? He was about to go forward and argue with the crowd, but was stopped by the demon lord. He told him to eat obediently here. He would handle it. The demon lord watched his little cutie's mood swing from cheerful just a moment ago to irritated now. Because this group of people had ruined his and Yin Yihan's mood for eating, he directly reprimanded them. Although there were many onlookers, they were all ordinary people with no special abilities. They knew they couldn't possibly defeat the demon lord, so they chose to give up. But the old man next to them was not afraid of death. He said he wanted to make a bet with the demon lord. If he won, he wouldn't pursue the matter further. Upon hearing this, he readily agreed and asked the other party how they wanted to bet. The old man then revealed a sinister expression, believing the demon lord was definitely no match for him, because this time it was horse race betting, his specialty. Seeing the old man's confident look, the demon lord guessed he might be a horse breeder and asked him how he wanted to bet. In the end, according to the town's rules, people would fight each other while riding on horseback. The old man thought the demon lord had fallen for his trap. He directly grabbed Yin Yihan's hand, and walked towards the racecourse. In the end, he chose a black horse as his mount. But what he didn't know was that the old man's leg was broken from falling off this very black horse. He chose a red horse and came to the horse betting field, shouting for everyone to place their bets. Hearing this, the crowd got excited and, without a second thought, bet all their possessions on the old man's side. At this time, the demon lord also walked over, leading the black horse. He found that the black horse didn't want him to ride it at all. The old man wanted to taunt him some more, but Yin Yihan wouldn't indulge him and sent a hidden weapon flying past him. He told him to watch his mouth. Then he said he wanted to bet on the demon lord to win. The person recording the bets nearby raised an eyebrow and asked him how much he wanted to bet. Only then did Yin Yihan remember that his travel money was all gone. Unexpectedly, in the end, he actually bet himself. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd all suspected he had gone mad. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Yin Yu suddenly jumped out, saying she also wanted to bet on the demon lord to win, and she bet 10,000 taels of gold directly. Finally, the competition began. With the sound of a gong, The old man raised his weapon and lunged at the demon lord first, but he dodged it with ease. Then he grabbed the spear in his hand, intending to counterattack. With a squeeze of his hand, he directly crushed the spear in his hand. Thus, he earned 2 points. The demon lord threw away the spear in his hand. He raised his long sword, wanting a quick victory. Unexpectedly, the black horse under him suddenly started to struggle, completely out of his control. With a fierce buck, it threw the demon lord off. Seeing this from the stands, Yun Yihin and the others couldn't help but cry out in worry. The old man beside them, as if he had long predicted this outcome, sneered at the demon lord. He himself hadn't expected that this black horse was still untamed. In his haste, he grabbed the horse's tail. This caused the black horse to become frightened, and it began to neigh continuously, trying to fling the demon lord behind it away. It slammed him hard against the railing, causing him to let out a muffled groan. Because of his mistake, thought the score was surpassed by the old man again. The match also entered a 5-second countdown. The old man now thought victory was in his grasp and began to thank his supporters in the stands. In the eyes of Yun Yihin and the others, he looked like a clown. As the sound of the match ending rang out, the referee announced the demon lord as the winner. The old man looked back and realized that a long sword was now held against his neck. The demon lord was sitting on the black horse, looking at him. The old man still wanted to question how the demon lord could possibly have subdued the black horse. Unexpectedly, it was easily nuzzling against the demon lord, looking very close to him. The old man couldn't believe what he was seeing, because he hadn't seen the process of the demon lord taming the black horse at all. But he didn't want to waste words on the old man. He mounted the horse and went to find Yun Yihin. When he reached his side, but he reached out and pulled him onto the horse's back. At this moment, he was very interested in the method the demon lord used to subdue the black horse. Hearing this, he looked back at his wife and said he would teach him after they returned. With a clatter of hooves, the two returned to Medicine Master Valley. It was Yun Yihin's first time riding a horse. Feeling the wind whistle past him, he couldn't help but raise his palm, enjoying this feeling of freedom. Although he was also from a large clan, he only thought about cultivation. He thought that once he reached the demon lord's realm, he could fly and wouldn't need to ride a horse. After hearing this, the demon lord told him not to misunderstand. There was no conflict between flying and riding a horse. With a wave of his hand, spiritual energy gathered on the horse's hooves, carrying the two of them slowly into the air. Seeing this, Yun Yihin's eyes filled with amazement. The demon lord passed the reins into his hands, wanting to give him the black horse beneath them. Yun Yihin was worried he couldn't tame the black horse. Sure enough, as soon as he took the reins, the black horse beneath him began to struggle violently. Seeing this, the demon lord patted his head, then whispered in his ear. Yun Yihin thought he was trying to take advantage of him and quickly turned his head away. Unexpectedly, the demon lord turned his head right back and pressed his lips against his. The two ignored the neighing of the black horse beneath them and kissed passionately. Before long, they slowly landed on the ground. Yun Yihin looked at the black horse that had stopped struggling beneath him and thought it was done for. At this moment, it suddenly knelt on its front legs on the ground. It turned out the black horse wasn't done for, but because it hadn't thrown Yun Yihin off, it had been successfully tamed by him. He hadn't expected taming the black horse to be so simple. He reached out and patted its head. It immediately cooperated by nuzzling him, showing a look of enjoyment. Yun Yihin also understood why the demon lord was able to tame it at the racecourse. He suddenly became mischievous, teasing Yun Yihin about just now on horseback. Kissing too intently. He shouted hooligan and wanted the black horse to throw the demon lord off. He took the opportunity to hug Yun Yihin's slender waist and brought his face close to his. The two played around all the way and finally arrived at Medicine Master Valley. But after opening the door, they froze on the spot. They saw Yun Changzai lying on the ground, his life status unknown. The demon lord cried out in alarm and ran inside. After seeing him, Yun Changzai tremblingly raised his hand and told him that the God clan did all this. Then his hand fell limply to the ground. Seeing this, the demon lord's face darkened. He told Yun Yihin to get ready, planning to make another trip to the heavenly palace. The demon lord and the others flew all the way and finally arrived at the heavenly realm. When he thought about how the God clan in order to get revenge on him, that had actually killed his friend of many years. A raging fire ignited in his heart, although he couldn't figure out who was retaliating against him, since the God Emperor was already dead, but it should be related to power. As he spoke, he took Yin Yihan's hand and walked towards the heavenly palace, but was blocked by the guards on duty. After the demon lord announced who he was, the two guards couldn't help but exchange a smile, and the weapons in their hands stabbed towards him. He dodged the incoming spear and grabbed the guard's neck. He asked him if he was tired of living, daring to oppose him. The guard was scared now and quickly begged him for mercy. It turned out the demon lord was now a level 1 wanted criminal of the God clan. If the guards let him go, they wouldn't be able to live either, which is why they attacked him. Yin Yihan snatched the wanted poster and saw that it clearly stated that he and the demon lord were wanted for killing the God Emperor. The demon lord uttered the words "kill" without mercy one by one, his anger almost uncontrollable. He threw the guard aside. He looked towards the heavenly palace with a grim face. It seemed the God clan wanted to officially declare war on him. At this moment, the other guard tried to escape. He was caught directly by Yin Yihan, who stepped forward. At the last moment, the signal flare in the guard's hand was fired into the sky. Unexpectedly, as he was dying, he activated the sky's alert system. A red cloud appeared on the distant horizon. It was expanding at an astonishing speed. The demon lord slowly walked forward, put his arm around Yin Yihan's shoulder, and told him not to worry. What's meant to come will come. There's no hiding from it. Then he cupped Yin Yihan's smiling face, wanting to enjoy this beautiful scenery with him. Under this red cloud, the two kissed passionately. Not far away, a large group of heavenly soldiers was advancing menacingly towards them. A God clan guard named Four-Faced Man came before them and shamelessly told the demon lord and his companion to offer up their heads. He was so angry his face turned livid. A wave of fury was brewing in his chest. After being fed a large bag of dog food, the Four-Faced Man couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately drew his weapon, a trident. Then, with a whoosh, he sped towards Yin Yihan. Seeing this incredible speed, Yin Yihan was startled and quickly dodged. Coincidentally, at the critical moment, the demon lord grabbed him with his left hand, successfully dodging the Four-Faced Man's attack. Seeing this Four-Faced Man who attacked his woman as soon as he arrived, the demon lord was furious. He cursed at him as a God clan guard. "You dare to hit a woman? You've brought shame to the entire God clan." After speaking, he slashed at the Four-Faced Man with the sword in his hand. Seeing this, the Four-Faced Man was terrified and quickly used his trident to block the attack. However, in his view, even a light blow from the demon lord left him breathless and feeling overwhelmed. With a little more force, the demon lord sent him flying far away. He stated that the Four-Faced Man was truly unworthy of being his opponent. The Four-Faced Man, who was beaten until his mouth bled, just sneered. Then he slowly got down on all fours, looking just like an animal, and stuck out a snake-like tongue. As an honored guard of the God clan, he originally didn't want to reveal his identity. But facing a formidable character like the demon lord, he had no choice but to show his true form. The demon lord could tell at a glance that he was from the Beast clan. This couldn't help but surprise him. He thought the God clan guards should be from the God clan. Seeing the demon lord's surprise, the bestial Four-Faced Man told him the truth. It turned out that to create a new rule, the God clan had specifically tailored one for the demon lord. Anyone who could fight him, whether beast or demon, could receive the title of God clan guard. After speaking, the Four-Faced Man waved his hand, and a group of elite Beast clan members appeared behind him. At this point, Yin Yihan was also completely bewildered. They had only killed a God Emperor, yet it had drawn out the Divine Lord to change the rules. As the Demon Lord, Gong Mingji's power was terrifyingly great. Countless people wanted to seize it from him. Even the God clan wanted this power. The Four-Faced Man, with his slippery long tongue out, rushed over, muttering about taking care of the Demon Lord here personally. But he was no ordinary character. Such a small fry role was beneath his notice. The Demon Lord was seen holding a long sword that glinted coldly. With one strike, he cut off the Four-Faced Man's tongue. Yin Yihan, beside him, seized the opportunity and threw a dart, severing another tongue. This guy truly lived up to his name, with 4 faces. The demon lord emotionlessly reminded Yun Yihan to be careful, as he still had 2 tongues that could attack. This made the 4-faced man react, and he lunged forward to attack the demon lord with his tongue. He blocked it with his sword, mocking that the same trick wasn't good enough. But the 4-faced man didn't just want to attack the demon lord. While he was blocking him, another tongue shot swiftly towards Yun Yihan. He quickly grabbed the incoming tongue with his hand, but this couldn't stop its attack. The tongue directly bound Yun Yihan's hand. The demon lord shouted, "Be careful," and immediately moved to cut the tongue to save him. But it was too late. The 4-faced man had already bound him and pulled him behind. He actually intended to use Yun Yihan to negotiate with the demon lord. Seeing the situation, he threw away the sword in his hand and told him to state his conditions. The 4-faced man wanted the demon lord to trade his own life for Yun Yihan's. Being held hostage, he shouted for the demon lord not to fall for it. He slowly walked over and grabbed the 4-faced man's neck with one hand. The tongue binding Yun Yihan immediately loosened. He quickly praised the demon lord for a job well done, then started mocking the 4-faced man. The demon lord increased the force in his hand. He questioned the 4-faced man about how many more Beast Clan guards there were in the God Realm. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared under the couple's feet. When they looked back, they were both dumbfounded. Before they could react, the vicious beast of the God Realm, Gelong, swallowed them in one gulp. Watching this scene, the 4-faced man climbed onto Gelong and began to boast wildly. Gelong obediently nodded. Inside Gelong's stomach, Yun Yihan, who had just gotten to his feet, was desperately looking for the demon lord. Right beside him, the demon lord grabbed his hand. He was afraid they would both die here. The demon lord touched his face and said gently that as long as he was there, everything would be fine. In fact, as soon as they entered Gelong's stomach, he had activated a protective shield. Otherwise, they would both have been corroded by the stomach acid. Yun Yihan was very curious about what this divine lord was, to be able to make all the beasts and demons in the world obey his commands. The demon lord honestly told Yun Yihan that the divine lord was more powerful than all the gods. He was the chosen one. He could command all the abilities of the gods. He had even come to the demon realm to look for him before. The demon lord was worried. If the divine lord really made the entire god clan oppose him, their situation would be very dangerous. Inside the divine lord's hall, the 4-faced man arrived riding Gelong, only to find the surroundings completely empty, without a single person in sight. At this moment, a voice came from behind the seat. The 4-faced man looked closely and saw Shun Xiang slowly walking out from behind the seat. He hurriedly reported that he had captured the demon lord, and also clearly explained the matter of claiming the reward. After hearing this, Shun Xiang sat on the seat with a blank expression and told the 4-faced man to release the demon lord and the others. After hearing this, he looked troubled because the wanted notice said they were to be handed over to the divine lord. Shun Xiang's gaze fell upon him, and he then slowly spoke, saying that handing them over to him was the same. Seeing this, the 4-faced man quickly knelt down, saying he wouldn't dare. Everything outside was also seen clearly by the demon lord and the others. Yun Yihan guessed that Shun Xiang was trying to seize power. Just then, he noticed the demon lord beside him was silent, his expression extremely grim. Yun Yihan grabbed his shoulder and asked what was wrong. Unexpectedly, the demon lord actually knew Shun Xiang. In his perception, Shun Xiang was of noble and pure character, but now he was doing something like this, and he couldn't help but feel regret in his heart. After hearing this, Yun Yihan held him in his arms, comforting him and telling him to look on the bright side. Everyone in the world vies for power and profit. Seeing someone he trusted become like this must be heartbreaking. Although he couldn't change the world, he was willing to face it together with the demon lord. After listening, he cupped Yun Yihan's cheeks, thinking that being able to have him was the luckiest thing in the world. At this moment, Gelong also opened its mouth, and a fierce wind instantly blew from within. The wind blew so hard that the two of them half closed their eyes. Then, they flew directly out of Gelong's mouth. The demon lord looked at the 4-faced man before him and greeted him. He drew his long sword, wanting to cut him down. This scared the 4-faced man so much that he fell to the ground on his bottom, begging him for mercy repeatedly, saying he was just momentarily confused. The demon lord didn't want him to dirty his long sword and coldly told him to get lost. The four-faced man was relieved to hear this and ran out of the hall. The deity on the seat slowly stood up at this moment. He had known all along that the four-faced man couldn't harm the demon lord. After hearing this, he couldn't help but turn to look at Shun Xiang behind him, wondering if he had any other tricks up his sleeve. The two then faced off on the spot. In the end, it was Shun Xiang who made the first move. He was seen condensing his spiritual energy, gathering it into a spiritual energy ball in front of his chest. Yun Yihan, who was beside them, was the first to be unable to bear it and collapsed directly onto the ground. The demon lord hurried forward to check on him. Yun Yihan felt as if his body weighed 1,000 pounds and couldn't move at all. It turned out to be a gravity attack generated by the spiritual energy ball. The demon lord wanted to step forward to help, but the deity suddenly appeared behind him. As the spiritual energy ball in his hand gradually disappeared, the pressure on the demon lord grew stronger. At this moment, his heart was filled with confusion. He didn't understand why the deity would rather expend his spiritual energy to betray him. He had no intention of answering this question. As the spiritual energy ball slowly vanished, the demon lord eventually fell headfirst to the ground, unconscious. The demon lord groggily woke up, still murmuring Yun Yihan's name. Then he discovered that the two of them were suspended in midair. Below them was a vat of acid. The air was filled with corrosive toxic gas. Inhaling the toxic gas, Yun Yihan started to feel dizzy. But the demon lord was the leader of the demon realm. The toxic gas had little effect on him. Knowing that punishment was imminent, the demon lord began to comfort Yun Yihan beside him, saying that no matter what happened, he would protect him completely. At this very moment, the divine lord also appeared beside the execution ground. Seeing him, Shun Xiang hurried forward to greet him. The divine lord seemed to have already known about this matter. He instructed Shun Xiang to begin the execution. A group of soldiers nearby also blew their horns. Shun Xiang flicked his finger. A wind blade cut the ropes, suspending the demon lord and the others. The moment they fell into the pool, the demon lord broke free from the ropes. He shielded Yun Yihan with his body. As soon as he touched the toxic gas at the bottom of the pool, the demon lord's shoulder was corroded, leaving a wound. But this minor injury was nothing to him. Seeing that the two had fallen into the pool, the divine lord ordered the pond to be sealed. The divine lord pondered to himself. It seemed Shun Xiang did not worship the demon lord as the rumors claimed. At this time, because he had inhaled too much toxic gas, Yun Yihan lost his footing and fell into the demon lord's arms. The demon lord held him tightly. The toxic gas in the pool gradually engulfed them both. After a while, he discovered that the toxic gas had no effect on him. He thought about it and guessed that someone had secretly switched the toxic gas. Then he started looking for an exit with Yun Yihan, just as the demon lord was still fumbling along the surrounding walls. Yun Yihan's robe was suddenly sucked in by a strong force. The demon lord turned his head and saw a button. Curious, he pressed it. A secret door slowly opened in front of them. The two looked at each other and smiled. They hadn't expected to find the exit by a stroke of luck, like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Just as they came out of the exit, the two saw Shun Xiang standing in front of them with a blade. The demon lord shouted for Yun Yihan to be careful. He hurriedly pushed him aside. Then, with a flick of his hand, he sent a fiery shockwave at Shun Xiang. Seeing him not moving at all, the demon lord was a bit stunned. It turned out that the one who had secretly saved the two of them was Shun Xiang. He had come this time to give them a dagger for self-defense. It was also he who had deliberately switched the toxic gas and created a secret passage in the pool. Now, the divine lord had already discovered this matter and would probably arrive soon. In the entire god realm, only the divine lord's bedchamber and study remained. The rest of the places were all under surveillance. And the one who was Sha Yunchang before was also the divine lord. The ultimate goal was to lure out the demon lord. Shun Xiang had specially planned all this, fearing he would fall into the trap. Now he had already consumed his spiritual pill and probably couldn't help them anymore. He suggested that the demon lord and the others go to the divine lord's study to find out the purpose behind all his actions. Seeing Shun Xiang being so considerate, the demon lord took this friendship to heart. Who would have known that an arrow would suddenly fly over with a whoosh? The demon lord quickly shielded the deity. Yun Yihan looked around and saw they were tightly surrounded by a large group of archers. He decided to stay behind to hold them off, telling the demon lord to leave first with Shun Xiang. The guard outside the residence gave an order, and 10,000 arrows were fired at once. But before long, all these arrows aimed at Shun Xiang were cut down by Yun Yihan with his dagger. The subsequent attacks were also steadily blocked by Yun Yihan. Seeing that the rain of arrows had stopped, Yun Yihan kicked open the main gate. The guard saw that the arrows had all been blocked. He couldn't help but praise Yun Yihan for having some real skill. Then he used his unique special technique. He controlled the puppets. Numerous celestial soldiers charged towards Yun Yihan. Seeing this, he was greatly alarmed, not expecting the guard to have such an ability. The guard saw that his puppets' close combat attacks had no effect on Yun Yihan. He immediately manipulated the puppets to pick up bows and arrows, transferring spiritual energy from his fingertips to the arrows in the puppets' hands. Then the puppets shot spiritual energy-infused arrows at Yun Yihan. He immediately activated a protective shield to block the attack. However, he didn't expect. The spiritual energy on the arrows seemed to be able to corrode his protective shield. Caught off guard, he was hit by an arrow. Seeing Yun Yihan lying on the ground, unable to move, the guard wanted to persuade him. After all, he was still a member of the God Clan. As long as he helped him capture the Demon Lord, he could atone for his crimes with a meritorious deed. How could Yun Yihan, the Demon Lord's consort, possibly betray the Demon Lord? He turned his head and tried to persuade the guard to join their side. After hearing this, the guard burst out laughing. He directly tried to sow discord. Yun Yihan couldn't stand him stirring up trouble. Flames ignited in his palm as he wanted to fight him again. Seeing Yun Yihan, though battered, still wanting to fight, the guard kicked him directly, making him give up the idea. At this moment, Yun Yihan suddenly remembered. Why hadn't the Demon Lord made a move yet? Could something have happened? At this moment, an arrow appeared in the guard's hand. He once again tried to persuade Yun Yihan to help capture the Demon Lord, seeing that he wouldn't yield to either persuasion or force. He took that arrow and poked it towards Yun Yihan. Just then, a terrifying pressure emanated from the residence. It directly knocked the arrow in his palm flying. The arrow even grazed his face, drawing blood. The Demon Lord walked out of the residence, holding Shun Xiang in his left arm. He saw that Shun Xiang was no longer breathing. Yun Yihan's heart jumped in fright, and then he felt a bit of regret. The Demon Lord slowly walked up to Yun Yihan and placed his own cloak on him. Then he looked angrily at the guard. "Those who harm my consort shall die." The Demon Lord roared with a murderous look on his face. The guard's expression changed drastically in fear. He used all his skills, manipulating the puppets to rush forward and surround the Demon Lord. But he had no intention of getting entangled with the puppets. Instead, he bypassed the numerous puppets and appeared in front of the guard, gripping his neck tightly with his hand. The guard, with his neck being squeezed, broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly begged for mercy. The Demon Lord had no intention of letting him go. After putting him on the ground, he pierced his thigh with an arrow. Then he brought the guard before Yun Yihan, wanting him to apologize to Yun Yihan. Seeing this, his heart was filled with sweetness. He hadn't expected the Demon Lord to care so much about him getting a small injury. The guard was now kowtowing frantically before him, begging for his forgiveness. At this moment, Yun Yihan suddenly had an idea. He wanted to make the guard before him betray the Divine Lord and tell him all his information. It turned out the Divine Lord had long wanted to eliminate the Demon Lord, but was held back by the power of the Demon Clan, so he had been playing tricks behind the scenes. Even the previous matter with the God Emperor was arranged by the Divine Lord. The Demon Lord and the others were greatly alarmed upon hearing this. They hadn't expected the Divine Lord to be plotting against them for so long. The guard on the ground started crying again. The Divine Lord had been biding his time and building his strength for many years, and now had enough resources to deal with the Demon Lord. The guard had been out for a long time. If he didn't return soon, the Divine Lord would surely send people to attack through the secret passage again. Hearing there would be another round of attacks, Yun Yihan struggled to get up. Unexpectedly, his body was already extremely weak, and he fell right over. Fortunately, the Demon Lord reacted in time and caught him. He looked at the wound on his shoulder, thinking that healing Yun Yihan's injury was the most important thing right now. Then he picked him up and walked towards the study. Watching their figures recede into the distance, the guard couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, glad to have kept his life. At this moment, the demon lord suddenly turned his head to look at him, nearly scaring him to death. He repeatedly begged the demon lord for mercy, saying that Yun Yihan had just forgiven him. The demon lord didn't want to listen to his nonsense. His consort was kind-hearted, but he himself would never forgive anyone who harmed his consort. As he spoke, he flung the arrow in his hand towards the guard, viciously embedding it in his chest. Then he turned his head, intending to carry Yun Yihan out the door. At this moment, several figures appeared outside. The demon lord looked closely and saw that the divine lord had already entered with his men. He stated that the demon lord no longer had the chance to go to the study, because he was already here. Just like that, their gazes met in mid-air, seemingly striking sparks. Yun Yihan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, tightly gripping the demon lord's arm. For a moment, he was stunned, not knowing what to do. The demon lord spoke to comfort him. Since things had come to this, they might as well ask the divine lord for a clear explanation. The demon lord himself hadn't expected. The two of them hadn't seen each other for several thousand years, and their first meeting would be like this. At the dawn of chaos, the divine lord thought he was the only chosen one, the eternal God, and looked down on the whole world. But then he discovered there was also a demon lord who controlled the demon sword. So the divine lord took the initiative to go to the demon realm to gather intelligence, wanting to take the opportunity to eliminate the demon lord. But he didn't expect the demon lord to not see through his scheme. Instead, he received him warmly. The divine lord immediately felt that he was completely unworthy of competing with him for dominion over the world. That was their only meeting, because the next time they met, the divine lord believed would be the day the demon lord died. The enmity between them was the demon lord's very existence. Hearing this, he let out a cold laugh and spat on the divine lord's face. The latter was furious, not expecting the demon lord to actually spit on him. He immediately waved his hand, ordering his 4 great guards to attack together, wanting the demon lord and the others to die before his eyes. Yun Yihan couldn't help but worry when he saw this. It was said that when the 4 great guards attacked together, their power could rival the divine lord's. It seemed the divine lord had made thorough preparations. The demon lord, however, told him not to worry. He even said he would take him for a tour of the study. Just as he was wondering how they would get there, the 4 great guards also mocked the 2 for not knowing their own limits. The demon lord was seen lightly snapping his fingers. With a snap, a cloud of black smoke spread out, and then the 2 of them vanished from the spot. The divine lord pushed the guards aside with a slap, but there was no trace of the 2 anywhere. At this moment, the demon lord and the others had already arrived inside the study. Yun Yihan looked around in disbelief, repeatedly asking the demon lord how he did it. He explained that this was just one of his hidden abilities, because before Xinxiang died, he had instructed him to be sure to come to the study. So he firmly believed that there must be a weakness hidden here that could defeat the divine lord. But there were so many books here, finding a clue was purely a difficult task. Plus, the divine lord and his men would surely arrive soon, so they had to hurry. Yun Yihan casually picked up a book. Looking at the 2 lovey-dovey people on the page, he was a bit stunned. Could this also be a martial arts manual? The demon lord was deceiving him with a straight face. That's right, this is a top-tier martial art of both the god and demon realms. He was half believing, half doubting, feeling that something was off. The demon lord snatched the book from his hand. He glanced at the title, Cloud and Rain Dual Cultivation. Then he wrapped his arm around Yun Yihan's slender waist, smiling so wide his eyes narrowed into crescents, saying that he would know if he tried it with him personally. Seeing the demon lord speak so confidently, he really believed it was a martial arts manual. He earnestly urged him to start cultivating now. He was so flustered he was speechless, looking at his big, sparkling eyes. His own face instantly turned red like a cooked shrimp, extremely shy. Yun Yihan thought they were going to cultivate some mysterious technique that would take a long time, and he was also afraid that the divine lord's men would catch up. The demon lord immediately turned from passive to active. He raised his hand and activated his divine power, gathering the surrounding bookshelves to create a small, sealed room. The 2 came to the center of the bookshelves. He opened the first page and pretentiously began the lesson. Cloud and Rain Dual Cultivation. Yin and Yang merge. The profound Tao of Donggong Tai is complete. As he listened, Yin Yihan felt something was off. This sounded like it was telling them to do intimate things. Seeing that he finally understood, the demon lord propped his long arm against the bookshelf behind him, trapping the little cutie before him in his territory. The distance between them was as small as an ant. This time, he truly understood. The demon lord teased that as a husband, he was still not quite competent. The warmth of his palm gently caressed his beautiful face. The distance between them grew closer and closer, their noses almost touching. It seemed he could kiss him just by lifting his head. He was a little embarrassed and wanted to push the demon lord away. This was the God clan's study, and the divine lord was still hunting them. The demon lord ignored his words and directly pressed his lips against his. With a thud, the book in his hand fell to the ground. However, no one paid any attention to it at this moment. Slowly, he couldn't help but respond to him. After the kiss ended, the demon lord gently lifted Yin Yihan's face. Their foreheads were pressed tightly together, looking as intimate as family. He asked him if he felt anything special. Yin Yihan took a deep breath and reached down to pick up the book on the floor. He felt his heart beating a little fast. The demon lord then hugged him from behind. Listening to his strong heartbeat, he explained that they had used a fusion technique before. That was all because of mutual trust. This new technique they were about to cultivate required a higher level. He asked Yin Yihan if he could do it. He nodded lightly. At this moment, both their heartbeats grew more and more intense, to the point that the energy it stirred up made the surroundings rumble. If this continued, it would surely alert the guardian of the study. Before they could finish speaking, the guardian of the study rushed over. Seeing this, the demon lord quickly pulled Yin Yihan behind a bookshelf. They wanted to hide here, first to observe before deciding what to do next. The guardian, seeing that something was amiss, used an automatic search device. It turned out that a first-level God Clan technique manual was missing, so it shot out threads of silk, which flew towards the surroundings. Unexpectedly, the silk threads passed through the bookshelf and connected directly to Yin Yihan's body. The guard, seeing this, teleported directly in front of the two and attacked them. By the time they reacted, the attack was already flying towards Yin Yihan. Although he tried his best to dodge to the side, the attack still hit his shoulder, causing him to fall to the ground with a muffled groan. Unexpectedly, the demon lord beside him also clutched his own shoulder at this moment. He immediately realized it must be because the two of them had practiced the cloud and rain dual cultivation, connecting their bodies and spirits. At this moment, the administrator of the study also jumped out. Although he couldn't defeat the demon lord, he had no problem dealing with Yin Yihan. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Yin Yihan. He wanted to use him as a hostage and mocked the two for not choosing for so many techniques, but instead picking a dual cultivation one. Unexpectedly, Yin Yihan broke free from his grasp. He directly reversed the hold and pinned him to the ground. His eyes were filled with confusion at this moment, feeling as if his strength had increased a lot. His body was also not under his own control. The demon lord saw his dazed look and healed his own body. Yin Yihan's injury also recovered along with it. Only then did he realize that their bodies were connected. This meant the administrator was facing two demon lords. He climbed up from the ground at this moment, feeling like he was being played for a fool by the two of them. He manipulated the surrounding books to crash down, intending to bury the two inside the study. Seeing this, Yin Yihan grabbed the demon lord's hand and ran outside. Unexpectedly, the administrator had absolute control inside the study. He directly used a tracking command. Then, numerous books crashed down from midair before their horrified eyes. Seeing this, the demon lord wanted to block the attack with his body. Yin Yihan stepped forward and hugged him, saying that the two of them were now one. He no longer needed to protect him, just as the numerous books were about to crash down on them. A fire spirit bird suddenly appeared in midair, burning all the surrounding books to ashes. It turned out that at the critical moment, the demon lord had used Yin Yihan's ability to summon the fire spirit bird for protection. The administrator saw that he dared to burn the God Clan's secret manuals and started cursing in anger. At this time, the study had begun to collapse. He was hit by falling rocks and trapped underneath. At this time, the demon lord and the others were also frantically trying to escape, but not long after. Their path was blocked by a collapsed boulder. The demon lord quickly shielded Yin Yihan. As the study continued to collapse, the two were also buried inside. Suddenly, a hand reached out from a pile of rubble. Yin Yihan pushed aside the stones burying him and climbed out. Then he discovered a secret manual on the ground that hadn't been burned. He walked over, picked it up, and looked. Unexpectedly, it was the God Clan's forbidden technique. At this time, the demon lord also came to his side, concerned about his condition. Yin Yihan immediately handed him the secret manual in his hand. The latter took the manual, opened it, and his eyes immediately widened. It seemed the secret to the divine lord's sudden increase in power was hidden in this book. It turned out that the divine lord's power was stolen from others. The more power the divine lord used, the more other members of the God Clan would lose too much energy, eventually withering and dying. Yin Yihan couldn't understand. If that was the case, why were there still so many members of the God Clan willing to die for the Divine Lord? The Demon Lord guessed that they probably didn't know about this. He tucked the secret manual into his robes. He wanted to tell the God Clan the real truth. After finding the ultimate move to defeat the Divine Lord, Yin Yihan immediately prepared to act, but he was pulled back by the man, who smilingly told him to sit down. He gently wiped his dirty little face. The two had just stepped into the palace. The four great guards surrounded them. They had been searching everywhere for the Demon Lord and the others, but unexpectedly, they had delivered themselves to their doorstep. As soon as the words were spoken, the four great guards had them completely surrounded. Just as the four great guards were about to cast a formation, Yin Yihan hurriedly spoke up, saying that they might not be enemies. The four great guards didn't want to waste words with him and directly used a formation to trap the two on the spot. Seeing this, Yin Yihan could only activate a protective shield to defend. The Demon Lord beside him wasn't idle either and defended together with him. Unexpectedly, the four great guards formation was incredibly powerful, crashing fiercely against the protective shield, although it didn't cause any substantial damage. It made Yin Yihan extremely uncomfortable. Before he could catch his breath, the guards were already charging over with their longswords. At the critical moment, the Demon Lord took out the God Clan's forbidden technique manual, blocking the guards' attack, and mocked them for being sold out without even knowing it. He threw the forbidden technique manual to the four guards, loudly telling them to take a good look. After reading it, the guards' bodies trembled. They couldn't believe the Divine Lord was actually absorbing their power. The Demon Lord shook his head at this scene, saying it was up to them to believe it or not. The guards were clearly not willing to accept this reality. They knelt directly on the ground. Yin Yihan slowly walked up to one of them, saying that in the face of absolute power, people's hearts are easily blinded. Then he extended his hand, wanting to pull up the guard before him. At least this way would be more dignified. The four guards were finally moved by Yin Yihan's sincerity. They immediately decided to join their side and crusade against the Divine Lord together. Unexpectedly, their bodies suddenly began to wither. The Demon Lord understood as soon as he saw this. The Divine Lord was already absorbing the four great guards' energy. Yin Yihan transferred his own spiritual energy to them, telling the four great guards to hold on a little longer. He would definitely find a way to save them. This scene made them both grateful and guilty. Then they decided to give Yin Yihan a gift. One of them was seen opening the God Clan's communication panel. The members of the God Clan also saw the scene of Yin Yihan healing him. The guard also revealed the matter of the Divine Lord absorbing their energy. Many in the God Clan suspected he was lying. At this moment, the guard pushed Yin Yihan aside. After swearing on his own life, his whole body slowly collapsed. Seeing this, the members of the God Clan all started chanting slogans to overthrow the Divine Lord. The Demon Lord also warned them at this time that the Divine Lord could activate the forbidden technique at any moment, so they couldn't just sit and wait for death. He asked everyone from the God Clan to attack with him and assault the Divine Lord's palace. After hearing this, the members of the God Clan all knelt on the ground, expressing their willingness to follow their command. Then, everyone followed the two of them and flew towards the Divine Lord's palace. In midair, the Demon Lord asked Yin Yihan if he was afraid, because the current Divine Lord was very strong. They probably didn't have much chance of winning. But But even if it meant sacrificing his life, he would protect Yun Yihan. He heard such inauspicious words and directly placed a finger on his lips, saying that they would definitely win this battle. After hearing this, the demon lord told him to remember to give him a sweet kiss after they won. Yun Yihan wanted to give it to him now, but was refused by the demon lord, who claimed he needed some motivation so that he would have the conviction to win. Unconsciously, they had already arrived in front of the Divine Lord's palace. The Divine Lord had been waiting here for a long time. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred. Neither side wanted to waste words with the other. They directly condensed energy in their hands. Unexpectedly, the Divine Lord's energy was extremely domineering, actually able to absorb others' energy. The Demon Lord had his energy sucked away by him. His body was about to collapse uncontrollably. Yun Yihan supported him from his side, telling him to hold on and not bow his head before the enemy. At this time, the members of the God clan also rushed over. The Divine Lord sneered at this scene, mocking them as just a disorderly mob. The energy in his hand fiercely struck towards the crowd. It sent the members of the God clan flying. Seeing this, Yun Yihan wanted to use the fusion technique with the Demon Lord. But once the fusion technique was used, any injuries or death would have to be shared. Yun Yihan directly took his hand. The fusion technique was their strongest move. They had no other choice. Now, they could only go all out. As he spoke, he was about to pull the Demon Lord forward. He suddenly pulled Yun Yihan back, holding him tightly in his arms, as if wanting to merge him into his own body. He said this was just in case, a hug in advance. Yun Yihan looked at him like this, and quickly promised to take care of himself. Then, the energy in both their bodies began to surge. They rushed towards the Divine Lord. The two streams of energy merged into one in midair. It was caught by the Divine Lord with one hand. Just as he was feeling smug, the Demon Lord appeared in front of him. Although blood was trickling from the corner of his mouth, he said that they had succeeded. The Divine Lord was greatly alarmed at this scene, unable to understand why only the Demon Lord was here. At this moment, a long sword pierced through his body, appearing before his eyes. The Divine Lord looked at Yun Yihan, who had appeared behind him, not knowing what had happened, and his and the Demon Lord's bodies slowly collapsed at the same time. The longsword in Yun Yihan's hand fell to the ground. He ran towards the Demon Lord, not knowing when he had undone their fusion. He collapsed on the Demon Lord's body, sobbing uncontrollably. To undo the fusion meant the arrival of death. The Demon Lord raised his hand to wipe away his tears, his body racked with uncontrollable coughs. Seeing this, Yun Yihan tried to transfer his spiritual energy to him. He grasped Yun Yihan's hand, indicating it was already too late. As he spoke, he coughed up a large mouthful of fresh blood. Yun Yihan had never expected it to end like this. The Demon Lord comforted him, saying this ending was already very good. After all, they had won. He then asked Yun Yihan to honor their promise and give him a kiss. He did not hesitate. His rosy lips pressed directly against the Demon Lord's. Their two figures were frozen in front of the Divine Lord's hall, like a beautiful painting. Suddenly, Yun Yihan's eyes widened. He cried out loudly to the Demon Lord in his arms, but his eyes were already closed. His whole body fell to the ground without a single breath. Seeing this, Yun Yihan cried out to the sky in anguish. The Demon Lord in his arms, however, would never open his eyes again. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was spring again. At this time, before the Demon Lord's grave, Yun Yihan was paying his respects. He slowly recounted what happened after the Divine Lord's death. After the Divine Lord's death, the God Clan reinvestigated his actions. He was thus forever nailed to the pillar of shame. The people of the Demon Clan also emerged from their sorrow and slowly began their new lives. He himself had also been cultivating diligently. His current power had already surpassed that of the former Divine Lord, but the Demon Lord was no longer here. At this point, Yun Yihan's eyes filled with tears. He hugged the Demon Lord's tombstone, softly calling out to him. The Demon Lord's figure appeared behind him at that moment. Seeing him dressed so thinly, just as he always had, he draped his own cloak over his shoulders. Yun Yihan turned in pleasant surprise, only to find it was all like a flower in a mirror or the moon in the water. The Demon Lord's figure dissipated before his eyes. He reached out, trying to hold on to his husband, but found he was completely powerless. Everything before him was just his own illusion. Just then, a crescent-shaped bloodstone suddenly fell to the ground. Yun Yihan took a closer look. It was the very stone that had once sealed the demon lord's soul. He couldn't help but wonder if the demon lord might have a chance to be resurrected. Before he could react, a feminine voice unique to the demon lord came from within the stone, saying his tears were delicious and proposing a deal. Yun Yihan looked at the stone before him and nodded forcefully. Under the sunlight, their figures, accompanied by the endlessly dancing crabapple blossoms, embraced each other tightly.